They're fucking awful. People hate dating apps now.
So the other day, I was thinking about dating apps, right? And I was wondering how they were getting on. And it turns out that they are
They're fucking awful. People hate dating apps now.
So the other day, I was thinking about dating apps, right? And I was wondering how they were getting on. And it turns out that they are...
I've actually never downloaded a dating app, but apparently they're fucking awful. People hate dating apps now.
So the other day, I was thinking about dating apps, right? And I was wondering how they were getting on. And it turns out that they are not doing great.
Jesus. I mean, again, like, I do feel like this is, again, COVID. This is like a COVID readjustment. I mean, these are effectively tech companies, and a lot of tech companies have had this happen.
Bumble's actually down 92% since it first went public. And Match Group, the company which owns basically every other dating app,
This is legal? Wait, what the hell? This looks like a monopoly to me. What the fuck?
is doing pretty badly as well.
Wow.
People are falling out of love with dating apps. And this is affecting Gen Z in particular, who are becoming less likely to spend money on the apps. In fact, Forbes Health ran a survey and found that 79% of Gen Z respondents had reported experiencing some form of dating app burnout.
Yeah, see, here's the problem, right? Is that if you're on dating apps, if you're a girl, like, I've seen girls' dating app matches, and it's like, this can be like a 21-year-old girl, and every 45-year-old dude that owns a Camaro is matching with her. And he's like, yeah, I got 3 kids. Yeah, bro. Yeah, I've got like 5 bumper stickers on my truck about Trump. Like, it's just, all this other stuff, right? The wraparound sunglasses, it's fucked. Yeah, and like, they'll message these girls and they'll say weird shit. And then, like, if you're a guy, it's really hard for you to get matches unless you're like probably top 10, 20% of like attractability. It's bad, man. So, like, there's just different problems that, like, men and women run into. Like, it's not like they have the same problems, but they both have problems. And it's also become pay to win, too.
You might have even seen that the companies have resorted to some interesting marketing techniques. For example, Bumble got in trouble for some ads that they ran trying to convince women to no longer be celibate, I guess.
You know full well if celibacy isn't the answer? What's wrong with it? I just... Jesus Christ, professional problem havers. Who the fuck cares? It's weird. I mean, why? I don't. Maybe a little bit, but like, is it worth getting upset about or putting an apology out for? I don't think so.
Too happy with these adverts. Yeah. Now, this is a far cry from the promise that dating apps made for us. When they first launched, it would be difficult to believe that around a decade later, they'd be launching $500 a month membership programs.
I could believe that. Yeah, I could easily fucking believe that. Because it's like, of course you want to do that. What the fuck? Well, it's just conspicuous consumption so people that make a lot of money can, find women that want guys that make a lot of money. It's that simple. Are people that desperate? And then there's also, like, the thing is that people generally want to date inside of their income stratosphere. Like, obviously, for guys, it's like, culturally, right? It's like more acceptable, like, the guy makes more money than the woman. But, like, men and women both want to date somebody who earns around the same amount of money that they do, right? So there isn't the perspective worry of an ulterior motive. I mean, it just logically makes sense, right?
We tried to understand how we ended up here. We maybe can come to some interesting conclusions, not just about these apps, but maybe about human relationships more broadly and the assumptions that we might make about each other. Yeah. The first thing that's worth explaining is that the decline of these apps is in large part a signal of broader trends in technology. Yeah. There's this idea of enshittification, the phenomenon of online platforms degrading the quality of their services.
You know what the Twitch app is? The best fucking example of this. The Twitch app is so fucking bad for this. And shitification, yep.
The time, leading to an overall decline in user satisfaction and overall value. This is something that's really broad across technology. It is best characterized through Airbnb, starting initially as a promised land where you could rent out a spare room at the fraction of the cost of a hotel, but ending up in a situation where people are paying $200 cleaning fees and have curfews and service fees for a rental. The most egregious.
Yeah, and this is always how it is. It's the same as DoorDash or something like that. It's like, oh, it's $5 delivery. Well, what about the service fee? What about the tip? What about the transaction fee? What about the delivery fee? It's like, how do you have a service fee, a delivery fee, and a transaction fee? Get the fuck out of here. And then that's not even counting the tip. Yes. Oh my God.
Just example of enshittification is BMW, who in 2022 launched a subscription to just unlock the heated seats that were already in the car.
Crazy. This makes me so mad because like it should be illegal to do that. Like it should be legal. Like why are you doing this? Like there's no reason to do this. Going backwards, yes. It's so stupid. It is.
Dating apps are not immune to this problem, as fundamentally they are technology companies. The most obvious manifestation of this enshittification is the idea that subscriptions are king. I don't know if you know this, but Tinder actually has 3 separate subscription options on top of the $500 a month subscription plan. These look more like
Tinder, Tinder Plus, Tinder Gold, Tinder Platinum. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of OnlyFans girls or Fansly or Patreon girls and like their different tiers of like, okay, this one you get personalized videos. This one you get one-on-one messaging. This one you get, you know, like everything else, right? This is nuts, man.
Like insurance plans than dating apps. Dating apps have not become immune from this subscription mania, and their monetization strategy has led to them feeling more like a gacha game. If you don't know what a gacha game is, it's a game.
Yeah, I could see that.
Game that uses like a loot box mechanic where players buy in-game currency and use it to gamble effectively. In fact, Tinder actually rolled out its own in-app currency that you could use to buy special features that would increase your chance of finding...
Yeah, skip the line, be the top profile in your area for 30 minutes to get more... Oh my God. Bro, this is nuts.
It's a very overt shift towards gamification, towards implementing game-like mechanics in a non-gaming environment.
Yeah.
The literal CEO of the parent company of Tinder is a man named Bernard Kim, who was the former president of Zynga. If you don't know,
they make games.
Who Zynga are, they are the company that is responsible for all of the worst mobile games.
That's crazy. Wow. What a coincidence. Damn. How about that?
You know, the ones that look like this, right? And it's no surprise that these mechanics have been transferred directly from mobile games, which are some of the most addictive games in the world, to dating apps. This idea of gamification, broadly put, is simply just driving engagement and driving usership, not by providing a service, but by hijacking your brain's reward circuitry and making you addicted to the app rather than enjoying the app. As these apps have become increasingly gamified, people have responded much how they would respond to...
I think that they're just trying to figure out ways to make more money off of people. I don't even think that we need to go into like psychology for this. It's just like, okay, we're going to put all of these ankle weights on you so you can pay us to take them off, right? Like that's it. It's the same as everything else.
An actual game by trying to exploit the mechanics of the game. In the world of dating, this manifests as hinge hacks. So there's this whole world on TikTok, which I didn't know about, of people sharing techniques and tips that you can use to make your experience of using dating apps a little better. Some of these things include refreshing your Hinge feed by threatening to delete your account, which supposedly flags Hinge and makes you way more...
Jesus Christ. I didn't realize how down bad people are. Is it really this bad, guys? This is crazy. Oh my God. What the fuck, man? This is crazy. I didn't know this at all.
In other people's feed. Other people's decisions have been things like choosing to use AI wingmen to create a profile that is optimized for these algorithms.
Oh God. Yeah, so people were talking about how they wanted to make AI versions of themselves to talk with people so they could filter out bad matches. It's just... this is really something special.
Certification isn't necessarily a complete explanation, though, because despite the fact that many other services in technology have been getting worse and worse, the companies seem to still be doing great. And there are some unique dynamics of these apps that make them especially prone to collapse and that can help us understand the mass exodus. Part of it is simply the fact that these apps promote the idea that they'll literally change your life. Hinge, for example, markets itself as the dating app designed to be deleted, which is an extremely big promise. It's a promise that I personally, as a cynic, feel like isn't necessarily true.
Of course it's not true. Absolute fucking bullshit. Yeah, you're just saying that. Yeah, exactly. Met my wife on Hinge, been married 2.5 years now. Oh, there are a lot of people that have had success stories with dating apps. Like, I know people that have personally. So it's not like it's uncommon, but it's not like it's also super common either.
Hinge is owned by a $9 billion company.
Yeah, of course it happens.
They want you to delete any of their apps. I should mention that I try to consult a variety of sources, and sometimes that leads you, especially with dating, down some uncomfortable rabbit holes. And so I want to maybe address a few preconceptions that people can often have after having had a bad experience with dating apps. They're not an enjoyable experience for anyone, regardless of gender identity. Around 80% of women report feeling some level of burnout, and around 74% of males report feeling some kind of burnout as well.
Oh, yeah. People always do this thing where it's like women have it so easy on dating apps and like men have it so hard. Which is like, yes, this is true. Women, it's easy to have sex. Basically, for a woman, it's hard to have sex, or it's easy to have sex, but it's hard to have a relationship. And for guys, it's very hard to even have sex. So, like, women go on there looking for relationships, but it's just a bunch of guys that want to fuck them. And then men go on there looking for sex, but it's just a bunch of single moms that want you to pay for their kids. So it's just like, basically, you're there, but you're looking for you're not getting the thing you're looking for, right? I'm a hardcore player? Yeah, that's what it is. So true? I guess so.
The unenjoyable experience is pretty evenly split across the aisle. We have some very different problems that occur, but no set of problems is one more significant than the other. Interestingly enough, men outnumber women 3-1 on Bumble and Tinder, and yet women report higher rates of negative experiences. That's not to invalidate the fact.
Yeah, it's because there's a lot of guys that are just trying to hook up with girls, and that's it. Yeah, obviously. Like, duh. Yeah, of course. Women have more experiences, yeah.
That men obviously have incredibly high rates of negative experiences, but rather to emphasize the fact that nobody enjoys the experience of dating apps. The grass isn't greener on anyone's side. Men are far more likely to experience feelings of rejection, feelings of being ignored, whereas it seems like the issues that women report are more, well, they're different. They're different at least, right? So a 2023 survey found that over half of women under 50 who'd used dating apps had been sent a sexually explicit message that they didn't ask for, which
I'm amazed that it's not higher. As I said, if you're a guy and you can stop yourself from sending unsolicited messages with pictures of your dick to a girl, you've automatically beat out 20% of guys. You've already beat them. If you could stop yourself from sending pictures of your dick to people, you're already in the top 80%. Like 40, maybe. Right? I mean, to be fair, it's just one guy. I mean, to be fair, it's one guy showing the same dick to like 30 different girls. So yeah, it's 50%, but like that 50% only comes from maybe 20 or 10% of guys. You know, it's just copy
it's an insanely
paste.
high statistic. But generally, the issues that lead people to feel burnt out are
Spam.
more broadly the failure to find a good connection, being ghosted, being lied to,
Yeah.
feeling rejected, and having boring or not substantive.
So is it actually true that like on dating apps, there'll be like people that use photos of themselves that are like really old? And to be fair, like I actually do this. Yes, it is true. Like this photo, I took this picture when I was, I think, 25. Maybe even before then. So like this picture's almost 10 years old. Yeah, it's iconic now though. It is. I and like now I can't change it. But yeah, no, I get it. So I guess I'm doing the same thing, guys. It's common on these apps. Have you guys ever gone on, I'm just going to say it. Have you guys ever gone on a date with a girl and then she's over 50 pounds heavier in real life than she is in her photos? Has this happened? Man, it happened to me twice. Both times I just left. Bro doesn't want to jump on a grenade. That's crazy. I saw there was a photo of like a picture, and it was like apparently it doesn't show you the photograph of a person, but it shows a blurred version of it. And it said this girl matched with you, and the girl was really fat. It was obvious that she was really fat just based off of like the silhouette. And the caption said, even in the fog of war, a tank is visible. And I just like, bro, I saw it. Yeah, I lost my fucking shit, man. This is so fucking funny. Destruction, yes. I don't know where it is. I gotta find that fucking shit. It's on my phone somewhere. Yes. Oh my god. I started working at this company. I was talking to people with teams. Certain photos, they come up to me at the office, didn't know who they were because they were both fat and old. So there was this guy. So there was like one of these, like, you know, you guys have like your Better Call Saul, like local lawyers. Well, one of them was at my fucking gas station. And it was like a photo of the guy, right? And it's like, you know, he's like this, you know, like really, you know, like established, like Hispanic man, you know, like very well manicured, you know, black hair, you know, firm face, you know, he's going to fight for you, etc. I go into the store, I see some fat, old, gray-haired man buying scratch-offs. He's got like 5 of them in his fucking hand. It's like, you son of a bitch. You really doing this? And I could see his car parked there. Yeah, pink male. Yeah. The guy, that photo was taken in 1996.
Conversations. Now, let's maybe understand a bit more about the user experience and what kind of leads to these super high rates of dissatisfaction.
Yeah.
And whether dating apps are actually benefiting from this or not. Because it seems like they aren't benefiting from this huge level of dissatisfaction that people are experiencing. I want to explain a little term from economics called adverse selection. Planet Money wrote a little piece explaining how adverse selection might be an important factor in understanding why dating apps have gotten so bad lately.
Yeah.
It's possible that dating apps face adverse selection. Basically, a new app starts up and hopeless romantics looking for real love begin flocking to it. But so do sleazy types who lie on their dating profile. Over time, the earnest daters go on a bunch of bad dates, encountering people who have no interest in real relationships or whose profiles...
Well, and this is a problem like a lot of guys have, is that they don't understand, what would I call it? The vocabulary. which are the words that women use on dating apps to make something sound like something else. And so there's a lot of, they're pussy, right? And so the issue is that a lot of people don't understand how to watch out for like different problems, right? Their slangs, exactly. Like for example, real man, treat me like a princess. Let's see, boy mama, yeah, this can mean a lot of things. Quote from Taylor Swift. Or anybody else like that. Passenger, I was thinking about this, by the way. Okay. God, this is going to sound really bad. This could be taken in such a really bad way. I have never dated a girl that had a driver's license. All of their ages started with 2. Okay? And there were 2 digits, by the way. And is that a red flag from it? I guess so. Hey, now you know why I prefaced it. Okay? Yep, that's, see? Say a game? Yeah. Clip that out of context? Yeah, there you go. Let's see what the rest of this is. But yeah, why did they have car licenses? There are a lot of reasons. And yeah.
Are completely misleading. Like lemons driving good cars out of the used car market.
Yep.
Maybe sleazeballs push great catches out of dating apps and ultimately ruin the quality of the whole app experience. So people go to a new app in the hopes of finding something better, and the cycle starts again.
That's
this idea
true.
of adverse selection is basically the idea that people can take advantage of, the meta on dating app to promote themselves as something they're not, and ultimately lead honest, well-intentioned users to feel like the apps don't have any other honest users because they're only interacting with people who know how to game the app.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, of course, because that's what people are going to do, right? It makes sense. It's the same as like botting in video games. Like whenever a game first comes out, there's no botting. But then later on, people design bots and then they start cheating. Yeah, of course that happens. You need a birth certificate? Yeah, clearly, right? Predator-prey equilibrium? Yeah, sure.
This whole idea of, hinge hacks or using AI tools to beat the system.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily make you a better person on a date, but makes you more representative of what the market supposedly looks like to someone who's just downloaded the app.
Well, it's everybody that does that thinks that the reason why they're not getting matches is because it's like some sort of algorithm thing. Like, oh, well, I'm not in the algorithm, so that means, that's why I'm not getting matches.
And it makes people who download the app feel like everyone is awful.
Yeah.
There is a way to actually minimize these bad apples. This is something that's actually been done before. If you can give the users as much information as you can, they can make more informed decisions, right? That's intuitive. However, the more information you provide to those users, the harder it makes for the app to be gamified because they can't rely on the fact that you don't know things about other people. This is most clearly shown.
That's actually a really good point. That's actually a great fucking point. Yeah. So it's in their best interest to not show you information about the other person so they can paywall it.
In the fact that Hinge's premium program, Hinge Plus and Hinge X, they both allow you to actually add more information about yourself. They allow you to filter your dates by location, by activity, and to fine-tune exactly what you're looking for, which inevitably leads to a better dating experience.
Of course.
And reduces this problem of adverse selection. And this isn't just theoretical. We can take the example of OkCupid, which has actually gone through a bit of a transformation from being a dating app that dealt with this problem of bad apples a lot better than the new school of dating apps.
And there's also apparently girls, so I hear that girls use dating apps to just sell subscriptions of OnlyFans. Is that true? Like they basically aren't even looking for a date. They're just looking to promote their OnlyFans. Is this true? And Instagram? Yeah. Abso-fucking-lutely. That's nuts. Or escorting? That's true. Yeah, it could just also be escorting, right? It's like this girl that's like, oh yeah, I just do OnlyFans and I'm here to promote it. Oh wow, I matched with somebody that has a $500 a month plan? Yeah, let's see what he's doing.
Actually becoming another Tinder clone. I found this comment
That's a good
someone
point.
who described their experience, and I think it captures quite well what's going wrong with these apps. OkCupid used to be really great before they were sold off to Match. Match is the company that owns Tinder and Hinge and all of the other ones. It was a pretty simple concept that worked really well. Start people off by forcing them to answer at a minimum like 25 matching questions around things like politics, religion, handling money, hygiene, etc. Core factors that people would consider when dating, essentially. But the kicker was that you also got to specify how you would like your potential match to respond to the same question. And you got to weight that response based on how much you cared about that particular question. After about 25 questions, you could always get a large enough sample size to match people, but it worked best at matching people that had answered over 100 questions each. It was
What a surprise.
magic. Anyone with over an 80% match on that site always ended up being a surefire, amazing conversation.
Well, they had to get rid of that. Yeah. Well, then now you can't make any money off of them.
Person is describing without necessarily realizing is this idea of adverse selection. Right? The idea that just by having more and more information about who your potential matches are in terms of their interests, their likes, their personality, you can basically make dating apps be fantastic. However, the issue with that is that they can become a bit too good, right? And you end up in the situation where every person you match with is actually a pretty good person, and you're therefore extremely likely to quit
Stop
the app.
using.
The ideal situation for these apps is this weird middle ground where they want you to find someone you like, but not too often and not someone that you like too much, because then you delete the app. But they don't want you to have zero matches because that means that you'll delete the app super quickly. That's kind of the optimal model of a dating app. What's called
The thing is that he's completely right, because that's logically how they would make the most money. That's crazy. But yeah. Space, I guess that's evil as fuck.
Where you get a reward at an unpredictable interval, and you get a reward that's big enough every time to keep you chasing the next one.
36,000.
They're playing this like balancing game, and they're clearly not doing a very good job at it. When it comes down to it, ultimately, people want what they've always wanted, which is meaningful connection with others. And I think the real danger here is that people have been generalizing their experiences on dating apps as broader generalizations of how, quote unquote, society is today. And I think that's a big problem, because I would hope that most of us understand that, say, social media isn't necessarily a one-to-one representation of how people behave in real life.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I go to the store and I see girls there that have boyfriends that are fat and ugly all the time. And there's guys that have wives that are fat and ugly too. But there's plenty of fat and ugly people that are dating other people. Like, it happens all the time. But like, usually it's just, you go on an app, right? And people aren't going to see it that way. They're not going to have that viewpoint. Yeah, it's like, yeah, the girl's good looking. Yeah, exactly. I only date baddies and I'm fat and ugly. Hey, bro, like, that's it, man. Why not? Yeah, the key in a woman is to focus on yourself. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you talk about like what the best way to like attract somebody is. Like, there's like a million different things, a million different people, right? But like at the end of the day, yeah, there's plenty of people that have options like that. But if you're on a dating app, you're literally looking at everything at face value. So it just makes sense that that's where things are going to be reduced to. I had premium Tinder so I could see who liked me. I got matches every now and then. When I let the premium run out, within 2 days, I had 10 matches I couldn't see. They have crazy tricks at play. It's crazy how they can have all these different apps that are owned by the same conglomerate company that effectively act as like faux competition inside of a market. That's so fucking funny.
You took Twitter posts, for example, to be the representation of how everyone behaves in general, you'd be scared to go outside. If you took Instagram Reel comments, you'd think everyone was incredibly racist all of the time. It's an algorithmic mirage.
And if you looked at YouTube Shorts, you'd think that every woman is stupid. Yeah, no, I know that. That's absolutely true. Yeah, social media gives you a very distorted view of the world.
Yeah, exactly. It's an algorithmic mirage, right? These algorithms are so capable of building a mirage that makes you think what they are showing you is simply a direct representation of what reality is when it's been filtered through layers and layers of algorithms and psychology in order to fundamentally change how you interact with it. The good thing that we can take home from this is that people are ultimately voting with their wallets, which is by far one of the most effective ways you can actually create change. There's a big trend, you might have seen it, of run clubs now. A lot of people are joining run clubs in order to find love. And this...
See, that's smart. Because who is it that can't run? That's crazy, huh? Man. How about that?
To me, is ultimately a good thing. It means that people are actually choosing to create their own alternatives, which is exactly what we need right now. There is many angles you can approach this from, but ultimately the biggest reason they're doing so badly is that they're not providing the service that they promised. The collapse of dating apps doesn't mean the collapse of romantic love. It means that it's actually going to spread a bit more towards the places where it needs to be, towards these organic spaces. But then again, I'm also incredibly single, so take my words with a grain of salt.
Yeah, I wouldn't listen to my opinions on this kind of stuff too much, right? Let's be honest. Best dating advice? I mean, like, I think just try to talk to women like people and not like something that you're trying to have sex with. Like, that'd be my only real, just try to treat people like people and take an interest in what they're saying and talking about. And don't send them unsolicited pictures of your dick. Like, that would be, I would say those things would really help out a lot, right? Being not cringe? Yeah, exactly, right? It's that simple. Oh, my God. Let me see here. And Talon's that? Yeah, there you go. And the problem is, how do you create a dating app that's financially incentivized to lose customers when they find a match? I think that people can't expect a for-profit company to exist for their best benefit. And if you expect that, you're going to fuck yourself over. So yeah, I don't think you should try to do that. You should try to use it as a tool, but you should compartmentalize its use as it being a tool and not expect it to change your life or do anything crazy like that. So yeah, I'll link you guys to video. I agree with a lot of what he's saying. And yeah, it's crazy how basically they make money off of not giving you information that would help you find a date more easily. Yeah, this guy makes great videos. I've watched a few of them before and I think they're really good. The running club seems like a good idea. The running club is actually such a 5-head idea. It's insane. Men are slowly giving up and nobody cares? That's not true. I gave up super fast. As soon as I realized I needed to have a job, I gave up. Yeah, 7 years old, I was like, I'm just not gonna make it, guys, sorry.
Increasingly, more and more men are giving up. Giving up on relationships, careers, and society as a whole. Resentment is growing.
This is why my stream is getting popular, by the way.
Unemployment is becoming rampant.
Yeah.
And keeping your head above water seems almost impossible for many men today.
Yeah.
This is leading to more men than ever dropping out of society entirely. And it's not just that. Men are becoming infantilized, with terms like adulting now becoming normal.
3 stages of adulting for men.
It's clear that something ugly is happening that needs to be addressed. We live in such a strained, unnatural environment that is bound to start to wear on society. But men in particular are battling to keep up and are slowly giving up. Giving up on dreams, giving up on trying, and giving up on doing anything constructive. And for a large part, it's really not their fault, as this trend isn't just a personal struggle, but a societal issue that we must urgently address. So why is this happening? And why has it gotten so bad in 2024?
It's going to keep getting worse, by the way. And here's another reason why it's getting worse, is that in 1950, if you were a dumb guy, you could be like, all right, well, I don't really know what state I live in or how to spell my name, but I can put a bolt in a car and I own a house. That's a big fucking difference.
On the surface,
it's
a long and complicated story. Life has never been simple for any human, and objectively speaking, for men in the West today, it's never been better. We have all the technology we need, food delivered to your door with the tap of a finger, dating
true.
readily available to anyone with a simple swipe. Any products, items...
Well, it's not really readily available, right? I mean, because like if you're an ugly guy, you've got a really hard... it's hard for you to be able to meet anybody. I mean, I feel like that's definitely a factor. 100% a factor.
or experiences that you want can be had with the tap of your phone. But over time, all of these comforts of life destroys the importance and necessity of struggle. Without any value placed on higher goals, where there just is no reason to care, means there's no reason...
Well, the reason why a lot of guys, I think, don't care is because they don't see a path to happiness and a path to success. Like, there's no longer the idea that you can work hard and you can be guaranteed success. And I think that that's really where people, like, you lose a lot of people. That's a massive factor.
For people to properly live or have the will to achieve greatness.
I think also, like, as a guy, it's probably, like, very demoralizing when you see opportunities for, like, I think it's ridiculous. Like, there's a lot of opportunities that are made, like, explicitly for women. And if you're a man, you just don't have access to that opportunity. There's very few things that are in that opposite direction. And I think that it's also more socially acceptable to be hostile and negative towards men. Because, like, men, and this is undeniable, that if you go back 50 years, men had a tremendous advantage in culture, right? Like, culture was built by and for men. And I think that culture has improved in a lot of ways to where women are given a lot of rights and privileges that they should have had all along. But I think that also what that comes with is that there comes with, like, a lingering sense of resentment, where it's like a 20-year-old guy now isn't responsible for some sort of, like, patriarchal, advantage that his great-grandfather had. And so, like, you can't use the patriarchy as, like, a reason to, like, tell a guy that this is the reason why you're a loser. And I think that's what really makes a lot of guys mad, is that they're effectively... You're basically giving people original sin. You're saying, like, well, because your grandfather or great-grandfather, like, whenever he grew up, he had advantages. Now, we're going to treat you badly and act like those advantages still exist. And there's, like, that lingering resentment and animosity that is culturally acceptable, I think, in a lot of cases. And you can just look at Twitter and you can see how culturally acceptable it is. Even look at mainstream media, or, like, look at, like, daytime talk shows. That is extremely damaging to men's mental health. To be told that you constantly have all of these advantages and the world is handed to you whenever you exist in a world where opportunities categorically exclude you from existing.
Which is probably why 40% of young men aged 18 to 45 meet the criteria for depression, and 49% of 18 to 23-year-olds have had a thought of passing themselves in the past 2 weeks alone.
Hard really to say if that's comparable. I think that probably those numbers went up for women as well, too. I think social media and the internet's brain rot for everybody. But, I think that for guys, it also is bad. But, like, if you look at it from, like, I don't think this is a male-only problem. A lot of these issues are, like, meta-level society issues that affect men and women. Obviously, the way that you approach it for men is different. And, men and women have unique struggles. But I think also this is something, a rising tide floats all boats, or a rising tide floats all toasters in a bathtub. Anyway,
and we're seeing the symptoms of this problem everywhere. The sapping away of our vision and ambition permeates in all aspects of modern society today. Our culture, architecture, relationships, bodies and minds. Past civilizations before us have always placed their emphasis on beauty, wisdom and logic for all the population to see, with great town squares, bustling with art, life and community. These things were placed above all else as the bedrock of their societies, laying out a code of honor and struggle in its people to achieve greatness. Comforts were shown in...
There is no more virtue that is assigned to critical thinking and logic. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, and I think that, like, anti-intellectualism isn't really something that's new in American culture, but I think it's become so pervasive in, like, widespread American and also Western culture that it's become extremely harmful. It's like an unironic, like, I think that we've become a little bit inferior to where we used to be. I do. Absolutely. There is so much less of an emphasis, and, like, thinking for yourself gets you into so many fucking, like, you can trap yourself by thinking for yourself because you go outside of the box that you're supposed to exist in.
arts and culture, but as an aspiration for achieving something great, for following your mastery. But today our cities are mostly devoid of all of this character, and instead they're marked out by the most cost-efficient, bland and sterile designs to facilitate a simpler self-motivated purpose. It's why people flock all over the world to a handful of remaining cities that retain their centuries-old charm to feel and experience the character of bygone societies that were motivated by higher ideals. Ideals greater than our modern two-dimensional ways of thinking. With a prioritization of comfort, lust and opulence, and flashy materialism over individual excellence and greater community, we're now reeling in the aftermath, becoming
I think it's that people have been divorced from being able to hope for anything better than what they already have. That's the real reason. Like, you see this all the time, like, because it's true that working hard will make you, like, working hard will increase the probability that you will be successful. But I think that, like, the reason why video games are so popular and so many young guys like video games is because video games provide a guarantee that if you grind and you work hard at something, you'll see a result. Whereas in real life, a lot of times that doesn't happen. I think that it's actually like, that's why young men are drawn to video games a lot. It's because they're an equal playing field in a way that nothing else in the world really provides them.
Still a generation of mandated mediocrity. And does this explain why men today seem to struggle more than ever while seemingly having more than ever? America in particular is not actually in a recession. In fact, on paper, the economy looks like the best it's been in a while. Unemployment has dropped, GDP is up, but what the people are actually experiencing is a completely different story. We can see this in a study by the University of Michigan on consumer sentiment, which gathers data based on how consumers feel about the current state of finances. In 2022, it dropped to an all-time low. Prices of our average daily needs like gas and food have increased in unbearable percentages. In contrast,
the problem is that while the GDP has gone up by a tremendous amount, I'm gonna have a Bernie Sanders moment here, is that it's the 1% that is enjoying those privileges. And I think that a really good way to tell is that I remember looking up when, like, I first started, like, this is kind of like a weird thing to say, but, like, I remember somebody asked me, like, am I in the top 1% for, like, income earners? And I remember looking it up whenever my stream first got popular, and then I looked it up maybe last year, and the top 1% for income earners has gone up by, like, 30% in the last 5 years. So, like, the very, very wealthy are becoming increasingly more wealthy, and then the people in the middle are experiencing stagnation, and then the people who are poor are just basically like, I mean, who cares? Rich get richer. Yeah, exactly. COVID made the gap way worse. Yeah, and, like, there's obviously, like, very traditional, like, economic indicators, like a Gini index or something like that. But I think that also, like, we can just simply go to the grocery store and, like, I'm, like, going through old receipts when I'm cleaning my house, and I'm looking at, like, a 2011 receipt, and, like, I buy a meal and it's $5.80. There it is, right? It's right in front of you. Kind of like we're in the new Middle Ages. Oh yeah, no, we are advancing at light speed towards neo-feudalism, and it's already happening in abstract ways, such as DoorDash and things similar to that. Other types of delivery and service programs. That's the first step.
Salary increases do not match, putting a high strain on budgets.
Inflation is showing no...
And this will also become increasingly more powerful when the, maybe a Hassan moment, Bernie Sanders moment, where the means of production are consolidated by a small handful of people, and AI allows that, that control to maintain itself. Because AI will consolidate the means of production among fewer people. It's a really huge problem, and I wish more people would see it from, like, a macroeconomic level. But I think that it's really disappointing to see everybody that's like everybody gets like really in the weeds about, like, identity politics and stuff. Because I feel like all of that, in my opinion, I think identity politics and the entire, like, all of the vitriol and animosity and discord that's created by identity politics, I think that it's done intentionally. This is a conspiracy, by the way. Might take another vacation for this. I think that it's done intentionally by elites and by the people who own mainstream media and by the people who basically are in charge in order to get people fighting with each other rather than fighting against the people that are oppressing them. I think it's no surprise that identity politics went up. Like, I mean, you can see, like, have you guys seen the charts of, like, the usage of the words, like, woke or usage of the words, like, intersectional or something like that? Like, a lot of these, like, new age identity politics vocabulary. I think it's no coincidence that vocabulary started ramping up massively right after Occupy Wall Street. I just think that's a really interesting coincidence. What are the odds?
Signs of slowing down as Americans pay over $1,000 a month more on the same essentials we were buying 3 years ago. Nothing's changed but price. The latest consumer price index for March showing basic necessities like our food, housing, and gas are all continuing to cripple Americans' wallets with higher prices.
I can't imagine food only being up by 2%.
Our wages are actually down against inflation since Biden took office. So not only are prices soaring, but our wages, at least if you measure hourly wages, are not keeping up at all.
Keeping your head above water has become the new normal instead of owning a home with a white picket fence. The rich.
My understanding is that 2/3 of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. I thought it was like 30%, and I found out it was in fact like double that. It's incredible.
Becoming richer.
That guy does look, you know who he looked like? You know in Firelink Shrine in Dark Souls 1? Cramped.
And the poor are becoming poorer, with the middle class disintegrating completely. All the knowledge of the past of just going to college, getting a job, and buying a home immediately is just completely irrelevant for anyone working and living in 2024. The universities are...
It's not irrelevant. People, like, I have a lot of friends, like, I'm 34, and I have a lot of friends. The majority of my friends that are the same age as me make over $100,000 a year, and this is not counting people that stream. These are, like, long-time real-life friends.
Skyrocketed in prices to absurd levels. The housing market is in a complete giant bubble. Everyone's sending out job applications more and more, all while using these automated testing systems, applying up to 100 jobs a day and still not getting anywhere. All the while major companies repeatedly tell us that they can't find any workers for their companies. And
because the job prospect is terrible and people hate the job. That's the reason why. It's really simple. And also, I'm not saying that, like, it's not true, like, people don't have problems. All I'm saying is that there are a lot of people who still do make the American dream happen, but it's harder to do, and the barrier to entry for it is a lot higher. And I think that because the barrier to entry has gotten so high, it's become it's not realistic. It's purely luck? No, it's not purely luck. That's not true. Like, I know a lot of people that I went to high school with that are losers. Well, they were losers because they were lazy and they fucked off in school and they were stupid. No, a lot of people are successful because they work hard. It's nepotism? No. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Not a single one of the people that I'm using as an example obtained their job through nepotism. Luck plays a factor with everything, but so does hard work.
Results of this are clear. People are drifting towards more unfulfilling jobs, or just not even having a job at all, while the rich buy up resources, real estate, and everything that used to be the cornerstones of the middle class that is now just an investment hidden through an offshore bank account for some giant investment fund.
This is a crazy exploit. I'm surprised that they haven't patched this. Well, I guess not, because they are the ones that are probably writing the laws.
What they want to do is create a nation of renters. BlackRock coming in and giving them more money than the house is
You'll
worth.
own nothing and be happy.
How much more do they give them?
They can give them, 30% above.
Really?
Which is money.
And then they just lease those homes out.
And they lease them out. It's part of this idea that home ownership and automobile ownership and all of these these legacy systems that people want to get rid of. And they go, rent a house, use Uber, Lyft, whatever.
Yep.
You know, you don't need to own. What does owning do for you? That's that famous article, you'll own nothing and be happy.
He said the thing.
And because of this, all
Yep.
saving plans for regular people are halted because living paycheck to paycheck means there just isn't enough for a savings plan. And whilst
Yep.
there's still some hope to dig your way out,
I was actually having a conversation with a friend of mine about this the other day, and he was talking to me like, you know, we were talking about like investments and stuff, and he's like, yeah, like I want to invest, but I just don't really, I can't put aside a lot of money to do it. And it's like, it sucks because like you're basically on like the hamster wheel, and it's like there's not really there's no light at the end of the tunnel. And I think that's why people just get off the wheel, get out of the tunnel, and then they go back into the basement, and then they withdraw from society.
this does begin a damaged path. People end up working in a job that's not in their field, something that they hate to do every day, and eliminates the experience they need for the job in their field. And so
this is something that happens a lot, where I think that most people that go out to get jobs, people look for jobs that they don't completely hate, but primarily I think that people go to college to get a job that makes more money. Most people have their jobs for money first and passion second, if that's even a factor.
From the experience they are getting, it's just completely useless for getting back on track. In effect, their now entry-level position is further deviating them from becoming lawyers, psychologists, or whichever career path they studied for. And if the middle class is experiencing this, then the lower earners are feeling this even more. The jobs they once had a chance of landing now go to the middle class,
AI
while they get hit a bump
automation,
which is putting millions of people in dire straits.
Yep.
They face working twice as hard for minimum wage, juggling between jobs, partaking in the gig economy with absolutely no security, all with an extreme
This
pressure
is the feudalism.
to keep up with daily expenses in a completely overpriced megacity. And the truth is, both middle and lower earners are now taking a huge hit to their egos. They feel disrespected through no fault of their own. There's no
Well, it's because you live in a society that doesn't allow you to have self-respect. I think that this is one of the reasons why there's a lot of violence in America too. It's like a macro level problem, is that you basically, if you don't have, like, if you're not affluent to an extent, it's almost like you don't deserve respect in society.
Man wants to feel like a failure. They don't want to feel like they're not providing or on their destiny. Imagine putting in the hours and effort to get a degree and then
like you can look at it like this, right? Like back when my dad was in high school, people would bring their shotguns to school, right? They would like leave them in the car. There weren't school shootings that were happening all the time. And I think that as the economy has gotten worse and as people have lost this sense of community and culture, and as people have stopped being able to rely on and look forward to a future that's like good, then I think that you have that nihilism set in. And that's why I think that that's one of the, again, school shootings, there's 50 reasons why they happen, but I think that's at least a couple of them.
To take a job that's not even within the field you studied for. Well, this is just regular life for most people nowadays. It's making men feel incredibly depressed and isolated. They watch all this stuff on social media, they see people flexing the Rolexes on their Instagram stories. Meanwhile, they're struggling to survive, living a life they absolutely hate. And when friends and family ask about it, they suffer the humiliation of explaining why they had to take what was available. Even though it isn't humiliating at all, and they're doing what they can to survive, it definitely takes a huge effect on their mental health.
I think that like the conspicuous nature of things like streaming, for example, and also OnlyFans is also really damaging for people's mental health, because they see certain people that have opportunities and advantages that are sometimes unearned. Like, for example, like if you're born a hot girl and you're able to do OnlyFans, you have a huge advantage in life, right? Especially early on. And obviously, if you're doing that, you're making $100K a month. This is a massive advantage that a 21-year-old guy is going to not really have. He's not going to have that. And so I think that the conspicuous nature of wealth inequality on social media really fucks with people's mental health.
Especially as it wasn't that long ago, where it was actually normal to enter the workforce with a mentor who would show you the ropes and encourage you and push you to...
Yeah, well, here's the funny thing. If that Hawk Tuah girl wasn't conventionally attractive, we wouldn't even know her name. That's the truth. Straight up.
learn more. Starting at the bottom didn't seem so bad because there was an opportunity to grow and reap more rewards, but this imperative step is slowly slipping away. Companies of prestige have forgotten the generation with no experience, and for many companies, this is what they want. This is actually the ideal scenario, where they have people so desperate, so in need of experience, that they can treat their workers like absolute trash.
Well, because the reason why they're being treated like trash is because they're only 3 years away from being replaced by a robot. That's the reason why. It's because the job is effectively it's like an Amazon warehouse. You used to pick up a box and put it somewhere else. Like, of course they're not going to give a shit about you. Yeah.
In the 1980s, testosterone levels have dropped more than 50%, and yet we're told to ignore it. Why? Because there's a coordinated effort to suppress masculinity and turn men into something they were never meant to be. This decline is no accident. We're constantly exposed to harmful chemicals in our food and everyday products, bombarded with estrogenic chemicals from plastics, junk food, and sedentary lifestyles, which is why testosterone levels...
That's actually a really good point. It's weird because, so whenever I was on mandatory break, I was exercising and doing things physically 4 to 6 hours a day because I was cleaning up all the stuff in the house. I felt so much better. Straight up. I immediately felt way fucking better. It is fat Jake Paul, it is. But no, I did. And it was not even close.
Have been declining for decades, with a 17% drop among 60-year-olds in 2004 compared to 1987. Sperm count and strength in men are also decreasing exponentially, with a 32.5% decrease in mean sperm concentration in the last 50 years. But here's the good news. There are ways to fight back, and one of the most effective solutions that I found is our sponsor Black Forest's Testosterone with Tongkat Ali. This supplement is packed with 2 of the most powerful natural testosterone boosters available. Testosterone is a natural anabolic compound that helps increase muscle growth, boost recovery, and support higher testosterone levels. Tongkat Ali, used for centuries, helps raise testosterone, reduce stress, and improve overall vitality. I've been using Black Forest's Testosterone and Tongkat Ali, and I've noticed a huge improvement in my energy, strength, and focus. It's like getting back the edge that modern life was just draining away. Right now, Black Forest is offering a buy 2 get 1 free deal.
I think supplements can be good. I don't think that you should use supplements as a solution to problems without doing lab work first, personally. You should get your labs done and have lab work done before you start, can have a doctor look at it and give you feedback. But after that, you want to take a supplement, that's totally fair. I think a lot of it is a lack of a bad diet and a lack of physical activity. I think that the human body is made to move. You're made to exist. You're made to live. And if you live a life that is a contrived, weird version of what an animal version of yourself would do, you think about it, right? And you look at our evolutionary period, right? This is, Cro-Magnon, this is 2024. Think about how much time period, what a tiny little fraction of evolution that we've really had, where the expectation was not that you were physically moving around all the time. Do you really think that evolution changes that fast? Absolutely not.
Limited edition product, and once it's gone for good. I can personally vouch for its effectiveness. It's had a huge difference in my energy levels, strength, sleep, and overall well-being. And by supporting our sponsors, you also support us directly. So hurry and take advantage of this amazing 48-hour promo and support me alongside this amazing brand using the link in the description below. The cost of having a job also plays a part in stripping them of their dignity. Transport costs to their job, depending on the amount, could take a huge chunk of their salary, so that at the end of the day, they can only pay for rent or food and not both. A government grant could replace their salaries, and they earn more or less the same amount.
What's also helping to pay the bills is, as I said, the U.S. government, in particular, our disability programs for people who are unable to work. Those programs seem to have morphed away from their original humane intention and now seem to provide an alternative income source to...
This is my dad's here. What's up?
Yeah. I'll show you.
Okay.
You fucking climb these fucking stairs.
Yeah, be careful. I fell down the stairs the other day.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. No,
well,
it's okay.
The steps, they're on the right proportion.
Let me get this shit off the thing.
I forgot to give you this last night.
Oh,
couldn't
fuck.
fucking believe
Oh,
it.
thanks. I appreciate that. Look at that. We got the Reese's peanut butter cups. How about that? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
Thank you
different
very much.
shapes.
Yeah. It's got the little, the ghosts and the jack-o'-lanterns and everything like that.
Yeah, and he was over last night too.
Yeah, yeah. We watched Fury. That was really fucking good.
Yeah,
I
second
love that
half.
movie. Oh my God. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just watching a movie. So like, why do you think that guys don't want to work anymore?
Same reason guys never did. I mean, most.
Well, like now, like guys are like way more depressed. They feel like they're like they don't have like a future or anything like that. Like, why do you think that is? Because like my dad's 77, right?
Well,
That's crazy,
I don't know.
right?
That's
Yeah.
your fucking generation. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
For I don't know. I guess my folks didn't want to make it easy on me.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I went to work. I had my first. I had a time clock when I was 11 years old.
Oh, right. The safe shop.
Fixing bikes.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And then, I hustled money and had to take care of my brother and sister. Then I
Is
went to
that
work.
finding a lot of bikes?
Finding bikes and finding all kinds of shit.
Yeah, yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
you find a lot of stuff at 2:00 in the morning.
It's crazy.
And,
Yeah.
just lying around.
Yeah, it's something.
And so sometimes it's too much to haul home, so you'd have to get a wagon too.
Well, that's why you got the bike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you get a wagon.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. The red one.
Yeah. Tie it behind the bike, drove it on home.
No, it's been a big thing. Like a lot of guys talk about it now because like it's like you have a lot of opportunities, but like you can't like there aren't jobs where it's like you just put the fender onto a Ford, every day.
And plus, I mean, they just the way that like when I was doing the process engineering.
Oh, with Jim. Yeah.
Yeah, with Jim. Oh yeah, it was a great job. The two Bobs.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And somebody or a couple of people lost their jobs because of that. And so, and then...
Well, that was your job.
But yeah, it was to make them lose their job.
Yeah.
And that's after I retired,
Yeah, yeah.
And they've just done away and then they took those people did work.
Uh-huh.
And so they put those jobs on somebody else.
Right.
So how many people you hear about that have got
Well, you were telling me about this with because you were thinking about getting a part-time job at just like 10 years ago, like at Home Depot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And now they got the guys doing the automatic stocking, and they can't, attend to the customers.
Yeah.
So the manager's always on their ass, and it's like the IRS.
Yeah.
You're supposed to process an ITIN request for in like 6 minutes.
We were to get a 3, you had to process 120 documents an hour.
Yeah. And some
these
process
are-
engineer
Yeah,
came in and
these
figured
are
it
like W-2s or like 1040s, and it's like there's no way you can process 120 1040s in an hour without just like speed running it. Like if you actually read it, yeah.
That's what Larry did. My buddy Larry.
Larry didn't give a fuck.
Larry
Larry did not give a fuck. Yeah.
Yeah, he did give a fuck. They always were honest to,
Yeah.
oh, do, 10 an hour, 8 an hour, whatever the fuck
Yeah.
it was. And so, he cranked them out. He made that. However, he never found a fraud. Amazing, because out of the 20, when you got batches of 25,
Yeah.
out of 25, I find at least 5.
Yeah.
With somebody's registered as Domingo Sanchez, and then you got somebody else Sanchez and somebody else Domingo, and they got this address, and you put it together.
Well, it's like I probably don't want to give away who it is, but like remember the 2 people that we know whose aunts would have kids.
Yeah.
That were,
yeah. Exactly. That was another one.
Yeah.
That
was
all my children. It's all my children.
Yeah, it's my 11 kids.
I always have a kid under 15.
Yeah. Wow. What a surprise.
Wow, what a surprise. And so it's it's that kind of shit. You're under the gun.
Yeah.
Who the fuck? So many people don't like their jobs. I told you
people.
that.
Well, that's why people can't a lot of companies complain because they can't get anybody to get a job anymore.
Yeah. Well, who the fuck wants to work there?
It sucks.
I mean, you're under the gun constantly. So
Yeah.
some fuck up the road. I mean, like that vice president I told you about at Harcourt.
Yeah.
He in order to he quit. He left the company, and they separated for $1 million. And this was in like 1984 or 5 or something.
So
like
we're
that.
talking about like $7 million now, something like that.
Oh,
Yeah, like
yeah,
5.
probably, yeah, 5.
No, it's nuts,
5,
yeah.
probably. And for a non-compete clause for a year.
Yep.
So basically, what he did was he took some of that money and he went around and visited all of his friends.
The consulting.
Schmoozed
Yeah.
up, And no, he couldn't do consulting.
Oh, it wasn't.
He just
okay.
went and
Yeah.
schmoozed, made all of his business connections, and then whammo was
Yep.
making more money than ever. And, that's it. It all gets pushed up the
Mm-hmm.
line. So who the fuck wants to work for that?
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
plus,
Meanwhile, you're getting paid like $18 an hour, and you're on call at 3 in the morning.
You have a you end up with a work week like my standard work week when I went to work for Scotty's after the Army. It'd be 72 or something like that.
Yeah.
Was 52 hours on the clock.
Right.
And we always did overtime, so I was like 55 hours a week on the clock.
Right. That's nuts.
And,
Holy fuck.
Yeah. And I went to college besides that.
Yeah.
And I got drunked out of my ass every fucking night.
It's what it is. Yeah.
Got in fights. That's when they went down. Was down to ABC Lounge.
Yeah.
I think I took you in there, didn't I?
You did.
Yeah.
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 Mm-hmm.
And I never saw your Uncle Gary look so small.
Oh, yeah? Right.
Oh, man. He just shrunk up at the bar.
Yeah? Oh.
Buddy of mine, Big John, pulls out, I forget what he called the knife. And he starts talking.
He had a name for it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's like a woman's name?
Yeah, I think it was.
Right,
yes.
yeah.
But it might have been something like Bloodlet or something like some fucking name. And one day he ran out in front of the car when I was with your mom.
Yeah.
And he's like this huge guy.
Right, yeah.
And we were in the MG, so he could just about touch a windshield, just
Yeah,
off
right.
us. And she says, "Holy shit, what's this?" It was on Haynes Road, which is a pretty bad area. And I say, "Hey, John," I said, "Man, I haven't seen you for a long time." Whole home week,
Yeah, of course.
But anyway, I used to work my ass off, but I was with my buddy Roy, who was my size.
Yeah.
We were both truck drivers, and we'd hump about 2 tons a day.
Yeah.
Humping that shit back and forth to building supplies.
You're a truck driver?
Mostly to contractors.
Yeah.
Yeah, and delivering it. And there were no helpers.
Yeah.
There were no these fucking fancy hernia belts.
Well, like they have those Chinese workers who have like exoskeletons now.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's nuts. It's
totally
crazy.
Cool. I mean, boy, what the military must have.
They have like, remember that movie Elysium?
Yeah, I know.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, and there's another one too with some gal that's in the.
Right.
Yeah, I forget that one. Yeah, I didn't watch it because it's fucking, Supergirl again. And that's the other thing, is we're just getting squashed.
Well, I was saying, it's like every opportunity is for women. Like, it's like, oh, well, this is another way to get women. This is an opportunity for women. So, like, if you're a guy, it's like you're constantly, like, because, guys, like 100 years ago, 50 years ago, guys had a lot of advantages in life, right? I mean, for sure, right?
No, sure.
Well, of course. But, like, now, it's like if you're a 20-year-old guy, you've got a massive fucking disadvantage against a woman, right? And, like, I think it's evident by the, like, graduation rates for college.
Oh, yeah.
It's crazy.
Colleges aim more at girls. It's a cooperative environment. It's like George Carlin's opposition of football and baseball.
Oh, yeah.
Where baseball is a pastoral sport.
Yeah.
Football is a technological sport.
Of course.
And you run around to home. And so that's the way it is. That's academia was wonderful.
Yeah.
You got giant pay for sitting around and just hanging out, talking about shit you feel like talking about.
Yeah.
But it was I couldn't get with the program because they were all the time trashing businesses
Right,
And
of course.
corporations are paying most of the shit.
Of course.
Why do you
Yep.
think they named a business school after the 2 business schools here?
Yeah, McCombs and McCoys. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who the fuck are McComb and McCoy? Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
they're the biggest car dealers.
Yeah, what a
I
surprise.
don't know what it is with fucking car dealers, but they're making the big bucks.
Well, cars are expensive.
And also, like I said with Roy,
yeah.
he was my buddy, and there was that,
The camaraderie.
yeah,
Yeah.
and my boss was real good about building that up.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like Tectone's dad was talking about staying in the army for the camaraderie,
Yeah.
and it was great. It's what's called Comitatus,
Yeah.
warrior band,
Uh-huh.
and I grew up in that. I mean, I had women that were my friends,
Yeah.
and I would go and talk with them, but. And then, there was two women I would go with. There was the ones I went out on dates with, and there were the ones that I went out and I screwed.
Yeah.
We
Right.
fucked,
Mm-hmm.
And everything went great until I fucked up with your mom. But
Yeah. Yeah.
what can I say?
It's what it is.
Yeah. So I ended up cleaning the house for 20 years.
Uh-huh. Well, the house is the house is pretty clean now, right?
I didn't get a chance to look at it.
Yeah.
I just came in the door and came upstairs.
Yeah. Well, take a look.
But the picture would look good. I mean, better.
Yeah. No.
I say better.
Well, we got to take that other
but
stuff to
there's all
Salvation
that
Army because like every box down there is spoken for in one way or another. Like it's going somewhere that's not in that room.
Well, Chad's back, and
Oh, yeah?
he's wants work, and
Yeah. The other one.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah.
he can work on the weekends.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, you lose all of that.
Yeah.
I read that 40. They did some kind of a poll. 40% of people who have jobs, jobs,
Yeah.
they want to be high influencers.
Oh yeah. Everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I was saying this, right? Is like it fucks with people's mental health whenever they see like, some idiot like me who's like making a bunch of money and I'm streaming and then they're sitting there working at a job that they fucking hate. Yeah, absolutely they're fucking mad. Like 100% that's like that hurts people's mental health.
And actually, it seems to act as kind of a motivator if there was more of an
ecosystem.
just more openings for. But people are inventing shit all the time.
They do.
They got these what do you call them, podcasts?
Well, you have like the problem now is like if you're on the internet, like you have the opportunity to make money in a way that like other people never had. But it also like it took out like that bottom 30% of like intelligence/education people. And it's like, what are you going to do with those people? And I think those are the ones that are getting like super disenfranchised because like those like low end, like manual labor, like relatively high to low skill jobs that like you just get better at over 30 years that you get a pension for, they're just gone.
And
Yeah.
for years, the whole thing was, if you want your children to get ahead, you send them to college. Make sure
Yeah, of
they
course.
go to college and get a degree, and then they'll get a great paying job and all.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now, I mean, and so to make sure everybody got a job and that the professors got paid and all that kind of shit,
Yeah.
and running the whole deal, they just were running, the classes just got dumber and dumber. And it was dumbed down classes. And I was considered a real dick, because I actually expected my students to pass this shit. And
Yeah, my dad used to be a college professor, and he taught statistics and
statistics, yeah.
Yeah, people didn't like
and,
that. Yeah.
Experimental methods in the behavioral research. I forget what the hell the course was, but it was a Skinner course, with the rat boxes where the rats press the bar and all that kind of shit.
Yep, the Skinner box.
And I got the only paid position on the campus.
Yeah.
Which is another way I scared up money.
Yeah.
And but that was a great job, and everybody was kind of expecting my professors. I was, your mom and I both aced all our classes, and so they were expecting us to go into to academia, but the attitude was just, it was too fucking liberal for me. I mean, not that I'm not a, I'm an independent.
Yeah.
And unlike him, I had to vote because I have so right to the bone, taught by my grandfather, to thoroughly hate, and I do thoroughly hate, have thoroughly hated Trump's guts ever since the 70s. And the video of him walking between the two, like RVs or whatever the fuck they are, and the guy's talking to him, and he's talking about putting his hand up some women's skirts and shit. And I was thinking at the time, I don't watch that kind of shit during the day. I don't watch any TV during the day.
Yeah.
Just watch it at night when I'm wiped, and I'm kind of very relaxed,
Uh-huh.
And but I was at my barber shop or some fucking place, and that was on. That show was on in 1979. Back when your parents were in elementary school.
Well, that was another one. The Trump one was from like 2000 or the 90s.
That was a 1979 interview, I think. No, that one was later.
That was another instance of him being an asshole.
Yes, that was another one.
Yeah.
And that would explain it. Was probably over at Missy's.
Yeah.
But I saw that. The guy's a grown man, and I'm thinking, what are you, fucking 12 years old?
Yeah.
I mean, what the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah.
And and now all these evangelicals are backing him, and I just tell them straight fucking out. If you're for Jesus, you can't be for Trump, or if you're for Trump, you can't be a Christian. I mean, how can you possibly be a Christian when you're backing the guy who's broken just about every fucking rule in your book? Yeah. And he holds a Bible upside down when he's talking about it. And except when he's holding his own Bible, and you got to listen to the song at the end.
He had Trump Bible, right?
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, of course.
Talking about his Bible,
right? Yeah, Trump Bible.
His Bible.
Yeah,
the real Bible.
Right.
That has in the back the Constitution. Mm-hmm. Okay, fine.
Yeah, sure.
And you got to use up those extra pages, and but the best part is the song for God Bless America with the Trump hitters that he plays at all his rallies. Oh my God. I mean, riding around on a garbage truck, he belongs in the fucking back. And if they can possibly compost that bloated
we're not gonna. I don't want to get another suspension after the third assassination.
I'm just expressing a political opinion.
That's what I thought too, but I got in trouble.
No, that was a cultural thing.
Okay.
And I told you not to say that.
You did. You
told
did.
You specifically not to say that.
You did. You said being an asshole. Yep, for sure.
And I said, don't say that another culture is inferior. Well, it's still what it is.
Okay.
Sociology 101 back in 1966. It's not like this is a new concept. And Jesus.
Okay.
And the fact is, they want to live like that, or
who gives a fuck?
Just like the African dudes that put the tires around somebody's head, pouring gasoline and set it on fire. You want to do that?
Have fun.
Hey, have at it. Just don't come here.
Yeah, sounds good.
And try to imagine too, Palestinian-wise. Try to imagine if a bunch of Canadians or even Mexicans. Well, that happened before. Mexicans did make raids across the border with Pancho Villa. Yeah. And so they said Blackjack Pershing, badass dude, kick-ass World War I. But this is before that. Down there, and they just had a slaughter fest of these poor Mexicans that they lived and pissed off Mexicans. I would be really pissed off.
Yeah.
Because it was their country.
It was.
But, hey.
That's what happens.
That's the American way.
Yeah, manifest destiny.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, it's just, snatch and grab, I mean, that's the way it goes.
I gotta get back to it.
Anyway,
Yeah, thanks for bringing this over. I'll take you down real quick, and if you guys give me just a couple of minutes, I want to show my dad some of the stuff I did in the house because he hasn't been over.
And hey, you guys, and greetings. Always appreciate all the good things you say when I come on here. I mean, it's always amazing when I call in. So thank you again, and I'll see you around.
All right, give just a couple minutes, guys. Do you still want to do that thing later on today?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Regular employment for several millions, for millions and millions of these guys.
If a job doesn't support your basic needs of a home, food, and transport, it wears thin in justifying the effort for this job.
Yeah, why
especially
do
if
it?
you're not getting any experience. And in most cases, if you go into the gig economy, absolutely no security either. All for minimum wage. There's even a new term called quietly quitting, where you do the bare minimum of your job to the point that you're almost rendered useless and you get fired or simply quit. The fact that this term even exists shows that attention is desperately needed to solve this problem. And while this is happening, it's becoming more and more common for both partners in a household to be living the same life, or even with most male partners actually being the breadwinner. And whilst this isn't necessarily a problem at all, it is leading to some weird modern problems in the household. Men with families are actually switching their roles with their wives, except they're not actually doing what their wives would do if they were to stay at home.
They're just doing nothing, sitting around playing video games. How about that? It's pretty good.
When you look at what I guess in Britain is called NEET, N-E-E-T, do you say that also?
Yeah, that's the way you say it.
So in Australia, neither employed nor in education or training. When you look at that huge group of well over 6 million prime age men, the story they're telling about their lives is really pretty devastating. It's pretty distressing. They basically don't do civil society. There's almost no worship, almost no volunteering, almost no charitable work. They've got a lot of time on their hands, but they report doing strangely little help around the home or help with other people at home.
Because of the situation.
Well, because fuck them, you're going to play video games all day. What do you want to help them with anything for? Like, fuck society. I just want to play games. It's that simple.
Some men may feel a sense of worthlessness and resentment. Some men might take an hour to clean up the house and fetch the kids, but the rest of the day they sleep or play games. In some cases, the wives work and then come home to finish the chores their husbands were meant to do but didn't. And whilst this might cause huge marriage problems, it still feels better off to the husbands. If asked what they do for a living, saying they're on a break or working on a project beats the humiliation of saying they work in McDonald's with a useless degree on their back. Men without families have nothing to lose, so they stop working because no woman would even want them anyway. They can't afford.
This is the problem too, is like if you're a dude and you're broke, like that's a massive fucking debuff. That's a crazy debuff. That's bad. And also because like usually women want to date guys that make as much money as they do or more, right? This is just like, you know, cultural type thing. So yeah.
To date, they can't afford a family, and since their own families are supportive, it somehow justifies them giving up and staying at home, rather than facing these societal problems head on. With prices rising, getting hired becoming harder and harder by the day, and inequality becoming rampant within society, most men are just deciding to give up, because instead of facing the hardships of having a job, it just seems so much easier to escape. Whether it be terminally being online, playing video games all day, or hiding behind doing chores at home to show they still have a purpose and are doing their best. The point being that for many men in 2024, if they're gonna be disrespected and feel worthless, they may as well choose the easy way out than a battle. If
fucking obviously, if you divorce a person from any sense of self-respect, you take away any sense of like feeling good about what you're doing with yourself, and you're just having that happen, yes, they're gonna completely lose motivation to do anything with their life.
If you had a currency on how it would affect your life directly,
why would they?
You would see a different picture. A man with a job with high pressure, long hours, and doing something that makes him feel degraded would be worth, say, $100, but staying at home, playing games, and escaping, all while being with the people he loves, is probably worth $200 because of how it affects him. This explains why more and more men are deciding to drop out of society rather than face it head on, as it just seems to be the easier path.
Well, it's because if you're a guy, like how many of you guys feel like shit's rigged against you? Like, I feel like in a lot of cases, like as a young guy, like you've got things rigged against you. Yeah, absolutely. So why try? Why play a game that is rigged? fuck that. Have you ever been in this position yourself? Yeah, of course. My perspective was always that I would get by doing anything I wanted. I never felt bad for doing anything because I didn't ask to exist in society. And if I don't, like, I don't know, I just never really thought about it, to be honest. I never really, like, considered it. So yeah, I would just do anything that I wanted or anything that I could to make money. And it was no issue. It's a loser mentality. It is a loser mentality for sure. It's bad mentality to have. But I think also, like, it's easier to get that mentality nowadays, for sure.
It's a choice between two paths, one that offers little satisfaction while the other provides comfort. It's easy to see why men are going this route. But the thing is, this is a terrible mistake. And this is creating problems that we've never seen before. If there is no emphasis or any facilitation of the need to aspire to something greater and the game seems rigged to most who are playing it, it's hardly a surprise record numbers of men are dropping out and giving up on the game entirely.
That's right.
The problem is that there's a huge group of men, roughly about
masturbate to anime girls and play video games. That's all you do.
7 million in America between the ages of 25 and 55 who are not
This is also a really important component when unemployment is being discussed, is that a lot of unemployment figures are created and, like, basically sourced in a way that they intentionally remove people that are not actively looking for a job. But, like, if you look at, like, basically it's like true unemployment versus, like, statistical, like, unemployment. Huge factor.
And are actively not looking for work. Now, COVID certainly had a hand in accelerating these figures. One question posed to these dropouts was how many of these men were on pain medication, and almost half of these men admitted to taking pain medication daily. And aside from those who desperately need it, these figures could indicate that men are aimlessly numbing themselves to their new reality. And this is great for society, as people don't have to deal with this huge problem. And what's even
I think another big reason why people are on a lot of pain medication too is because there's no physical activity. And I think that a body that's not moving and being physically active on a regular basis develops different types of disorders and problems that result in pain. I think that's what happens.
More shocking is that 40% of these men do have some kind of degree.
What sort of men are in this group? Demographically, education, family structure, ethnicity, who makes up this group?
Yeah.
Surprisingly large, representation of guys with college or even college degrees. 40% of this group has at least some college, and as I recall, about a fifth or a sixth are college grads.
The decision to be in this state is closely related to changing times. We've already discussed the effects of brain rot in another upload, which disabled problem solving in Generation Z and has already presented problems in finding jobs. They are quick to quit at the first
kids now are dumb.
Move on to find something else.
Gen Z consider themselves job hoppers, study says. Yeah, that's because there's no sense of loyalty to a job. And the reason why younger people aren't loyal to jobs is because jobs aren't loyal to them. It's reciprocation, really.
But what happens when options run dry and they find themselves simply stuck in limbo? Giving up seems to be the next step, and accepting that is easy when they're discouraged by the situation. Working off of surveys, the data compiled indicates that these men are not only not working, but they're cutting themselves off from their communities, or there's no incentivization for them to even have any community in the first place. They're hiding out because
the sense of community is created by social status. So, like, why do you want to be part of a community when your social status is very low? Like, you're basically, like, signing up to be at the bottom of the totem pole. Why would you want to do that?
Going out would mean meeting new people who might oppose their lifestyles. It makes it uncomfortable. Why leave when you can just aimlessly watch brain rot content and numb yourself with weed or pain medication and stay inside in the warm comfort of home? And any sexual needs you have can be satisfied with pixels on a screen. This lifestyle is increasingly becoming more and more normal for men in the West.
Yeah. My mail on it, yeah.
But what's important to note is that men don't want to be this way. It's a horrible lifestyle, it's depressing, it's atomizing. What this really is just a coping mechanism or a form of self-defense against a society that's becoming increasingly hostile to these men. Up until recently, the problem has been invisible. These figures weren't shown in any statistics or surveys because they slipped through the cracks until very recently. So why did they slip through the cracks? Well, it's easy to see. They simply don't fit the victim criteria. Some have degrees, they're in the prime of their lives, and it was their choice to quit. It's easily overlooked and only comes to light as the numbers rise. Nicholas Upstart wrote a book called Men Without Work and has since exposed and addressed the problems in his book.
That's nuts. God damn. Look at all that. That's like a double.
He says he is trained to look for hidden in plain sight problems, which is how he stumbled upon this issue. You see, these men are not causing trouble, at least for now, and they don't seem to be drawing any attention to themselves. On the contrary, they keep to themselves. So surveys and statistics just don't include them at all. They don't even register on the scale, and people in society think this is a joke issue. And it's also reasonable.
That's another big issue too, is that it's socially acceptable to shit on guys for not being successful in culture. And I think that like there aren't really the same sort of support groups and support networks that men have compared to women. And I think also another big issue is that the support groups that exist for men are oftentimes more toxic than the people that are pushing them out of it. Where it's like the support group is something like Andrew Tate or some like weird crypto thing or like some like stupid like red pill like weird like worldview. And so yeah, I think that's the issue. Alpha male boot camp.
Include that some of these men may work, but in the underground economy, work like formal cash jobs or even shady legal ways of making money. But of course, this is just a minor portion of these men. We need to address the problem head on. How is the situation getting this bad? These men have completely lost their purpose in life. All of their duty, their hopes, their responsibilities, their own dignity and value. It's being completely decimated at the moment. And we're seeing this with the...
I think that it's not going to come back. I think this is going to keep getting worse. And right now, like, this is, I think it will get more than twice as bad as it is now.
Form of radicalization online, growing hatred and division, and a general apathy towards society as a whole. And the longer this is ignored, the harder it's going to be addressed down the line. More men today than ever feel disconnected, disillusioned, and left behind by a world that seems increasingly indifferent to their struggles. While GDP numbers...
Well, it's because they can't get a girlfriend. It's pretty fucking simple. And they can't get a girlfriend because they're losers. It's really just that, like, I mean, that's a huge fucking factor. You can't act like it's not. And, like, the thing is that it's a vicious cycle, says you. Exactly. Fuck, that's how do you think I know? How do you think I fucking know? Yeah, what do you mean? Exactly. Duh. Fucking duh. Obviously, I'm the expert. Like, I'm the guy they bring in. It's like, you know, there's an interview and it's about like the history of cheese. And they bring in like a 53-year-old man who's balding with glasses. And it says like, Dale Hubman, cheese expert. Okay? Like, I'm the fucking incel expert. I've got the Exodia of incels. No personal hygiene, balding, living at my mom's house, no job, fucking, like watching anime all the time. Yeah, I am the incel Exodia.
Employment stats may sound like an easy, good solution on paper, especially to government bureaucracies. It will never really fix the reality of the situation for normal people. The real challenge we face today in the West is to find purpose and meaning again, to have any reason to even want to participate and achieve greatness in society.
Yeah.
We should focus on creating environments where people can thrive, where beauty, philosophy, and higher noble pursuits are actively encouraged by the cities and countries that we inhabit, which would give millions of men a reason to care again.
Not going to happen. It's just going to keep getting worse, I think. That's my perspective. I think it's just going to keep getting worse. And it's the reason why is that, like, intelligent men and guys that are smart have more opportunities now than ever. But guys that don't have as many of those opportunities and aren't smart and very hardworking naturally, they have way less. Because, like, now, like, if you're kind of like, let's say, people, like, everybody's a different height, right? Some of you guys are 6 feet tall. Some of you guys are 5'6", right? And so, biologically, I think intelligence is like a mix. You can, like, basically, it's like playing Sparking Zero, right? You can be really good at playing Dr. Satan or Mr. Satan, but you're still going to lose to somebody who's average at playing Ultimate Instinct Goku. That's just the way it is. And so, like, you've got to work a lot harder. And so all of the Mr. Satans and all of the, Master Roshis out there, they're not able to rank up anymore. They're not able to do anything because those brackets aren't giving you any points. Yeah, the Yamchas, exactly. And I'm just being real. And so that's what's happening, is that people that are down on those levels, they don't know what the hell to do. Because, like, they can't go and get a job like their grandfather did. They can't go and do that. And, what are they going to do with their life? I have no idea. How much of this is the fault of the family and the parents? I think it's absolutely a huge fault of the family and the parents. I actually think that it is and this is a really contentious topic. Let me link you guys to the video because this is a great video. Make sure to give it a like. This is amazing. I wanted to watch it for 2 weeks. I was like banned. I didn't get a chance to. I think that there is a lack of spiritualism, and the way that spiritualism reinforces a sense of belonging inside of a society. And that lack of spiritualism has caused people to divorce themselves from any degree of accountability to anything greater than themselves. It's basically been like hedonism on steroids. And I think that's what's happened a lot. And obviously, and that's why you see a lot of guys, I think right now, this is maybe I'm talking out of my ass. Correct me if I'm wrong if you're seeing it the same way I am. I think this is why you see a lot of young guys, especially with Islam, but also with Christianity, going back to religion. Is because, I think that religion and having some sort of, foundational ideal system it's almost like a lot of those old Abrahamic religions are in a lot of ways. I had a friend of mine that was religious tell me are almost like the antidote for modern politics and modern life. And I think that's why you see a lot of men now that are going back to Islam, right? They're going back to Christianity. They're thinking about it. L-take? No, I don't think it's an L-take. I think this is an observation. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm saying this is the observation, and I think that's why the behavior is occurring. Maybe you don't think that it's occurring. I think that it is. So yeah, I've considered it. Yeah, no doubt. Korean Jesus died for your sins. Koreans actually recently had a big protest against gay marriage because I just heard Japan ratified gay marriage based off of their Supreme Court. Incredible, great, good for them, awesome. But yeah, Korea is still, still trying to fight against it. But Korea is, in my understanding, is a lot more religious. So yeah, Koreans are running, right? Yeah, something like that. Sense of community and aid to fellow people will draw in more people to religion. Yes, exactly. And I think that people are missing that, and they look to find that in religion. And I think that religion is baked into the culture. Religion and culture, I think, are one and the same, right? It's not the exact same, but there is one informs the other, and I think also vice versa. So yeah. So this has been a video. A lot of people have wanted me to watch this ever since it came out. I obviously there's been a lot of election stuff, and the big question: why are men moving right? Now, in my opinion, I think the answer to this is fucking obvious.
Hello everyone, and happy 1-year anniversary to my male loneliness epidemic video. I'm happy to announce that since that video uploaded, the discourse has greatly improved. People all around the world are taking men's issues more seriously.
Well, that stopped after Kamala lost. Yeah, that's over. This was like a video from before the election. Yeah, that's done.
The gender war has finally come to an end. Just kidding, everything has gotten worse and nobody has learned anything. From the witches on The View cackling about how men are useless.
Do we need men?
This is the same woman, by the way, that was upset the other day that men didn't vote for Kamala Harris. It turns out, in fact, you did need men. Kinda interesting, huh?
Men are useless. I mean...
to women online saying they'd rather be stranded in the
Yeah, there it is. There it is, man. Well, that's what you get.
woods with a bear than a man.
Would you rather be stuck in a forest with a man or a bear?
The bear. Bear. It seems that things have gotten more toxic than ever, and the gender divide couldn't.
I feel like that's one of those questions. It's like a retard indicator. Like, if you think that, I automatically think that you're stupid. Like, it's not even that, like, it makes me mad. I just like, oh, okay, so you're just, yeah, you don't think about things the right way.
Be any wider, especially politically.
In 2008, 58% of young people leaned Democratic. 2012, 53%. And in the last two major election years, that percentage held steady at 55%. But in 2023, that number dipped below 50% for the first time since 2005.
Yep.
And you'll notice right here, they've started to lean more Republican. And that's partly because of one specific group.
Because of guys.
Young men.
That's right. The man problem.
Okay, I know I said I was going to focus on the gender war and not talk about politics for a while. However, I found a loophole. Politics is talking about gender war. With this election being hailed by the media as the man versus woman election, according to any and all data coming out recently, men all around the world have shifted more right, and women have shifted more left. But women going more left was not the focus of this month's outrage. The outrage, of course, was about men. That's right, we got our yearly, oh no, what is happening to men? Why are they moving to the right freak out. But unlike last year, this freak out isn't solely happening on the internet, no. It's also
also another big difference about last year's freak out is that this year's freak out was codified by an election. That's the big difference, I would say. That's a real big fucking difference.
Happening in Washington, D.C.
There are only 46 days until Election Day, and the Harris-Walz campaign is struggling to appeal to a group of voters that could determine the outcome of the election, and that is men.
The Harris campaign is making an aggressive last-minute effort to win over younger male voters.
Am I really going to make a video criticizing the Democrat Party days before the election? Of course I am. Now, before you celebrate or grab your pitchforks, this is not a pro-Trump video. This is a...
Okay, so it's a pro-Trump. See, the thing is that it's really funny how everybody who makes videos on the internet now has to preface this stuff, and you literally can't. Again, you can't reason a person out of a position they didn't reason themselves into. The people that believe this shit, they believe it. They're not believing it based off of like, oh, I evaluated the facts and this is my conclusion. No, they believe this because they're mad. They're upset. That's the reason why.
Do better video.
It's not logical,
this is a
at all.
mommy's not mad, she's disappointed video. Actually, I lied. Mommy's pretty mad. In this video, I am going to be addressing the Democrats' so-called man problem, the recent discourse about men moving right, the last-minute pandering the Democratic Party is doing to get them back, what they could be doing instead, and of course, going over some terrible opinions. Not my opinions. I have never had a bad opinion in my life.
Yes,
except that one opinion. We don't talk about that one.
I got banned for.
In a world where it seems like everything men do and like is toxic, from eating meat to working out to
how gym bro culture is harming young men, the pressure to get jacked is sparking a male mental health crisis and driving men into the arms of the far right. It's just like this kind of thinking is just, it's so stupid.
And having a beard.
Why men's with beards are sexist. And you know what's really funny about this? Is I bet the reason why this got written is just because of J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance has a beard, so beards are sexist. It's just so, like, it's so fucking stupid, I can't even believe it. True, yes.
Oh wait, that reminds me. Before we get into this video, let's quickly give a shout out to today's video sponsor, Henson Shaving. If you've used a multi-blade razor, you're be spending 3 to
We don't need to do that.
If you are a regular viewer to the Shoe on Head channel, first of all, I'm sorry. But also, you know by now, I have been documenting the internet and society in general's growing and widely accepted hatred of men. This has been happening for a very long time. And if you dare spoke up about it, you were called an incel or a pick-me, depending on your gender. But seemingly, almost out of nowhere, there has been a change of heart.
Well, the reason why there's been a change of heart is because there's enough of them now. It's not like people became more understanding. It's just that people realized that they couldn't just hand wave it away. A very important component.
So I think men are in crisis, actually, in this country. I think that plays out different ways. But I think we need to have a real conversation about that.
Wow, that's interesting. Mainstream media talking about this? I wonder why they care so much now. Democrats fear Harris losing too many male voters to Trump.
Well, how about that?
Oh. Signs have been mounting that, for the first time in recent decades, Democrats may lose majority support from young men in 2024. The risk to Democrats is that this is not just a one-time fluke, but an indication of growing trouble with men in coming elections. Democrats can celebrate the support they are getting from young women, but they also need to take
It's actually crazy if you can't see why Democrats don't get support from young guys, just hang it up, get another job. Get another one.
Disaffection of young men seriously,
it's so
engage
obvious.
them directly, and respond to the visions of manhood and masculinity that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are offering. All right, Kamala, you got 2 weeks to reverse anti-male propaganda and resentment fueled by our government, media, and institutions. How you gonna do it? Harris campaign creating space for white dudes. Oh!
I just it's just so, it's like, even whenever this is like their version of like reverse racism, where they're like, we actually want to bring in white guys, and it's like it's like, is this what it feels like to be patronized for being a minority? Like, guys, is this what it's like? Like, because I read that title and I'm like, well, you fucking loser, like, what do you mean?
That's a great idea. I mean, a little too late, but I'm glad you're finally doing to be honest about role in history. Oh. It's always a space doing to be honest.
To be honest about role in history. Oh, okay. So, yeah, space for them to take accountability for things that they didn't do. Right, okay. Sure, true.
About role in history. Oh. It's always a space for white men to talk about how much they suck.
Yeah, and so the idea that you're going to tell a 21-year-old guy that he isn't going to have opportunities and advantages and privileges because of something his grandfather did, this really isn't a very good sell. And putting any sort of original sin on people are going to lose their minds on this. They're going to hate it. Yeah, their great-grandfather. Yeah, exactly. Well, men used to have this advantage. Yeah, but I don't have it, so why am I getting punished? Okay, well, that's just the way it is. It's systematic. Well, where's the system? The only system I see is privileges and scholarships for women. Like, any young guy, like, college and getting a job, and especially an entry-level job, are the two main experiences that every young man under 30 has probably gone through, one or the other, if not both. And in both of those circumstances, there are privileges and opportunities that are created for women that are not available for men. You can't tell somebody that they can't see what's directly in front of them. When you see these opportunities put out for getting women into STEM, and there's women that are getting invited in over somebody else who's a guy, or getting an extra privilege, or getting an internship at a company. Internships absolutely are meaningful. That's why people have them. Any guy that sees that is going to think that they're being discriminated against. And do you want to know why? It's because they are. When you categorize people by a group and you provide privileges to a certain part of that group and not the other part, you've just done a discrimination. Imagine that.
You start this group, White Dudes for Harris, and I suspect some of it has to do with the polling.
Yeah, for far too long, the left has essentially ceded white men to the MAGA right. There's large parts of the left who have gone out of their way to alienate white men over the last couple of years.
He's right.
And that's understandable in many ways. We decided that we wanted to create space for white men to be a part of electing Vice President Harris.
At the top of the
problem is that space is that The space is patronizing, and it feels like it's like tokenization. I wouldn't say it's like a minstrel or something like that, because I feel like that's so like it's so charged as a term, but it's almost like bringing out white people as like, see, look, they support us too. It's weird. Yeah, I think it's just like, it's unironically just weird. Everything about it is weird.
White Dudes for Harris organizer Ross Morales Roquito said he wanted to address what he called the elephant in the room.
To be their little whipping boy? Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, and big surprise, men don't want to be talked down to.
Ross Morales Roquito said he wanted to address what he called the elephant in the room, criticism surrounding an event organized for white men given the country's history of racism.
Nobody cares about the history of racism. If you talk to any young guy, any young white guy, they don't give a fuck about slavery. They don't care about any of this stuff. They weren't alive then. They don't know anybody who was alive then. It's completely irrelevant to their lived experience. So if you're going to tell somebody, yes, we're going to categorically discriminate against you and oppress you based off of something that you weren't a part of and nobody who is even alive was a part of, and probably you don't even know anyone who knew anyone that was a part of, guess what? You're going to get resentment. It's so fucking obvious. Why would somebody care about something that happened 150 years ago when it's not happening now and it's affecting them in a negative way? It's not even close. Like, I don't even know what to say. How can you possibly think this is an effective strategy? It was beaten to death in school over and over. Yeah, so was you typing that. You're banned. Stop it. Stop spamming. You typed it 5 times.
People felt uncomfortable about the call, he said.
Quit it.
Throughout American history, when white men organized, it was often with pointy hats on. They can't even have their gay
Wait,
little...
what? A lot of times, a lot of people felt uncomfortable about the call, he said. Throughout American history, when white men organized, it was often with pointy hats on. Did you know that when white men organized, it was also to get rid of slavery and to stop the Nazis in World War II? Like, this is just like, it's so... It's such a disgusting, ridiculous thing to say. And as a white guy, I find this to be incredibly offensive. I do. I would never vote for a person that would talk about me like this. Absolutely. Why would I support somebody who demonizes me and talks down to me? I would never do this. Not in a million years.
Pointy hats on. They can't even have their gay little Zoom call where they circle jerk about hating themselves without their own movement going, yikes! A bunch of white males in one space? Seems kind of like the...
I've seen this. Seems like the KKK. Have you guys seen, like, I remember there was a recent article that was written, or like a statement made by like some games journalist. I think it was Jason Schreier, who he saw like a photo of a game studio and it was a bunch of white guys and he was complaining about it. I'm sorry, but like, if you do that, you're just you're making everything worse.
KKK. Black people can have their little groups and that's fine, but if a bunch of white people get together, well, that's just called BreadTube. Never mind. White Dudes for Harris. I mean, she's doing pretty bad with Latinos too. What's next? Hombres con Harris. So basically men are leaving the Democratic Party in droves, and it's
the Democratic campaign initiatives to mobilize the Hispanic male vote. Oh my God. I don't know what to say about this kind of stuff. Like, this is so, it's just so patronizing and insulting. It's unbelievable. Oh my God. It's so racist. Yes, it's actually just racist. Like, hombres? They're not hombres. They're Americans. Like, it... It's unreal. I don't know what to say.
So basically, men are leaving the Democratic Party in droves, and it's not looking too good for the Democrats. So it wasn't long until everyone's favorite discourse hit Twitter again. If Kamala loses, which is very possible, there needs to be a real discussion about how Democrats speak to and reach young men. If Kamala loses. If she wins, there doesn't have to be a discussion.
That's right.
We shouldn't change anything. Clearly, we're doing everything right.
Yes.
To be clear, I'm not saying we need to worry about women less or change any positions. I'm saying the polling around young men is concerning, and if it turns out to be true, we need to have a discussion about how condescending we are coming off to a huge part of the electorate.
You want to know what's really funny is I bet this guy probably got a huge amount of hate for that comment, because he's completely right. If you condescend to people and you talk down to them and you just act like they're bad, they're going to act like they don't like you. It's a big surprise, right? I mean, what are we even talking about? Obviously, that's what happened.
To be clear, I'm not saying we have to change anything. I'm just wondering why men aren't voting for us. What? I am gonna regret posting this so hard. And oh boy did he. The replies were insane, to say.
What a surprise. What a surprise. Wow. Ooh. Who could have guessed?
The least. I must admit, I cringed reading most of this. I feel that one thing you didn't address is the systemic entitlement bestowed upon white men in the US. That sense of entitlement, that privilege they felt for eternity, is eroding.
What privilege is that? Like, if you go and you talk to a 21-year-old white guy now, what privilege are they actively enjoying? Where is it? I don't know. Where is it? Yeah, I'm not sure.
Systemic entitlement they have felt for eternity? They're like 22 years old. The f*** do you mean eternity? Who is this like?
Yeah, exactly. And again, if you look at the comment here, this is an older woman. Yeah. I'm sure that when you were growing up, things were worse. And that's bad. But if you take that and you fucking displace that trauma onto some new person, you can guarantee that they're going to be bad again.
Like 200-year-old man. So young men are snowflakes with hurt fifis because they're not the center of attention anymore. Got it.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Exactly. Yep. And Trump and Vance and Joe Rogan make them the center of attention, and then they win the elections. What a fucking surprise. Wow. Who could have guessed? It's a shock.
So are they poor little snowflakes, boo-hoo, or are they scary fascists that are going to turn America into the Handmaid's Tale? Because they can't be both. You either care about the future, or you don't. You cannot simultaneously hand-wave away men moving to fascism, but also fearmonger about it. Hi, man here. Maybe men just need to stop being absolute pieces of dog shit. It seems like the easiest thing to do.
This is just, man. Do you know what's the most sad about this? It's like these self-hating men that do this. And I personally think that the only reason guys make posts like this is to virtue signal to have girls think that they're good people. Like they're basically trying to sell themselves out in order to like have girls like them. Beta cucks? Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, sure. They do it to attract lib girls? Yeah, exactly.
Do, right? I don't feel alienated or uncomfortable with Democratic messaging because I'm not a complete wannabe fascist cheese dick incel loser who thinks he's the good guy.
To be fair, okay, oh shit, my dad's calling me. Hello? Hey, what's up? I told you why, well, all right, I'm gonna put you on speaker. Go ahead.
Okay, I said before, what the issue is. I repeat. What I said before was what this whole shit, all this shit about men, basically talking shit about guys who are more masculine, to use kind of in quotes there. Guys who go to the gym, guys who go fishing, hunting, do things that guys do rather than playing pickleball or something. Where all that started was the girly men. Like I say, the femboys of their time back in the 60s. They couldn't get laid, and they see all their competition gets or a bunch of it gets drafted off or joins the army or whatever, Marines or whatever, and there they are. All they got to do is look like girls. They grow their hair long, and they suck up to the girls, and guess who gets laid? There's still, you go back by any biker bar, you go anywhere, you're going to see a bunch of chicks there, and they're out of them. There's going to be the porkers, and there's going to be regular ones and average ones, and there's going to be a bunch of damn good-looking ones there, too, just as many as are up at the Galleria Mall.
Oh, yeah. No, you're right.
Stepford was.
Yeah, sure.
This all dates back to, I hate to admit it, my fucking boomer generation of girly men. And I had never had any respect for those fuckers. And, when I took any shit from them, they found out how much.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
I'll give you a call later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. I'll talk to you later. All right. Bye.
I'll give you a call later.
Okay. Yep. There it is. There it fucking is. I totally agree, by the way. And guys now are doing the exact same thing. The way that they make women happy is by being subservient. They can't meet women's needs in other ways, so the only way they can is by being obedient and subservient.
Reddit and its consequences have been a disaster for the male race. They just need to get off their asses, stop playing video games, and get real jobs. First,
to be fair, probably true in a lot of cases.
First of all, what real jobs?
Yeah.
These guys are coming out of college with useless diplomas, and there are no jobs. Also, what
the real jobs that are out there have initiatives to have women get hired over them. So it's like, yeah, go get a real job, and then, by the way, it's rigged against you. Yeah, there's some, DEI initiative that puts you at the back of the line.
touch boomer ass take. Get off your ass and stop playing those video games from the generation who watches TV 24/7. I don't want to hear it. Tell them to get therapy. Tell them whatever you told or gave to women in the 1950s. They made this.
Yeah, and there it is. Why the fuck would a guy that's born in the year 2001 give a fuck what happened in 1950? Why would he ever do, it's just, they're looking for revenge, not equality. They are. That's exactly right. Why would anybody give a fuck?
Bed, let them sleep alone in it, or be f***ing better men. Any other group of people and it's, oh, boo-hoo, poor baby.
Well, this is the problem, is that any time that there's a male issue, it's about how males should fix the issue. Every time that there's any issue about any other group, it's about how, well, it's also about how males should fix the issue too. That's what happens. I see it all the time.
We rewire all of society so your feelings aren't hurt. And then with men, it's get therapy. Be better. While there is truth in messaging needs to be better from
and it's and this is also coming from the women that are turning on their cell phone and recording a video for TikTok while they're screaming because Kamala Harris lost. And this is after they've pulled their hair out and they've been bed rotting for 4 hours. It's this is the person that's telling you be better. Some psycho with 3 different colors of blue in their hair with a septum ring that lives at her mom's house at, I was going to say level 34, age 34. What are we talking about? That's on 3 different antidepressants, screaming at you for you to be better.
Democrats as a whole, I reject that telling young men they need to be better is the problem. They are trash in their nature, and if they can't do the work to not be toxic waste of seed, that's on them.
Well, you can keep telling people that, but it doesn't make them want to vote. Yeah, big surprise. Telling people that they're trash in their nature is a very bad thing to get them to agree with you. Yeah, it really just doesn't work. And it's really funny for me to see this because it seems like they still haven't learned. Isn't it basically misogynistic, but against men? It's misandrist, that's the term. And it is. It literally is. It's actually just that simple.
Vote for my team, by the way. We may not want to hear it, but this is what the data reflects. There is a massive loneliness epidemic in this country, which is disproportionately affecting men. Instead of calling them incels or mocking them, we should be willing to hear out their concerns. Wow.
True. Very true. And by the way, if you don't hear out their concerns, that's totally fine. They'll find somebody else that does. And then once there's enough of them, they control all the branches of government, and then they take away abortion. Surprise! Haha! Gotcha, bitch!
Oh, a surprisingly good
That's
tweet
what
in a
happens.
sea of bullshit.
What do you expect?
That's nice to see. I could be wrong, but I'm assuming you're a straight white man, so yeah, go do something about it. Why are you guys bothering the rest of us with this? I can't figure it out.
The rest of us, isn't it a white guy? I mean, I feel like that's a white guy.
I would like for Democrats to win the election. Why do you care about men suffering? Because I want
Yeah, you want to win, obviously.
to win the election. Amazing. This is the issue right here. Start seeing men as people and not numbers in polls. That is step one. You can't even do step one. Anyway, there were thousands of these kind of tweets in response to this guy.
Oh, now after the election has been over, every single time that I look at Twitter, it's like some person who's mad about the election talking about how they're going to do something bad to a person who has a different political opinion than them. And I want to say, like, if you want to do that, go ahead and do it. But don't be surprised when it happens back to you. And it will.
Get it? We've seen it all before. If I went through all of them, this video would be 3 hours long. White Dudes for Harris wasn't the only strange attempt the Democrats threw out at the last second to get the male vote.
Hey, white dudes. So, I think we're all pretty sick of hearing how much we suck. Every time you go online, it's the same story. We're the problem. And yeah, some white dudes are. Trump and all his MAGA buddies are out there making it worse.
They thought this was going to work. Be one of the good ones. Man, I remember when Republicans tried to do that for black people for a long time. That worked really well, didn't it? Didn't that work really well? Oh, yeah.
Are you f***ing kidding me? Years of these people saying men suck and are the problem, and now they're like, hey, fellow men, are you sick of being told you suck and are the problem? The audacity. Apparently, Kamala Harris has a secret weapon to win over male voters.
Kamala Harris is turning to her running mate, Tim Walz, hoping he is the secret weapon who can chip away at Donald Trump's support from men.
Much like how Trump chose Pence to win over the more establishment Republican voters, Kamala seems to have chosen Tim Walz to try and win over the white male vote. And boy, are they trying. Now, I don't hate Tim.
I think Tim Walz is definitely more likable than Kamala Harris, but that bar is on the floor and you need the shovel to go under it. I think that he's definitely more likable for sure, but it's just, yeah, he's their token white guy. Yeah, exactly.
Walz. In fact, I was pleasantly surprised when they chose him over Josh Shapiro. I like a lot of his policies, like his universal school lunch policy. That's an amazing policy. You'd have to be an insane freak to disagree with that.
It was very well received.
Or a libertarian. But I repeat myself. And there were a few times where he was speaking where I completely forgot he was running to be Kamala's VP and not president himself. And he actually brought a lot of energy to the Democratic stage for once.
He did.
So what the f*** was this? Putting out a bunch of ads of Tim Walz changing the air filter in a car, clumsily shooting a gun, and drawing a political football play-by-play. Trotting out Walz like some kind of minstrel show of a white man.
I didn't say it, she said it. Okay? Yep, I did. Hey, Yep. But everybody was thinking that.
Like a man dressing up like a man for Halloween. You don't gotta do all this, bro, I promise you. And they don't shy away about how that's exactly what they are trying to do. Tim Walz is clearly a Midwest man's man, but he's the antidote to toxic MAGA masculinity.
Oh, God.
Despite his typically masculine resume as a Midwestern football coach and veteran, Walz is utilizing those qualities to push forward a more progressive, compassion-based form of masculinity.
I feel like in a lot of cases, like this is like kind of true, but it just comes off as so performative and fake that I don't think that people buy into it. Like, for example, I think if Tim Walz was running by himself, like there's a reason, like he's the governor, right? Like, so he's won an election before. So it's not like this guy isn't popular, but if you contextualize it around like the, like National Democratic Party, then you have a totally different situation.
Being a vice president is understanding that you are just that. Someone who is there to aid and support the president. Walz simply being there on the ticket with a woman and taking a back seat to his running mate, Vice President Kamala Harris, is him embracing his leadership role in a positive, masculine way. Football coach and
it's positively masculine whenever you take a back seat to a woman. Like, I don't really understand, like, how... Like, I mean, how do you expect to, like, tell that to somebody and then have them be like, yeah, this sounds great, like, come sign me up? It's so condescending. It is. It's crazy.
Cheerleader. How Tim Walz is defining masculinity. Amy Deal, a sexism researcher and author of the 2023 book Glass Walls,
called a bullshit
told
job.
USA Today that men like Walz who are intentional about rejecting traits and beliefs commonly dubbed as toxic masculinity are the tonic to harmful stigma associated with expectations of men and boys.
The thing is that a lot of this is actually true, which is kind of funny. Like, for example, like, what is my best example of masculinity? Well, it would be Aragorn in Lord of the Rings. Yeah, so it's like, it's definitely not Andrew Tate or one of these other, like, alpha males, right? Absolutely not. So, like, a lot of this is true. It just comes off as performative and fake.
Boys. He shows you can be masculine, but also not threatened by women as equals or women who are in positions of power. In fact, you can be cheerleaders for them. Notice the common theme here. Taking a back seat. Cheerleading. Like 5 different articles I read specifically use this word cheerleading. Even a few about
it's taking a back seat, doing what you're told. Give me a sec. Hello? My dad, guys. It's also my dad. I was talking about movies, but yeah, I'm also referring to my dad as well. Was that good? As a masculine model. Okay, good. I'll talk to you later. Okay, thanks. All right, bye. Okay. Oh boy. Right.
Kamala Harris's husband, Doug. God knows we need an antidote for all the lousy men in the news, and I think I found one. A lovable goofball who is happy to...
I just, like, can you think about how bad it would sound if, like, God knows we need an antidote for all the lousy women in the news or all the lousy black people in the news, and I think I found one? Like, or all the lousy Latinos in the news or Jews in the news? Like, can you think about how bad that would sound? People would be losing their fucking mind. And so, like, and this is the issue that these people have, is that what they should do is they need to, before they write an article like this, they need to replace men with women or another minority group and then think, would this sentence offend me? And if the answer is yes, then don't put men in there either. And the problem, again, is that these people think that they have a moral mandate that, like, well, I should because it's true. It's true. So that's the way I see the world. That's the way it is. So if I say, like, I have, but that's true. It's just, again, if you like losing elections, this is what you should do.
A lovable goofball who is happy to cheerlead for his wife, the Vice President of the U.S. Thank God for Doug Emhoff. Successful guys can support their wives and be respected. You don't have to be the quarterback to play the game at an elite level. Emhoff and his breed of dudes who are giving it their best shot
The dudes part is just
may
like,
never
oh,
be as
God.
come hither to lost young men as the militant Andrew Tate models of manhood, but they are out there, and, not unlike good husbands, will appear when they are needed. From the
Not unlike good I don't even understand what that means.
outside looking in,
What?
the right promises young men a return to the good times of the glorious past. You know, the
Yep.
one your grandfather had. The Coca-Cola ad rose-tinted version of the past. Back when you can afford a house and support a family on one income. While the left, which historically, in my opinion, had the policies to make that happen, are instead trying to sell men a vision of the future.
Yeah, sure.
And well, the future is female. A future where
Yeah, if you have all the shirts that say the future is female and having male representation or like, you know, you need female, it's just like, again, it's like the emperor's new clothes. Like everybody can see this. It's so fucking obvious to any young guy that this is happening. And they're just trying to pretend like it's not real. It's unbelievable. I don't even know what to say.
you're no longer playing the game, men. You're on the sidelines being a cheerleader. Doesn't that just sound so exciting? Like, what the hell is going on inside these DNC consultant meetings? I really gotta know. Does anyone have any ideas on how to appeal to young men? And please, for the love of God, do not say we have to offer them anything or change in any way. I got it. What? Camo hats. We did that. Vasectomy bus. We did that. Have you perhaps tried nagging them? Yes, we've been doing that.
Yeah, that's why they're voting for Trump.
You know that whole male loneliness epidemic thing? Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Oh, yeah.
A really nice place. Have you been here before?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite spots. I bring everybody here.
I said not go on a lot of dates, but...
Wow. Wow, what a great advertisement. So what if you accidentally are dating a emotionally unstable crazy bitch? Don't you want to keep her around? No, not really.
Hey men, if you don't vote for Kamala Harris, women won't fuck you. Brilliant.
Which is like also what's really funny about this is that there's a lot of women that voted for Trump too. It's like this whole thing where it's like, oh, women don't vote. It's not even true. It's just stupid.
Young men should know that if you vote for Trump, you're basically never going to get laid.
Okay. Here's the problem. A lot of them already aren't getting laid. So you can't lose something you didn't have. Nothing changes.
I mean, is it incorrect?
Trump gives girls the ick. Vote Harris, get laid. I love how she blocks out the person who this is, but everybody knows who this is. Everybody knows it. I mean, is it incorrect? I didn't think so. Yeah.
Don't think so. Trump gives girls the ick. Vote Harris, get
I'm going to be honest. I think that if I was around a girl that got like what was called the ick, I would be considering myself lucky because I just avoided a ticking time bomb. It is a emotionally unstable, completely illogical thing that happens that shouldn't be taken seriously. This whole idea that like women are like these emotional babies that need to be like coddled and protected and you need to act in certain ways so they don't get upset or like get mad. Like you're basically treating them like children. And the fact is that like there are a lot of women that don't think like this. They don't act like this. You just talk to them like normal people and everything is going to be fine. Who says that? All of these All of these commercials are all saying this. It's just crazy.
Laid. They are not beating the pretending to be progressive to get laid allegations with this one. Literally just
And by the way, I do think guys do that. I absolutely think that guys do that. They'll mask their political beliefs in order to get girls that are like very politically motivated or like have strong beliefs to like hook up with them. Yeah, 100% they do. Absolutely.
Woke fishing when men pretend to be more progressive on dating apps to get laid. Do not do this, by the way. Be open and honest about your opinions, and no, you cannot fix them. Also, pretty weird and like low-key sexist to imply like women are some prize for voting the correct way. Hey, and if all else...
Yeah, that's all. It's always a good thing whenever women who are against objectification commodify their bodies as a reward for doing some sort of action, like it's a payment. But, you know, hey, well, totally normal.
Fails, go after the Gooner vote.
Oh! Sorry, you can't do that.
What the hell, man? How'd you get in here?
I'm your Republican congressman. Now that we're in charge, we're banning porn nationwide.
It is really funny because of how stupid it is. It is. That's perfect.
I'm sorry. I love this ad. The one time they speak to men directly, and it's, hey men, the Republicans are gonna take away one of the only vices you use to numb the pain. So
That's
vote
right.
for us. Bleak. Just the absolute state of the world right now. Also, was that Germa? Believe it or not, this wasn't the worst of it.
I'm a man.
I'm a man. This was crazy. Like, it's actually insane how ideologically captured they are by identity politics. It's unbelievable to me that they just keep... It's like the stop hitting yourself thing. You just can't stop talking about this, fixating on it, thinking about it. It's unbelievable. Like, I actually, as I said, I thought that the woke mind virus was like a stupid term. But after seeing how these people literally cannot think of anything other than demographics and identity, I'm starting to take it a lot more seriously. Because it literally feels like it's some sort of like a spell or something like that. Like some sort of like collective delusion.
I'm a man, and I'm man enough.
I'm man enough to enjoy a barrel-proof bourbon.
Neat. Man enough to cook my steak rare.
You think I'm afraid to rebuild?
Why would you be? Why is eating your steak rare being a man?
Carburetor? I eat carburetors for breakfast.
I'll tell you another thing
I could believe that.
I sure as shit am not afraid of. Women.
When I first saw this, I thought it was a parody created.
Yeah, it's just like... I don't know what to say. Like, why rare? Yeah, why would a guy be afraid? It's just like... Oh my God.
By Republicans to make fun
Yeah.
of how hard the Democratic Party is trying to pander to men to get their vote. But alas,
I love women.
I love women who support their families.
Women who decide not to have families.
Women who take charge.
And I'm man enough to help them win.
everything from them direct.
Oh my God. I can't even play out what an advertisement like this would be for minorities. Like, think about the parallels that you could do for a minority group. Oh my God. Oh my fuck. That would be so fucking bad.
Towards men has to have like this tone of irony or self-deprecation. They can't even do it sincerely. But apparently white men aren't the only demographic Kamala is struggling with.
This is the Democratic margin among black men under the age of 45 in presidential elections. You go back to November of 2012, what do you see? You see Obama by 81. Clinton only won him by 63. Then we're all the way down to Biden last time around by 53. A tremendous drop already.
Has it ever occurred to you that maybe the reason why more people voted for Obama is because he was a better candidate? Has it ever occurred that maybe the reason why there's a change in voting is actually because of the people that are running? Like, I don't know. I mean, no, that's not it. Right, okay. It's my identity.
And then you take a look at the average of the most recent polls, and Kamala Harris is up by only 41 points.
Democrats deployed their ultimate weapon, Barack Obama. At a campaign stump for Harris on Thursday in Pittsburgh, Obama said that despite Harris raising upward of $1 billion, we have yet to see the same kinds of energy and turnout in all quarters of our neighborhoods and communities as we saw when I was running.
That's because you were a better candidate. Do you think Barack Obama would come up and say good morning 6 times in a row and how are we doing 4 times in a row? No. He didn't talk like a fucking idiot. It's so fucking obvious. How is anybody even thinking about this? Yeah, there's no twerking about it. Says, yeah, it's also people knew Kamala a lot less. Sure. This Obama called black men misogynists. I don't know about that. I didn't watch it. I'm just saying in general, right? Like whenever he was running for president, people liked him a lot because he represented a lot of the view. Like he was like against the war in Iraq and like he wanted to move the troops to come back. It didn't happen, but like that's what he ran on. And so of course people were supportive of that. Absolutely they were. That's why people are blaming the fact that Kamala is a woman. Well, I mean, even if you compare, like, her numbers to Hillary Clinton, who also was a woman, like, it's just, at a certain point, maybe instead of blaming, like, it's like they're basically blaming every single thing that they can't control, except for the one thing that they can, which is their message. It can't be our message. There has to be some sort of, like, existential reason that we can't control that we can complain about so we can displace accountability over to that.
Energy, he added, appears, quote, to be more pronounced with the brothers. You're coming up with all kinds of reasons and excuses. I've got a problem with that, he said, because part of it makes me think, and I'm speaking to men directly, part of it makes me think that, well, you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman for president. And you're coming up with other alternatives and other reasons for that.
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's probably the case. There's a lot of guys that don't want to vote for a woman for president because they're like, oh, what if she gets on her period and then she decides to nuclear bomb Canada? Absolutely. Like, I can fucking promise you that there are tons of guys out there that are like, you think I want to vote for a woman? My girlfriend is crazy. I've been married to a woman 15 years. Oh my God. Nope. That's crazy. No, but that's it. And like what they don't understand is that of course this is going to happen. Absolutely it's going to happen. It's the same as women that vote for her because she's a woman. Absolutely. Like, I can guarantee you that there were probably millions of women who, if all other variables were the same and Kamala Harris wasn't a woman, they probably wouldn't have gone out to vote. Absolutely, women are going to exhibit, it's called own group bias. And as far as I know, my understanding is that women have a very high ratio of doing it, much higher than men. It's like a 5-to-1 ratio.
Once again, their only tactic seems to be getting in a man's face and going, tisk tisk bad boy. Like a dog that just peed on the carpet. It's not 2014 anymore, Barack. Nobody cares about sexism, motherfucker. We can't afford groceries. What's crazy is, as far as I know, Kamala
I think it's actually nobody cares about sexism and they are sexist and they're not sorry. Because I think that there absolutely are a lot of people that are genuinely sexist and you're just like, the shaming for having certain viewpoints has just been diminished and damaged because of so many times that people have cried wolf and there really wasn't a wolf. Like, for example, like Gamergate was about hating women. No, it wasn't. It was about game reviewers getting money and getting preferential treatment for giving reviews for games and like trying to turn it into, oh, it was about hating women. No, that had nothing to do with it. Like they tried to turn it into that, but at the end of the day, it just becomes less effective every single time. Overused terms use all credibility. They have. Absolutely they have.
herself has never played the woman card. She has never played the sexism card. In fact, she actively pushes against it.
You've been reluctant to lean into, to talk about the historic nature of your candidacy on the campaign trail. Why is that?
Well, I'm clearly a woman. I don't need to point that out to anyone.
I actually thought this was one of the respectable good things that Kamala Harris did, is that a lot of the messaging for her being like a woman or a minority was done by other people and not her herself. And I think this is a point that I think that, you know, compare F. Oh, no, it's a weird Twitch thing. I think it's very respectable that she did that.
But the point that most people really care about is, can you do the job? And do you have a plan to actually focus on them?
I was proud.
Yeah, she's completely right. Absolutely.
It's like they finally learned from Hillary Clinton's failure, but that didn't stop the media or Barack Obama from doing it for her. Thanks, Obama. For all the Zoomers, thanks, Obama was a meme in like 2008.
It was a long time ago.
It was funny back then. That would have slapped. While I was writing this video, Kamala and Gretchen Whitmer were getting ready to film a video at a bar together when Kamala was apparently caught on hot mic saying this.
Yeah. Oh, we have microphones and listening to everything. I didn't realize that. Okay. So, well,
You'll
now
bleep
you tell
my
us.
F words.
We just told all the family secrets. Shit.
We need to move ground with men, so what we're gonna do is pretend.
See, if she talked like that all the time, she probably would have had a much better chance of winning. You talk like a fake, psychotic bitch. Nobody wants to vote for the Joker.
To drink beer at a bar. Men like beer, right?
Cheers.
Just talk about policy. Just be yourself. Just listen to men and what they want. Kamala, all you gotta do is talk. Actually, no, now that I think about it, that might make it worse. Put Tim Walz out there, okay? Let Tim Walz do the talking. Don't dress him up as a man. You wanna know how to speak to men? Go to where they are. A good place to speak to young men is the Joe Rogan podcast.
God,
which Kamala...
It's so funny that it's being discussed as to whether or not Kamala Harris not going on the Joe Rogan podcast was damaging for her career. I think that's so fucking funny. Yep.
hinted at going on, but then that never happened, and instead
Joe Rogan flipped the election. The crazy thing is that, like, there were people that were, like, interviewing guys at the at these college campuses, and they were like, so why, who are you gonna vote for? Oh, I'm gonna go with, we're gonna go with Trump. Why? Well, I watched Joe Rogan, and he was on there, and, you know, I mean, it was pretty good. Why didn't Kamala go on there? I don't know. Probably because she lying about everything. Yeah, I mean, really, that actually was a factor. Must have been a good point. She could bullshit for 45 minutes, but 2 and 3 hour shows the real you. She only wanted to do 45 minutes. Elon Musk impacted it the most. Yeah, I think he probably did. That's probably true.
Trump went on, and that episode hit like 20 million views in a day. But, like, can you blame her? Joe Rogan
actually, how many views did it get? Okay, it's all the way down here. 46 million views just on YouTube. Man. Plus 100 million on X? Yeah. Oh my God.
It's just one of the most popular podcasts in the world with a majority young male audience.
Which, by the way, I do want to say that a impression on X is worth less than a view on YouTube. This is like a social media thing where, like, a view is an active engagement, whereas an impression is is like just that you have seen it. So that's why I didn't want to compare those two numbers. YouTube even hit it from trending. Maybe, I don't know.
It's just one of the most popular podcasts in the world with a majority young male audience. I hate it here. Every time this topic comes up, so does the topic of, like, Andrew Tate, Jordan Peterson, internet algorithms, Gamergate, whatever.
There is a massive amount of right-wing radicalization that has been occurring, especially in younger male spaces. Any hobbies whatsoever, whether it's playing video games, whether it's working out.
By the way, Hassan is right about all of this.
whether it's, I don't know, listening to like a history podcast or whatever, everything that they see is right-wing sentiment being expressed by individuals that they find charismatic.
But you can only blame internet.
So the reason why he's right might not be necessarily like what he's trying to say. I think that it's a chicken and the egg scenario where the content that's popular is right-wing because this right-wing content more accurately reflects the way that people see the world and the way that guys feel. So it's not that there's a bunch of right-wing content that's brainwashing people to be racist or to be Nazis. It's that there's a lot of guys that feel disenfranchised, and the content that's being deemed as right-wing is content that reflects what their viewpoints are. So it's like, and this is kind of the way that like content right? No, that's really how it is. Joe Rogan isn't right-wing, it's the right one. Well, I think that it's definitely true that there are a lot of young guys that are extremely attracted by right-wing content. And I think Hassan is right by identifying that. It's very clearly a trend, and I think that the election proves that trend to be true. But why is that trend happening? I think the trend is not happening because content creators are right-wing. I think the trend is happening because people are right-wing and content creators are adapting to that, or content creators that have those same viewpoints are being elevated because those viewpoints are shared with a large audience. That's what's happening. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? The trend, men have always been more conservative than women. Yeah, but it's becoming more the case. Alex Jones accepted being press secretary. Let's finish this video first.
Algorithms for much for so long. This automatic assumption that any dissent from liberal mainstream thought could only be caused by manipulation or brainwashing from podcasters is honestly
it's a vicious cycle. And I think that the cycle begins with people that are looking for content that respects them. And when you create content that respects a person and tells them that their opinions and their beliefs that they have are not racist, evil, or bad, they're going to be like, yeah, I agree with you. And there's a lot of guys that feel disenfranchised. And I think that really like a lot of these like right-wing places do a much better job at appealing to them. That's really the truth.
A cope, in my opinion, and just an easy excuse for failing to reach anyone beyond your own subreddit. As if this all wasn't the result of like a stagnant neoliberal corpo.
Well, I honestly think that the reason why there's a lot of right-wing podcasts and stuff is because there's a lot of guys that are looking for it. The popularity of the podcasts is precipitated by the fact that there's a lot of people that feel this way. It's not that the podcasts are making them feel this way. It's that the podcasts are elevated by a lot of people that already do feel this way.
Hell world that created a vacuum that was just waiting to be filled with any kind of populism. The crazy thing is the Democratic Party did have a candidate who successfully spoke to the demographic that they are currently trying so hard to reach.
Bernie?
His name was Bernie Sanders. And every time he did speak to that demographic or say he was
they were referred to as the Bernie Bros, and they were demonized. Yeah.
That the Democratic Party didn't do enough to speak to that demographic. He was called a sexist, a racist. He was backstabbed multiple times and cheated out of winning the Democratic primaries.
Twice.
His fans were called Bernie Bros and constantly berated as sexist.
Made me finally realize misogyny in America. I wonder what this girl is writing about today. Maybe nothing. She's in therapy now.
Misogynists. His campaign was too white and too male, and this apparently was a top priority to remedy in
Yeah, we've got to fix this. Well, here's the thing. They did. How about that? They fixed the glitch.
Future campaigns. We were told he was just like Trump and, quote, appealed to angry white men. Well, well, who's trying to appeal to angry white men now, bitch? It's almost like Bernie's hyper-focus on working class issues.
See, this is kind of what I was saying before. I was talking about this with like video games and like woke video games about how it doesn't matter whether you think that your message in the game should be there or not. If you put a product out to market and people don't buy the product, then you go out of business. It doesn't matter whether you were right or wrong. You're out of business. You're done. Everybody's fired. The building's foreclosed. The studio gets sold. You're finished. It doesn't matter whether you're right or wrong. It matters whether what you're doing is working or not working. And these people are so attached and like so captured by their ideals and their morality that, by the way, is totally distorted. But even so, they're so captured by it that they are completely unable to see anything other than the entirely very, very narrow lens of the world that they see everything through. Does it matter if you're right or left? Yeah, sure. Concording is such a good word. Yeah, exactly. Appealing to people is what you're supposed to do. Yeah.
Issues, bread and butter issues, and populism was naturally attractive to men. No football or beer required.
Right.
I miss him. And you know what? Maybe this shift with young men has less to do with who's holding the football and more of what happens when the DNC spends all their time and energy trashing the little bit of populism in their movement. And if you ask me, handing conservatives a monopoly on anti-establishment rhetoric on a silver platter was probably their first mistake. They kind of gave up on that bread and butter New Deal.
Well, you can't really say that you're the establishment when every single person that has a mainstream media television show has the same viewpoints that you do. Like every late night talk show host is doing a monologue about how Kamala Harris should win the presidency. You can't talk about how you're not the mainstream when you have all of these A-list celebrities getting together to collectively condemn people that vote for Donald Trump. Like, it's very obvious that this is the majority opinion of people that are part of the establishment. And just because there's a large contingency of people on the internet who don't represent that doesn't mean that the establishment isn't working tooth and nail to try to fight that from happening. Look at how much they tried to demonize and like demonetize and kick Joe Rogan off of Spotify. Think about how much they're trying to stop free speech on Twitter or X. Think about how much before Elon Musk bought Twitter or X, how much they did stop free speech on there, how much they tried to control things with COVID, how much they tried to control things with election misinformation. It's just so obvious. And any normal person, and this is really what the problem is, it's that every reasonable, normal, average guy can see exactly what I'm talking about. So when you tell somebody that they can't see what's in plain sight directly in front of them, they're going to hate you for it. This is the reason why, like, theocracies usually fall with religion. It's because eventually people are tired of living a lie. They're tired of living their life according to a set of principles that they don't feel like represents them and that they have to actively forego their critical thought. It's literally Orwell? Yeah, it is. Well, yeah, yes and no, right? But yeah, it's basically gaslighting. Yeah, I would say so. Actually, no. Yeah, no, it is Orwell. No, you're right. I don't know about that. No. Remember how like the, like terrorism is peacekeeping and stuff like that? Like all the different like phrases about how the main party like controlled all the vocabulary. I think that if you look at it through that, this is like with 1984. Yeah, I actually think that's a good example. Sure. The doublespeak moments. Yeah.
Stuff for identity politics, and if you deny this, you are either lying or coping. The physical manifestation of the left has gone from the vision of the blue-collar union worker to a nagging, scolding fat woman with blue hair barging in
with a nose piercing
into everyone's spaces and culturally
coming into Warhammer and saying there's not enough women in it.
colonizing them. Change this, change that. I don't like this, I don't like that. It's just incredible for me to witness years of anti-male rhetoric finally come back to bite the left and Democrats in the ass.
And I think that also what's going to happen, like I remember I saw this tweet from old Nick Fuentes. He goes, "Your body, my choice, forever." And now, the thing is that now they won. And once somebody wins once, they're going to be like, well, wait a minute. Maybe we could do this and the other thing too. You know what? Where is this Project 2025 shit? Let me read this again. Because, like, yeah, now that you think, I mean, you know, like, let's actually think about this. He's not pro-Trump, Baldy. He's not pro-Trump, but as soon as Trump wins, he goes like, we did it. He spends all his time complaining about Trump, saying he's not going to vote for him. Finally, Trump wins, and he says, we did it. For sure.
These chickens come home to roost has just been both incredibly depressing and deliciously vindicating to me in a sick way, and I'm not sure if I should lend out a helping hand or Mufasa them off this cliff. Some Democrats are nervous the party was too late to realize the problem. These Democrats worry that the party has focused too much on courting women voters, LGBTQ voters, and culturally progressive voters, alienating too many men in the process. There's a recognition that we're losing men.
Well, here's the thing. It's that if you use drag queens to promote a political message, that political message is going to lose. Drag queens are not socially accepted by like average populations of people. Like if you go to Walmart and you find 5 random Walmart citizens, Walmart Americans, they're probably all going to have the same reaction to a drag queen. And I think that we all know what that reaction is.
Things we're doing around men haven't been working. I think a lot of it is a reaction to social progressivism done the wrong way, says David Hogg. Young men, he says, feel like progressives look down on them for saying the wrong thing, even when it's a mistake. That discomfort is enough to drive them away from the Democratic Party.
Yeah, exactly. Why would somebody want to, like, it's very simple. It's like, when you're dealing with somebody who, have you guys ever been around somebody, like, this is especially true with, like, toxic girlfriends? Have you ever been around, like, a girlfriend that, like, if you say something the wrong way, it, like, immediately activates her hard mode, like, fucking, like, max difficulty, attack phase? You guys ever had this happen, right? And it's like, do you understand, like, how, like, you're, like, fucking, like, tiptoeing through pins and needles, like, trying to avoid accidentally triggering her or, like, getting her mad? That's exactly the reason why I think a lot of people push back against a lot of, like, quote, woke stuff. It's because they don't want to have to walk on eggshells around people all the time. They don't want to have to take their words and filter them through 5 or 10 different, oh my God, what if people think that I'm saying this about this racial group of people or about women? It's basically, there's been a massive push, and this happens on social media all the time. There's been a massive push of taking what a person says and then extrapolating it to, like, its worst possible implication, and then treating that person as if the implication was their intent. It's not about trying to understand the other person's perspective. It's about using that other person as a stepping stool so you can stand on top of them and say, look at me, I'm more virtuous than they are. And so I think that's been a huge reason why a lot of people have pushed back against, like, what you'd call, like, progressive, like, woke, like, activist stuff. It's because if somebody calls something else gay, because they used to call it that for, like, 30 years as, like, kids, especially in, like, the 2000s and the 90s, that doesn't mean that they hate gay people. It doesn't mean that they're, like, homophobic or anything. And, like, yeah, maybe it's not, like, a great thing to say, but when you treat a person that says that as if they're actually a homophobe or a bad person, you know what it makes them? It makes them a homophobe or a bad person. And fundamentally, people just don't want to be told what to do. They don't want to be told what to think. They don't want to have to walk on eggshells around people that are, in a lot of cases, I think, mentally unstable. And they don't want to deal with it at all. And so it's an unfortunate colloquialism. Well, I mean, whatever you want to call it, right? Like, whatever term that, like, there are a lot of terms like this. Like, you could use, like, there's terms like, I didn't know tar baby was one that can be used as, like, as a derogatory term towards, like, black people. Like, growing up, like, this was, like, just a story, and, like, I used the term one time, people got really mad at me for it, and, like, for me, like, I'm involved with controversies like this all the time. So I don't really care a lot about it. But, like, I know that there are certain streamers that don't even want to have Starbucks on their screen because they're afraid that people might get mad because Starbucks is seen as being promoting and favorable towards Israel. You see what I'm saying? And so people don't want to live with, like, that level of, like, restrictive behavior. Is my base? Yeah, they are. And I think retarded is another one. Like, people that use the word retarded don't want to be told not to use that word. And I think that if you want to take a step back, people don't want to be told what words they can and can't use, period. And you see this on Twitter. As soon as Elon Musk took over, I bet the usage of the N-word went up by 1,000%. No, that's not true. Probably 10,000%. Yeah, because, or the F word. I see, oh my God, people are really trying to bring back the homophobic F word. They're trying to bring it back in a big way. I can't even read Twitter without seeing it all the time. And you want to know why? It's because people don't want to be told what they can and can't say. They don't want to be given a list of words by some loser and be told, no, if you say this, we're going to try to systematically destroy your life. Because you know what happens? Whenever you tell that to enough people, they decide to systematically destroy your life instead. And that's exactly what happened with the election. That's exactly what happened. It's because if you try to antagonize people and tell them what to do, eventually they'll turn around and they'll start telling you what to do. Basin, I'll do it again. Yeah, and it's going to keep, this is what my opinion is. I think that we are going to move towards an overcorrection. And I think that conservative viewpoints and conservative, like, and I'm talking about like extreme conservative viewpoints, will continue to get more and more traction as an overcorrection because people are tired of like being told what to do or what to think. Yeah, pendulum swings back. Yeah, and I think that people are swinging back. And the thing is, what's different about it this time, I think, is that people know it. They know it, and they're doing it because they're like, you made us live with our mind in a cage. Now it's time to put you in a cage. And by the way, Trump said on day one, a lot of people probably might be going in cages. The mass deportations. Done. That's it. And so I feel like, and people like to, you know, like they like to fight against this and like to say like, oh, well, this is the wrong thing to do. Well, does it really matter who's right or wrong when you're the one that's in the cage? Not anymore. That's it.
They don't necessarily agree with Republicans. They would rather be around someone they don't agree with who doesn't judge them than somebody they do agree with who judges them constantly.
He's totally fucking right about this, by the way. 100% right about this.
Men aren't moving right because they are choosing fascism. They are moving right because the left made them the villains in their anime fan fiction. It's not that they all like Trump. It's that they all hate you. And no amount of camo hats is going to fix that. But do not get it twisted. I do not in any way, shape, or form believe the GOP is going to help men. I don't think they're going to help anyone. Except maybe Israel. Do I think all of the left...
I agree with that too. Like... You know, somebody says like, oh, well, you can't get abortions anymore. It's like, oh, fuck, when I have to pay child support. Like, that's the first thing I think about. Oh, fuck. What, do you got to get a coat hanger now? Jesus.
Just some hyper woke fat lady wagging her finger in men's faces like, no fun allowed. No. If I did, I wouldn't call myself left.
And this has happened a lot. Like, I've seen this happen constantly where it's like women that are I don't even really know if it's women. I don't want to categorize this as all as women. But I think that it's like people that are like complaining. They're like, I'm really bothered by how much people are using the word retarded, or I'm really bothered by how much people think this joke is funny. Like, people shouldn't be joking about this. This isn't funny. You shouldn't be allowed to. Like, bitch, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Don't tell me what to say. Just period. Whatever you're gonna say, I don't care. It doesn't matter what it is, what your problem is. It doesn't matter.
I'm not a Democrat. I'm a registered independent.
Yeah.
But the Democratic Party is historically better on policy, and despite their messaging, even when it comes to helping men. Healthcare, higher wages, paid family leave, labor protection, Social Security, things Republicans have always fought against. And I think that's why this is extra frustrating to me. I don't say this with any love for the Republican Party. In fact, if anything, I say it with love for the Democratic Party. I fucking hate them, but deep down, I wish they could be better. I'm doing this for your own good.
Yep. This hurts me more than it hurts you.
Go sleep. I love you. Go to sleep. I just hope that whether Kamala wins or loses, the party can take a step back and evaluate what they're doing wrong. Because
they're taking a step back to have a support group for each other and talk about how much they want to kill Donald Trump, how much they want to kill themselves, how much they want to kill their family members, and how much they want to kill their unborn babies.
I don't think the Democratic Party should be the party for the gays and women. I think the Democratic Party should be the party for everyone, including angry white men. So in your opinion, what could the Democratic Party do to win back young men? Can they do anything? Are they fucked? To me, it might take decades of work to fix the culture, the rot that...
I don't think that they can do it. I think that they're so captured by identity politics and like the logic and philosophy of like intersectionalism that they cannot undo this. Yeah, stop identity politics. Like I feel like basically the like Donald Trump brand of like Republican politics will exist for the next 20 years. Like after Trump like finishes his term, it's not like, oh, everything's going to go back to how it was with Mitt Romney. There's going to be like, I bet that there's probably going to be somebody who is even more like, they're probably going to say, you thought it was good now. You thought Project 2025 was bad. Wait for Project 2028. You know?
Infests the progressive ideology. It is going to take a lot of work.
That's what's
going
to happen.
But I think it's worth it, not just for the Democratic Party's sake, but just for society's sake. If you like this video, please consider donating to my Patreon, link down below. It really helps the channel out, and I appreciate it so much.
Yeah.
Also, thank you for 2 million subscribers. That's insane.
That's a lot of people.
And I will see you guys with a new video soon. Bye!
Yep. Yeah, it's a really good video. Give it a like. This is so good. Like, I would...
We're live, my friends. It is September 10th, 2010. We've got a very well-known comedian who's done HBO specials, you name it, who's been on the broadcast before, Patrice O'Neal, coming up in the next segment for the balance of the hour. He's got a lot of courage. He's questioned President Obama. He has questioned 9/11. He's a listener of the broadcast. Patrice O'Neal coming up. We'll talk about a host of issues, including the big Ground Zero mosque diversion, the burn the Koran situation. We'll talk about all of it with Patrice O'Neal in the second and third hour. All right, coming up in the second and third hour, we're getting into the 10th anniversary or 9th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. I'm going to get into the economy, incredible police state developments as well. But in this first hour, Patrice O'Neal is in studio with us. He's a very successful stand-up comedian, radio personality, and actor. He's been on a number of comedy specials, Showtime, HBO, Comedy Central Presents, in addition to a guest appearance on television shows such as The Late Night with David Letterman, and on and on. Ellen DeGeneres Show, The Office. His stand-up comedy focuses on topics such as American politics, race and race relations, sexuality, and censorship. He is also a regular visitor of the Opie and Anthony program on XM Radio. Patrice is currently on tour and will be performing this Friday and Saturday night here in Austin, Texas, where we're based at the Cap City Comedy Club. So if it isn't already sold out, you can probably get down there and see him tonight and tomorrow. Patrice O'Neal, good to have you here in studio with us.
Thank you, sir. How you doing, man?
It's awesome. It's good to have you here. I mean, I had seen you on television a few times before, but then I had seen some clips and heard some clips of you on the Opie and Anthony show that reaches millions and millions of people. And you were, very early on, right when the Obama deception came out, when Obama was still like God, you were saying people need to see this Obama deception, and you were saying, hey, this shatters the left-right paradigm. And they were saying, what, Patrice, you support Bush?
Look, you can't. I think there's an instinct to people who believe in New World Order and globalization. There's an instinct. You don't have to be informed to have that instinct. It's like when I first saw, after The Family came out, I had a heartwarming feeling just to see the black family come out, and you go, wow, man, I'm alive to see that. But then they see the faces, and you see these faces, and you go, man, something's wrong. Like, you just have an instinct, like, why am I not as happy as I should be right now? That's the New World Order instinct. Then you go and you find certain things out. So I was I think I was on like 50cent.com. 50cent.com. 50 Cent has his this is 50. So it had the Obama deception thing right there as I'm watching something on 50, and I looked at it, man, and I'm like, I can't be an honest human being if I don't feel like this is touching on something, and I had the instinct that of all of that, but that particular film opened me up to the whole thing. And the one thing, if I have to pick out one thing that got me going, was the fact that the Federal Reserve Bank is private-owned company. That, on the lowest levels, I have never gotten past that. If you go, if there's the eugenics and the globalization and all of this stuff, and out of everything that got me going and keeps my mind in that direction, is that the Federal Reserve is a private-owned company.
I wonder why 50 Cent linked to the movie. Maybe he's awake.
This is 50s.com is where I saw the link to the Obama deception, and it it brought me in a direction that
it's got KRS-One and of course Professor Griffin.
Professor Griffin's in that, and KRS has always been into that. But the thing is, I noticed something about it. I'm a comedian. When I first got into it, heavy, you stop being funny. You really do. You just, nothing's funny. So I had to kind of chill out for a second and figure out how to be funny, back to being funny again, and then still throwing it out to people, because at the level you are, I watch the website and watch all the films. At the level you're at, it scares the death out of the average person who even might be. Eugenics is the highest level.
Well, exactly. That's what happens to me. I'm working all the time, and so I'm usually not freaked out or scared. But then when I take off a few days or get away from the radio or don't, read the news, driving into work this morning, I wouldn't even call it scared, just more freaked out, realizing this is real. I mean, I was on the airplane flying back from New Orleans yesterday, right, from doing a investigation and shoot with Jesse Ventura, and I was asked by a man on the plane next to me and a woman next to me, both separately were listeners, and they said, is this real for you or is this entertainment? And I said, well, wait a minute. Everything we talk about is on the record. Of course this is real. Of course this is real. But getting back to eugenics, now, I saw them build up Obama as our savior, right, and they were going to try to push their agenda. They took a step with their left foot. Right. Now they're getting ready with the right wing and Glenn Beck and Sarah Palin to take a step with their right foot. And so now I was called a communist when I didn't like Bush. Now I've been called a right-winger because I don't like Obama, and now I'm getting ready to be called a commie again because now I've got to swing my guns over onto Glenn Beck and Sarah Palin.
But I think the plan was not, I think Obama was supposed to be in office for 8 years. I think the thing that destroyed the Obama plan, I think, is racism. I think white people's, the average white person who's not into the New World Order, they're into just regular politics, I think they can't take having a black boss for 8 years. And I think that ruined the higher ups plan to have him kind of have this feel of warm, we're all together.
Yeah, there's feel good, and then
I think the average, like, I don't even know who to say the average white person, but you know, people are starting tea parties and starting these things that's from 1712. I think, I mean, look, I'm not stupid, you know what I mean? It's like, don't lie to me about it not being racial when you start a tea party and you out of nowhere, it's a 2-year movement out of nowhere when the president's black. If we're into, like, if you're in the New World Order, this is not, it don't matter black, white. That's why it's like, if you're into that, you just go, I don't care what color the president is, because it's all foul. But the average person who's just in the Republican and Democrats, I think there's a racial element to this country that can't take another 4 years of Obama. It's just not going to happen.
Well, I think what added to that, too, though, is the government-run health care and all these other big moves. But I do think that is an element to it.
The average person knows, Alex, that's what I'm saying. I'm out here, and I believe in the Bilderbergs. I believe in the Bohemian Grove. I believe it all. But the problem is, I look at, and don't take this wrong, many listeners, I look at Hitler, okay, and I go, if I'm a crazy guy and I go, I hate Jews, I want them all dead. Do you blame me as much as you blame the 50,000 people that I convince to shoot Jews in the head in the middle of the street? I don't like the people that go, okay, I'll just shoot people in the head. I've run into so many people who are willing to kill other people or kill themselves, really. They don't even know they're killing themselves on behalf of the Illuminati, the CFR, these people who we look at it like they're evil. Yeah, we get they're evil, but you don't help them. Don't help cut my head off and cut your head off.
Oh, that's a good point. You know, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals has now ruled citizens can be secretly arrested. People can be tortured. They don't need warrants. And this is all for the American people, regardless of what color you are. Right. But just like with Hitler, he sold it with an unpopular minority first, but really it was for everybody. So these idiots that go along with this, they need to know that they're in the crosshairs as well.
They just go along. I pay my electric bill every 3-4 months. I pay it when I get a threatening letter. I just forget. This time around, somebody came to my house to cut it off, and he goes, look, you're going to give me a check, or I'm going to cut your electricity off. I go, look, man, I'm going to pay it online or whatever. He's like, look, this is my job, I'm going to cut it off. I go, what if I had somebody in here who could die without the electricity? You know what I mean? And he just did this. He just went, that's my job. I go, your job is you think that you love your family by killing my family. Like, meaning something could be happening. Nothing is, but I'm just on a dramatic level, because then I got on the phone and the woman said, well, if your kid was on a respirator, we would tell you should have thought of that before you didn't pay your bill. And I go, are you serious? My bill was $800. You think people got $800 just to pay? You think everybody's trying to scam you? Your job is to hear me beg for my life, and you go, sorry, sir. So do you think that you could go home and love your family the way you think you love them if you can kill my family?
Patrice, that's a key point you made. You're talking about the Nuremberg defense, where these tens of thousands of Nazis said, hey, I was just following orders, and the court ruled no. If you're doing something immoral or murderous or illegal, it doesn't matter if a tyrant's telling you it's okay. You just can't abdicate all of your responsibility over to, I'm just doing my job.
It doesn't sit right to me. So as I've gotten into more and more, enlightenment about a lot of these things that these people up top are doing, and I believe they're doing, the problem is, how do you communicate that? It's shocking to me if you say it to an average person that doesn't know how much they don't want to hear it, how much they don't care, how much even I go, look, go to the supermarket, right? There's 10 aisles, but there's only one person working, and the rest is you're checking out yourself. Like, there's no more people doing jobs that you go, wait a minute, there's no more tellers. There's just one person taking, and
down the road, what are the jobs going to be able to have money to even buy the food?
That's what's killing me. It's like, It's like, wait a minute. If you're treating me like a robot, what they're doing is they're setting you up to get me used to dealing with robots, because you're not being a person right now. You're being they're tricking me. It's not tricking, because what they're doing is getting rid of your job because you cost them money. So a big business, why would I pay you if you're gonna get my $800? Why do I want to pay out the $800 that I'm giving you to a person that's working? They're trying to figure out how to get rid of you, and you're just helping. Oh, it's just my job. It's not going to be your job.
No, absolutely. You're hitting on the key here. We're being deindustrialized. We're being turned into biological androids, and we had better have an awakening to even salvage some of our humanity. And to do that, we've got to all come together against the eugenics. We'll be right back with Patrice O'Neal. Stay with us. Patrice O'Neal is our guest. We do have Richard Gage with huge bombshell breaking information. They had a press conference at the National Press Club with former Senator Gravel. Key information coming up in the first 30 minutes of the third hour with Richard Gage, the head of architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth. Less than 24 hours from the 9th year anniversary of the tragic attacks that have been used to butcher our liberties and freedoms and launch all these illegal wars. That is coming up. Now, Patrice, you were trying to get into eugenics before the break cut you off. You were saying that that's the ultimate level, and I agree with you, and they play us off against each other. They're dehumanizing us. They're deindustrializing us to make us dependent on the system. But the end game is forced population reduction.
It's the high. I'm laughing, right? Because as a newbie to it, I mean, I would say the last 2 or 3 years, it's shocking, man. That I think that's eugenics is the most difficult to digest out of any of it. I think the fact that there might be some people that are trying to kill human beings, I think is the hardest thing for people to believe. But as you open it, and what I like about your films is this: you don't just. It's easy to go, this guy's crazy, but you give things in your movies that say, okay, go to HR this and go to executive order that, and it's difficult to deal with HR 1000 because it's crazy. So a lot of times I got to take your word for it with that HR or the executive order stuff, because it's so. It's a Bible's worth of stuff you got to read through. But that's the thing I like about watching your films, is that it's brought me here. It all does come together. Well,
when we show a bill, or executive order, though, we zoom in on the subsection. I mean, here's an example. The last 3 weeks, we have written article after article with direct links to the Rockefeller Foundation. And they're just like 20-page documents. You can read them where they say we're going to develop vaccines that reduce fertility. And they even talk about, so we don't sterilize everybody, because then people would notice that. Right. We just hurt a certain amount of people.
That no one cares about. Start with Africa. Easy to do. A lot of poor people, nobody cares.
Well, see, you bring up race. And I will say most libertarians, most patriots that I know, the media would call right-wing, are not racist. But they do understand that there are elements, and that the Republicans have taken over the Tea Party and are basically putting out code words, but at the same time denying it. But here's another issue. The ultimate racist are the so-called liberals on the top, because when you actually read their writings 80 years ago, they said, we've got to pose as liberals so the blacks trust us. And then you see the result, 51, let me ask you this, 51% of black people since Roe v. Wade have been killed before they're born. And then you go talk to the average black folks, they'll defend abortion like it's some liberal right. And I go, really? Liberal right to kill 51% of the black people?
Alex, this is the game. This is the problem. Okay, I'm just now looking at the Constitution. I tell you who got me looking at the Constitution was Aaron Russo, when he's like, democracy is that thing where he says two wolves and a sheep voting on what's for dinner. It changed my life. I think that's the most amazing quote I've ever heard that puts democracy in perspective.
Thomas Jefferson originally.
Well, that I heard from him. I give him but I'm looking at the Constitution, and for some reason, growing up black with just being black, the Constitution is poison words for black people because we feel we're not involved in it anyway. But the idea of freedom of the press and then freedom to carry arms why it's important, and this is easy, is because it's to protect us from a dictator. It's separation of state. When Bush took over the separation of not separation of state, but separation of
church and state.
No, the powers of the
separation of powers.
Yes,
you got it.
The House of Representatives and the president to protect us from a dictator. And all these things are trying to be destroyed so that a dictator can come right in and take over. But black people somehow in the system of just regular government, we feel ostracized from these words. We all, like even the crazy, what black people call the crazy crackers in the hills that say, we gonna kill you if you come on my property. Black people automatically think those people are crazy, but those people are the revolutionaries of our time. They live how the people who freed the country from England live. They think like that. But to a black person, whatever the news thing does, it makes us think that those people are insane and out to get me. That's the game they play so that black people don't get deep into the New World Order. Because
it's another divide and conquer.
It's a divide and conquer thing.
Well, stay there. We're going to break. Long segment. Let's pick up where you left it. Patrice O'Neal is our guest. PatriceO'Neal.com. He's going to be at the Cap City Comedy Club tonight and tomorrow. Hurry and get tickets because it's probably going to sell out here in Austin, Texas. You can find out where else he's going to be appearing around the country. Also at PatriceO'Neal.com. I'm Alex Jones. The websites are Infowars.com and PrisonPlanet.tv. Stay with us. Well, we're having a very informative discussion with Patrice O'Neal. We're going to be going back to him in just a moment. You know, we ended that special a few days ago where you got 5 films for $9.95. We sold out of all those documentaries. We have a few hundred of each just to fill mail orders for those. But we have a new special that's only going to run for a couple of weeks. You know, the Obama deception, we sold out of that. We've now gotten a few thousand more of these in. And when these are gone, it's over. The Obama deception that really shatters the left-right paradigm. And you may be awake, but as your neighbor, or your friends, as your boss, or your employees, as your church, they need to see this film. Republicans watch it because they hate Obama, and then they see the film and it exposes Bush and the whole New World Order. Democrats watch it because they think, oh, they're going to see some, right-wing disinfo piece, and they find out that it's a much larger paradigm. And that's what we're doing, is getting people outside the box. You can get this film, $19.95, and get a $24.95 book free, Jesse Ventura's American Conspiracies. He covers everything in this book. It's very well written, a very easy read, a great gift to give someone. Read it yourself and give it away. Get a free Jesse Ventura book, New York Times best-selling author, American Conspiracies, hardcover, free. So that is a $24.95 book, free, when you get the Obama deception. But these are going to sell out very quickly. The books are going to sell out very quickly. We've only got a few thousand of these and a few thousand of the Obama deception. When this is gone, it's gone. Infowars.com. And your purchase of the books and the videos makes this broadcast possible. We've got a lot of other specials where you buy a T-shirt and get a free ball cap, or buy one video, get another video free. It is your support of this show. Listen, I'm not getting $50 million or $40 million a year like Glenn Beck. I don't have Fox News behind me, okay? It's Alex Jones. I'm the guy that makes the decision on what computers to buy. I'm the guy that sometimes carries the trash out. I'm the guy that has to decide what furniture to get for the new studio. I'm not complaining. It's just I could do so much more if I wasn't the guy that has to run it all. And if we had more support, I could do that. And we're really trying to hire a couple more people. We're trying to buy the equipment for the studio. So when you also purchase these great books and videos, it makes everything we do possible. So again, Infowars.com to get your free copy of American Conspiracy Theory when you get the Obama deception. So you get the Obama deception, get a free book, Infowars.com, or you can simply call toll-free 888-253-3139, 888-253-3139, or you can simply write to us at P.O. Box 19549, Austin, Texas 78760, to get your free copy of Jesse Ventura's American Conspiracies when you get a copy of the Obama deception. But this great special isn't going to last long, so please take advantage of it. Going back to a very popular, nationally known comic, but also social commentary individual, HBO specials, Comedy Central specials, you name it, Patrice O'Neal, PatriceO'Neal.com. You got cut off. You were making the point about the hillbillies trying to stay out of the system. You know, to black folks, the way the media pushes it is, anybody who lives in the country is basically a racist that wants to, get you. And then you were saying, Alex, am I right that Waco really woke you up? And to a certain extent, that was the real trigger. So we were talking about that during the break. Please continue.
Yeah, I was just going to say that more black people should be into this globalization game, the idea of it. But it's whatever the news does in this country, it's to separate. If you look at history, anybody that tried to bring black and white people together got killed. Anybody who...
As soon as Malcolm X stopped saying Whitey's the devil, boom!
As soon as he thought, whoa, wait, maybe I'm wrong, get your hand on my pocket, he got killed. And, Martin Luther King got killed.
Same deal.
JFK, black people love JFK.
Well, he was for real.
He got killed. Jesus, Gandhi, anybody who tries to bring people together for the right reasons, they get off, man. And
well, they're always bringing folks together against the corrupt elite.
And they get offed. So the thing is, when you keep me thinking, what do I care about having a gun? I can't have one. I got a conviction, so I can't have a gun anyway legally. So if to the average black person in the street,
and that's why they want to get everybody into the system. Well, it's like this black guy up in Long Island. 25 MS-13s are rushing his house, and we're going to kill your kids. He shoots the gun on the ground.
And they were legal. His guns were legal.
And they arrested him. And the cops said, well, you could have killed him. It's like something out of Gran Torino. But you couldn't shoot the gun on the ground to protect yourself.
He shot in the air, and they called it whatever they called it. Man, this is why I tell a lot of people, a lot of people do have this thing about the police where they go, we have rights. The people, man, police have things that they can do to just take your... Look, disorderly conduct it ends all your ideas that you think you have rights. If a cop says move and you go, no, I have the right to be here, disorderly. That's basically destroys...
Or failure to follow an order.
Failure to follow.
So what's the next thing? Come to your house, knock, knock, I want you to go mow my yard. And you say no, you're
going to get... Exactly. A lot of police are stop. But this is what... The problem is, one of the problems, I fly a lot, you fly a lot. The people are supposed to be our elite, the people who know how to have power over another person. Meaning this, you have a physical presence. I have a physical presence, so you know what it's like to be respected just because you exist. A lot of people who have power never knew what it was like to be respected just because they exist. So if you get a lot of weak people who are now put into powerful positions, they're really, really corrupted by that.
Well, that's what I found. A lot of people who innately are powerful are embarrassed of exercising power, but these little nobody thugs, they are just loving it because they're weak. And that's what the system is made up of, is all these petty people, that it's a new class. They're above us. I flew with Jesse Ventura, and at the Atlanta airport, he's got a hip replacement, and I watched Ventura and mainly old folks that have hip replacements being searched, and Ventura said to me, that's why he wants to leave this country, period, because he said it's the act of domination and humiliation every time he flies, the pat down, putting their hands on him, and I was watching them do it to women, and that's your personal space. It has nothing to do with terrorism, and it's dog training. They are training us to have somebody in our space, and and now they got the naked body scanners.
And the thing about the naked body scanners, I cause problems when I go to the airport. I always go to the airport 3 hours or 4 hours before I have to fly, just so I can see what rights I'm supposed to have. So LA was the first time I've seen the X-ray machines. You can say no to the X-ray machine.
But now they admit they're phasing it in to make you.
Well, here's what they do. They don't just say yeah and make you now, but what they do is they make life so miserable if you don't, that you think about doing it. Now, I said, look, I don't take anything off that I don't have to. You have to take your shoes off. You have to take your coat off. I don't take anything.
Which is another act of submission.
Submission. I don't take my jewelry off and my hat. You can keep your hat on if you want to. You can keep on your belt if you want to. But you have to choose to take that check, right? Now, What they did is when I said no to the x-ray machine, all my stuff was going through. So there's thousands of people's stuff on top of my computer, on top of my clothes, on the floor, and they keep me on the side to make life really miserable so that I go, okay, next time I'm going to go through because I don't want my computer to be over there by itself. But I'm like, look, I'm not going to, anything that I can do to keep a hold of the fact that I have a little bit of dignity, I'm going to keep a hold of it.
But here's the good news. You're resisting. First, they lied and said they weren't saving the images. Then now they admit they're saving them all. They're going in courthouses, state and federal, mobile vans, high-powered ones that the government bought 500 that beam your house.
Right.
It's admitted it causes cancer. That's how insane it is. 15 years ago, the Army admitted DU will kill you deader than a hammer. Now they tell the troops it isn't bad for you, use it, and they're dying, and they just say, hey, go ahead and die. So they're setting the precedent, but now because of the protest and people saying no, they're claiming, oh, we've got a computer that computerizes your image and covers up your genitals. First they lied and said it didn't show them, and so it's just an image of a man with a baseball cap, and then the computer with AI technology is going to tell them what area to supposedly search, but we know that's a lie. They're still saving the image. They just do this digital overlay over it, but the point is we're going to defeat those naked body scanners because almost everybody I know just isn't traveling now, and it's bankrupting the airlines. That's why they're having to come out now and start to back off.
And it's because of the people that they have in charge. If we had elite, like I watch on tapes the Mujahideen. They out practicing how to shoot 2 M16s with two pistols, shooting apples off of things. Like, when I watch them, I go, "Whew, those dudes are trying to kill me." Now, I look at who we have as supposed to be our protectors. It's a mess. The airports, the police, they're just a mess. Sometimes when you get a small lady cop, I'm telling you, I'm being honest, you get a small lady cop who talks to me.
They've got a Napoleon complex.
I say, look, miss, you got to understand I respect the law, but if you arrested me, you should say thank you to me for allowing you to, because you can't arrest me without my respect for the law in general. So when you come at me with this angry, forceful thing, you got to understand I'm a person to person. If you wasn't a cop, you wouldn't be talking to me like this. I like cops who can arrest me if they weren't a cop. Like I go, all right, sir, let's talk about it. And usually those guys are nicer people. But when you get a punk who's now got some kind of weird power where they think they are the law as opposed to their...
No, that's what I've noticed. If you've got some big giant cop with arms, that are huge, they're really nice. It's always the little guy.
Because it's a bad place to put them in that pot. But maybe, like you said, it's planned. But all of this stuff is planned. And that's why I'm like going back to the...
No, they admit they're psychologically profiling. And now, first it was don't hire a cop over 100 IQ. Now they're wanting them with 90 IQs. So they're just dumber than a box of rocks on a power trip, and somebody who had a little bit of dignity and a little bit of prowess, they would be embarrassed
to be this person, and that's real. And that's the thing when I go back to the black and white thing, man. I don't want people to think, oh, white people. I'm saying that as I'm becoming informed, I can understand why black people, because I'm still not removed from black folks. I understand why more black people aren't involved. You can see...
But you're outside the box now. See, you've broken your paradigm so you can look at it as a third party from outside to clearly make decisions from an unemotional perspective. But going back to gun laws, the first gun laws were passed after the Civil War in the South against black people. So then how do black folks then support the Democratic Party who says, we're going to take your guns away from you or throw you in jail if you try to have a gun to protect yourself? And again, so the Republican Party, it will promote part of your rights, but try to take away the other part. The Democrats try to give you the other rights the Republicans don't want to give you, but try to take away the other rights. And between the two parties, you've lost them all.
But a lot of people, Alex, that don't understand the idea of having a gun. A lot of black people don't understand what the idea is. They think it's to keep some gangs out your house. It's to protect you from a dictatorship, a overthrow.
Well, it does both, yeah.
It does both, but the idea mostly for a black person in a bad neighborhood is that, and then there's some white people who don't know what the right to have a gun is. A lot of white people think the right to have a gun means I have the right to have one. It's you have one to protect yourself from things. To protect.
Well, I mean, bottom line, if a lion has had his teeth taken out and his claws declawed,
right,
that is a domesticated, defanged, declawed creature.
Right.
A free man or woman has the right to own guns. I mean, it goes back 200 years ago to blacks not being able to even own a knife. It goes back to Rome. I mean, if you read the actual history books written by Julius Caesar and others, when they rolled into Germany and rolled into Austria and rolled into other countries, rolled into England, which was Albion at the time, the first thing they did was they took the women and children, they killed most of the men, and they disarmed everybody. So it's very elementary. Any country you look at where the people aren't armed, you're going to have an out-of-control government. So it's a check and a balance. It's real simple. It's like a fish out of water. It's gonna die.
We're doing it ourselves, though. That's the thing. That's my problem. Is that we're doing the average person is doing it. It's not like they're coming and really taking anything from you. They're putting us in a position to be afraid and say, please come protect me. And here's how we're going to protect you. Give me your gun. Let me have a gun and I'll fix everything. We believe that the government.
Yeah, that's like the mafia. Can you imagine, the mafia says, pay me protection money or I'll burn down your grocery store. It's the same thing. The government says, you're not allowed to protect yourself. We'll do it for you, but then if we don't show up on time with the 911 call, sorry, no liability.
Right. It's at the level you're at, it's just too easy to think like that. It's the level of these people walking around. I mean, right now, you're a shepherd, and there's, you got the Glenn Becks and you got everybody that's out here fighting. They're shepherds. And right now, it's just it's a lot of sheep just deciding on what shepherd they're going to follow.
But I think that's my number one message. Don't be a sheep. Be your own leader.
That seems elementary, but I know a lot of people that don't. My girl, she needs me to even disagree with something. She needs me to have a point so that she can have a point. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning she don't just go, here's what I think. She waits to see what I think, and then she either agrees with it or don't agree with it. That's most people. They're not looking to go, you know what, I'm going to start something myself.
No, they're spectators. You're right. Yeah. You have to bring up a point to even get them to even begin to realize that there is a spectrum of ideas.
Right. And they won't, they just wait for you to say something and either go, he's crazy, or I love this guy. They're not trying to unfold. That's why I said again, the reason I enjoy your tapes is because you'll do a lot of stuff to say, look, don't listen to me. Go over here. I read this thing about Henry Kissinger. I forgot what it was, but it was a blueprint on how to destroy governments and kill the people.
State Department Memorandum 200.
It was shocking. And I'm going, it's real. I'm not listening to Alex Jones or Alan Watt or whoever I'm listening. They tell you to go do things. And I'm like, it exists. People aren't.
No, that's the thing is I had ABC News here, a Nightline, and they would say, you think the government wants to reduce population. And I literally played them video clips of world leaders. I gave them all the I said, and they wouldn't even look. They'd laugh at me. And they realized that most people are sheep. So as long as they just laugh and never in the piece let me show them any proof,
right?
It's just, it's this guy's opinion, so do you choose to believe him? And they kept asking me, do you really believe this? Do you really believe this? And I said, of course I believe it. I know it's true. And then they went further on the show. They said, we don't even think Alex Jones believes this. And for somebody who's awake, that's ineffective and looks ridiculous. But you're right, Patrice. They're targeting people who aren't going to look into this. They're just going to think this guy's making it up.
But that's what I'm saying. To expose, you watched the Bohemian Grove. I heard a guy, I forgot his name. He was talking about the Bohemian Grove. He goes, look, in the least, the fact that your leaders are dressing in crazy hoods and burning owls, doesn't that bother you to just on a certain human level? So you don't need to go to the stratosphere. All you got to do is go, yeah, that does bother me. And and then move on.
Patrice, stay there. This is amazing. He'll be with us on the other side. Patrice O'Neal, so many other issues to discuss. There is an awakening happening out there. And that's why they put these fake leaders out like Obama and then whatever the next right-wing leader is going to be. And my point is, we are so far down this line. They're building this domestic control grid that is designed for we the people. We had better wake up and come together now for the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, for the Second Amendment, or it's over.
Well, I don't think it could be done without our help. I mean, that's what I'm saying about, I believe, wholeheartly in this idea of an Illuminati, of a new world order, of the banking system. But it's the more people I meet and the more people that don't care. I think, to me, if I had a crusade, it would be to figure out, how do you get the average person to I know the banking system opened my mind. That is what was the most important thing. If somebody came at me and said, hey, look, they're trying to get the world down to 500,000 people. There's some people that just want to kill everybody and get it down to 500,000 people and control them. I'm like, okay, whatever. It sounds good. But when somebody just says the bank is private and the government borrows money and to pay them back, or the idea of the gold standard, didn't know what it was, didn't care what it was. Once I understood why gold exists, I'm going, now it doesn't. We're not on the gold standard now. We're on the debt standard. The fact that I owe money means that we have money. It's shocking to me. Then if I know they can do that, I move to the next thing and the next thing, and then I go, oh, man. And as a comic, it slows me down. So I'm trying to, because I know Bill Hicks, man, he was open. He was open to it all. And when you're open to it all, it could drive you insane with wanting to put the information out. But I've learned how to throw it in a little bit, make a person laugh, and then hopefully if I throw a little info out and a person laughs, it's like when you say go look at HR this and go look at the executive order that, it just, maybe they'll go look and it'll open their mind and then they can go. But the fact of dealing with people, man, people are not doing the right thing when it comes to this, man. There's a couple of people out there, and when I say a couple, if 1 million people are into it, that's not enough, man. That's just not enough. They can round up 1 million people easy, but we need 50 million, 60 million.
No, you're right. It is a life and death situation to wake up as many people. I mean, individuals who wake up and get really informed, they need to understand they've got a responsibility now to reach out to others. And the system before could just deny and say we were liars. Now they try to come out and go, okay, we lied about global warming, but the UN said this 2 days ago, but it's about population reduction, so we've got to do this. So, or the CIA comes out and says, okay, we did put out fake bin Laden videos. Okay, we are growing the opium. They're trying to really steal our thunder and just kind of put it out there in our face.
It's because it's too late. At 500 million bad eggs. I'm going, I said, do you hear that? 500 million bad eggs. And you go, and when I say to people, it's because a lot of people didn't take the vaccine that they had to grow in the eggs. So they're like, hey, since they didn't take them, let's just put them back out. People dropping dead from the vaccine eggs that you had to grow the H1N1 inside the eggs. And it's just like, it didn't work. So now they just got these eggs sitting around and they try to put them out there. Those eggs are now poison. Now they got to figure out salmonella. I'm like, look, there's no way 500 million eggs got salmonella poisoning in it. But people go, well, that's what they told me. And I go,
Tree, stay there. We're going to do 5 more minutes. We're back in 70 seconds. It's been an amazing interview with nationally known comedian Patrice O'Neal. And we got 5 more minutes with him. And I wanted to get into the Quran situation. I'm going to get into this after he leaves us. Then Richard Gage is coming on. But bottom line, I defended the right of that mosque to be built down there 2 blocks from Ground Zero. But I also don't agree with him, but I agree with his right for that preacher to burn the Quran. And the fact now that they're in the Middle East, they're burning Bibles and things. You know, the issue is if you don't like the United States, that you can burn a Bible, you can burn a Quran, you can burn an American flag. I think that's disrespectful and bad on every front. I'm not looking to insult people. But now that this guy's maybe saying he's going to back off, and the media has been talking about maybe it should be illegal to burn a Quran, well, then First Amendment's gone. Patrice O'Neal.
I agree with the fact that you do have your right to do things, but there is tact. And I'm gonna tell you, burning a Quran, and this is my thing about burning a Quran and burning a Bible and whatever. It's burning their God. That's the thing that bothers me. It's that look, and it goes again to the lying in this country. No one has a problem with Islam. It itself. I mean, Farrakhan is Muslim, so no one would burn a Quran to demonstrate that they hate Louis Farrakhan because he's genuine American. Whether people agree with him or not, you know he's American. People don't have a problem with Islam. They have a problem with Arabs. And no one wants to say that they don't like Arabs in this country. It's not about the Bible and the Quran. It's about those people in this country. Let me tell you, I agree. I believe this. Arabs have not yet gone through what everyone else has gone through in this country to be certified American. You go through some foulness for people to go, whew, they're American. Japanese did it. Chinese did it. Blacks did it. Irish did it. Everyone's done it except for Arabs. And there is no, and here's the thing. Everyone who does bad in their particular group has another part of their group who condemns things that they do that are wrong. Arabs don't have, and maybe it's the news that's doing it, but you don't see enough Arabs that go, what these Arabs are doing is wrong. You ask Arab, hey, what do you think about 9/11? It's like, well, when you're pushed to do things, you have to go through. It's like, nah, just say flying planes in the buildings might be wrong. Just say, don't give me an excuse of why people got to die. Just say, look, blowing up this guy might not be the right thing. I don't think enough Arabs are vocal enough against the ones that are just doing bad stuff to make everybody else go, okay, there's a right Arab and a wrong Arab. But that's for basic anything.
But, I mean, we're almost out of time, Patrice. What about the issue of, I've supported the property rights issue with the mosque and been criticized because if you take away their right, then nobody's got a right. But at the same time, I didn't know what to really think about this preacher and all of this, and I think it's being used by the media to create division. Yep. But now, if he does back off, you can burn anything you want but a Quran.
But let's be honest. Building that mosque, you have the right to do it. Don't do it. Don't do it just because of the sentiment. Don't burn Qurans because it's burning someone's God. Billions.
Well, I don't think it's a good idea. I mean, I don't think it's a good idea. I don't like it. But at the same time, the First Amendment is the heart of this country.
Have the right. But, sir, Mr. Guy, the preacher in Gainesville, don't do it.
But if you don't exercise a right, you lose it.
He didn't need to even open his mouth to exercise it. Just like the mosque, you can build it 8 blocks away where people go, okay, you're going to build it 2 to exercise your right. I'm not crazy. You're not exercising a right because you could exercise your right to be decent to the people who are going to lose it and cause problems.
Very interesting. Patrice O'Neal, thank you for spending time with us. He'll be, you bet, he'll be tonight and Saturday, Cap City Comedy Club. Find out more at PatriceO'Neal.com. I'm Alex Jones, Infowars.com, PrisonPlanet.tv.
Got to say hi to Patrice O'Neal sitting in for Jimmy Norton today.
Good morning.
Good morning, Patrice.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good to have you. And now we got to do the whole show we did in the office for everybody else. So much stuff came out in the office today.
We just casual discussion.
We just should have microphones in the office, and if it works, then that's how we should just start the show.
Maybe we should just have mics on us all the time, and we never have to leave the house. We could just send in a DAT tape of everything we talk about. and they could play it, and I could sit at home.
Because it never comes off like it wasn't off.
Of course
They're
not.
like, hey, let's talk about it. Alrighty.
Hey, have you noticed? Trying to act now like we all haven't heard it, and it's just all awkward.
Save it for the radio, man. And
Yeah.
you'd be like, hey, listen, I can talk. I don't need to save my personality for the radio. Then you'd be like, hey.
And you can't make the point like you did. Like, you can be brilliant 50 feet away in the office. You can be brilliant. You walk in here and get a mic on in front of you, and all of a sudden the same thing is, and the guy did the thing. The guy did the thing.
Well, but I wrote everything we talked about in the office.
Oh, you did?
Madonna premiere, Michael Moore book Making You Smarter, AIDS versus bird flu, Saddam Hussein trial, Hurricane Wilma, home invasions, and some dude touching Patrice's chicken, and now he's a little worried. See, I got it all ready to go.
See, you didn't even get that part of the story.
Touch
with the
Patrice's
chicken. It wasn't the fact that he touched the chicken that got Patrice all skeeved out. It was the fact that he touched Patrice's chicken, the raw chicken, put it in a bag,
right,
and then grabbed his other stuff with the same hand that now has chicken juice on it, which can give you salmonella.
Oh, okay.
And then puts that. What was your other item?
It
that
was
he touched?
it was like macaroni salad in the
All
little
right.
cup.
In the cup. So now you're going to grab the cup, and it's going to be on your
That's
hands.
what I'm saying.
And now you got the salmonella.
These guys do this thing every day, and people aren't dropping from the salmonella, so... Plus the fact that you go to Brazil and eat hooker ass.
I don't eat hooker ass, dude.
You used to eat hooker ass, but you're worried about a butcher touching stuff after he touched your
This is something
chicken.
that Norton spreads. It's like he wants everybody to be as piece of a crap as he is.
Yeah.
I go there with toys. You saw my toys.
Yeah.
I go there because I know how evil I am. So I go there with safe stuff, with glass toys.
Yeah.
And I don't engage in third world booty hole, man. I don't have a death wish. I take high blood pressure medicine. I don't want to die.
All right, so now you got a legitimate concern. I thought you were, licking hooker ass. And,
No, man.
A guy that licks hooker ass shouldn't worry about what the butcher's touching.
It's a salmonella, man. Chicken has salmonella.
It does,
And
raw chicken.
Some things scare you.
Yeah.
Like that shit, guns might not scare you, but E. coli or
raw chicken, things like that, undercooked pork. If
See,
you
I don't
cut in
mind undercooked pork. I like-
Really?
I'll be
That's a
pork.
trichinosis that gives you, though.
Trichinosis, schnickinosis.
I'll tell you the bad one: linguine in red clam sauce.
What'll that do?
Well, if you were around my apartment Saturday morning, I would show you.
Oh no!
Oh, you had food poisoning?
Oh my God! I was just showering from my ass. I was just my.
Oh, you didn't throw up though.
No, it was.
So that's not
just,
food poisoning.
It was just a salad shooter coming from my butt.
I love one of those. I don't mind. I don't mind that because sometimes I get stopped up, so it's like, I don't mind that.
It cleans it out.
Yeah, sometimes I like a little food poisoning.
No.
Yeah, you know what?
My movements.
You know what? You're very accurate. You feel so much lighter after
you
the fact.
Just get it all out, man.
It's a quick 6 hours of hell, and then you're like, whoa, I feel a little lighter.
Colonic, natural colonic.
Thank you, no. Just keep it regular.
All right, so the butcher thing. Now I'm with you, I guess.
Yeah, I just I wasn't dangerous. I don't even think Norton was dangerous out there, man. He didn't. No one did anything dangerous.
He said he had sex with one of these girls without a rubber. That to me seems a little dangerous.
That is dangerous.
It sounds, great on the outside because who wants to use a rubber when you're having sex? Nobody.
Yeah, that's my thing doesn't work with one now.
No.
It's just when I put it on, it's like strangling it. It's just dead.
Just choking the life out of it.
Like, you know what I do when it's hard and I go, oh, it's hard now. So I try to just roll the condom on and just start and then it just wah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I got that.
It's just.
I got that noise for you.
That's it. That is the sound of your dick just getting soft.
That's why I don't cheat. I don't cheat on my girl. Not because I'm not a bad person. It's just
you can't put the condom on.
I can't, and then
you don't want to not use one.
She caught me when I was with all this medicine, making my balls useless.
Oh God.
So it's like I gotta be connected now.
Those things are awful.
There you go. And then the home invasion thing, too.
Yeah, this has just got me now in a tizzy.
We got to explain this for the rest of the
Patrice going,
white people escape from reality. There you go.
We got to explain this for the rest of the country.
He's making fun of me.
But I think the rest of the country could kind of understand this.
Yeah.
A lot of people move away from the cities to the suburbs because they feel like they're safer.
Yeah, you move to a place that you think is a safe place. I moved to the North Shore of Nassau County. Now, this is an area that is pretty wealthy, Jewish, a lot of Jews in the area, a lot of rich Indians that are doctors, you know, they live up there.
The book, The Great Gatsby.
The Great Gatsby, yeah, it was set up there. A lot of these things. Teddy Roosevelt's house, you know, North Shore, Long Island. Very nice area to live in. So I figure, hey, I'm going to finally move on up. Like George Jefferson, I'm moving on up. I'm going to live there and not have to worry so much. I lived in Brooklyn for a while, and not, you know, I didn't live in Flatbush or nothing. I lived in Bay Ridge.
Nothing ever happened to you, did it?
No, it did. It was just, because it's fucking Brooklyn. My car was getting keyed. Come out one day, and my girlfriend's Jeep had, you know, the window smashed out, and the spare tire's gone. And
property damage.
Yeah, and very minor theft.
But look what's happening in Long Island. This is the thing, and it's all because there's only 1 or 2 cops because there's no need to have a police force.
Exactly, and now the guy, the executive in Nassau County, is in all kinds of deep shit because he wants to cut the cops even more during this time when now we need a shitload of cops. I want cops I want Nassau County cops. And when you drive through Nassau County, you really don't see that many Nassau County cops. You see some Nassau County Highway Patrol cops, like the guys out on the expressway and parkways and shit, waiting there to pull you over to give you a ticket for speeding. But I want them cruising through those neighborhoods. I want them peeking around, looking.
Because there's no crime there. They don't have the patrol.
But there is crime now.
Now it is. That's the smart thing to do.
And that's not a moneymaker to be cruising, you know, that up and down the street.
No, that's not making the revenue. It's out on the highway.
Yeah, you got to hide in a bush. That's
the speeding
how you make
ticket.
the money.
Well, apparently now it's easy pickings. That's what Nassau County is now. They found it. It's easy pickings.
Well, this has been going on for about a week to 10 days, right?
Yeah.
Now? And
no, this is the past year they've had unprecedented numbers of home invasion robberies.
And home invasion, let me tell you, that's again with my law understanding.
Yeah,
home invasion is high. It's right under murder.
It really is a violent, nasty
home
thing.
Invasion. When coming in somebody's house when they're home turns it into something where they might as well kill you.
Yeah.
Why leave you alive if they're going to invade your home if you're home?
It's just a horrifying thing to think to have happen. Now, a lot of these people, a majority of the break-ins, if not all of them, are through some type of open door. These stupid motherfuckers in Nassau County have been living like they think
they still
that
think
they
it's
could sleep
1950.
with their door unlocked, that's their safety. Look, I can do this. I don't have to lock my door, so it makes me feel like I live in a safe place. Lock your doors, assholes. Batten down the hatches, I say.
But why would you do that? Like, you know, you move. What's the point of moving from Brooklyn to go live the same way in Nassau? You know what I'm saying? Like, you went to leave to be safe and feel what it feels like to sleep with your doors open, hear crickets.
Yeah.
You know.
Because people like that. It's either doors or windows. What people like doing in the suburbs is sleeping without the air conditioner on. You open up that window and you hear, the birds or the crickets. You feel like, ooh, that was a nice breeze. You're smelling outside. That's what you want. That's why you moved there. And now, a member of the Latin Kings, or the M18 or whatever they're called, my most horrifying one yet. They are identifying the gangs. There's three
gangs that are doing the home invasion.
Is it M18, I think?
Oh, there's gangs that are doing the home invasion.
Oh, yeah.
These gangs. The Latin Kings, which are huge out in, like, Brentwood, in Suffolk County, Long Island, out in that area, they're blowing up out there. They're
Are they
huge.
tying up the people? Or?
Yeah, they tie them up with the phone cords. They rip the phone cords out. They tie them up.
Who has phone cords?
I know. You're cordless. You better have a phone cord. Those motherfuckers. I'd be like, oh, I don't have phone cords. They're going to kill me. They can't tie me up. They rip it out.
Are you going to install an old-fashioned?
I'm going to have an old-fashioned
with a phone cord.
One of those old, big, heavy Black Bell telephones. And they tie you up, blindfold you. There are kids in a lot of these cases, and they take the kids and they make them lay down on the floor and put pillows over their heads and tell them to stay there.
Good God Almighty.
And then they ransack the place. They get the jewelry, computer equipment, and load it into a waiting car. And then they drive off. Leave the people there horrified.
Well, at least they're not killing them.
Yet.
Oops.
So the last case, they go in. This woman comes out of her bedroom, and they kind of rough her up a little, send her back. Then the husband comes out. He's wearing an NYPD shirt, but he's not a cop. So they go bullshit on this guy. Where's the motherfucking gun? Where's the fucking gun, motherfucker?
Oh, so they thought he was a cop.
Yeah, they thought he was a cop because he's got the NYPD shirt on.
And he's just like, I'm a tourist or whatever.
They're for sale everywhere, Pally.
Why did they ever agree to sell NYPD?
I know.
Shirts and hats and stuff.
Unless you're a cop, don't wear that shit.
I've been in situations where I'm a little scared, but then you see a guy in like one of those shirts or a hat, and you're like, oh, all right.
Great.
And then you realize
Works at the deli.
You realize half these guys are just out-of-towners that just bought the damn
They
thing.
bought it.
Before they go back to Iowa.
It was right under the fucking I Love New York shirt in his drawer, and he pulled that one out.
I feel a little fear, but then I see like a guy with an FBI shirt on. I'm like, oh, all right.
Yeah.
He'll know what to do.
He's got it under control.
No, he's just some plumber from fucking Indiana.
You look. Anthony kind of looks like he lives in a decent neighborhood, evidently.
Yeah.
You look like a mob union representative. You know, like you look like somebody like let's not get into any
like
problems.
It should
with
be some trouble if something.
You just look like trouble, man. You do.
The Sicilian in me.
You do look like trouble. But you like the city, though, right? Oh.
Yeah, I really do.
Hope he likes the city.
Eventually, I'll move back out to the suburbs, get a house and stuff.
But white people moving back into the city.
Yeah, I really do enjoy the city now, finally. You know, I don't like the homeless guy, showering outside my window every night, but besides that, yeah, it's good.
Oh, that was it, the third gang. The fat guys.
The fat guys.
The fat guys out of Manhattan are breaking in now.
And I blame TV. Once again, I blame the news.
Like
you
that.
made a great point in the office, because just before we went on the air, there's a new home invasion. Not the one you're going to read about in the paper today, a new one that they just discovered.
They had a live shot from Long Island, Newcastle, and they showed a bicycle in a driveway from like a helicopter shot and said an attempted home invasion here. And the guy just, I guess, they thwarted it, the homeowners, and he left his bike and ran, took off on foot. But another attempt, and I think it's these copycats is what's happening. They make it look easy.
Yeah, the news is showing you, wow, look how easy this is.
It's easy picking. So now these gangs go, all right, let's get a couple of guys together. We'll go out, we'll break in, and take money. There's money to be money for the taking at these places.
It's the fat guys, right?
The fat guys out of Manhattan.
Nice.
I'm a little scared of them. The Latin Kings, M18, and now. I was reading the paper. The locks at Home Depot. They showed this woman buying big locks.
Look at this woman.
Look at her.
Look at her. That's gonna protect you from the fat guys.
Here's what you got to do.
What a bunch of dummies! People are lining up at the Home Depots to get the real expensive locks.
The locks.
Yeah, that's gonna stop people.
Here's what you got to do, people of Nassau County.
Guns.
Today, when I leave. When I leave the station, I am going right to the gun store and getting myself a shotgun. All of a sudden, the rapier.
You're gonna sleep with it?
I'm not feeling. It's going to be right there next to my bed.
You really
there.
And you've had like some training in picking up guns and just.
Oh, I'm
he knows how to use a gun.
really good with guns. Oh,
He's
my
good.
God.
I mean, and not in terms of shooting, but in terms of like hear a noise and
no, I'm not like crazy.
Quick draw.
No,
like
not
when the Puerto
quick
Rican
draw.
comes in with the pistol to your head, it's like that gun is now his property. He robbed a cop, or which he thought he was a cop. So don't do it. Don't get a gun and get killed.
Patrice,
I sleep.
He's just upgrading because right now he's protecting himself with a rapier.
I have a rapier, which is a sword. That is my Look at his face. Look at his face. That is my home defense right now.
I can't believe what a white guy you are.
I
Anthony,
have a
man.
sword.
He has a
Oh,
rapier
God.
with a protection for his knuckles.
The M18 and the MS-13.
Yeah.
Relatively new to New York. They're formed refugees from Salvadorian Civil War. They began arriving 20 years ago. Other games like Vatos Locos, Trevisos, and Vagos are even newer. Born as recently arrived Mexicans responded to harassment from older gangs such as the Bloods, Latin Kings, and Nietas. With time, the immigrant street corner crews have grown larger, more numerous, and more violent.
Where are they at?
They're out on Long Island.
They're everywhere.
Dude, they're out on Long Island, these guys. The Latin Kings are huge out on Long Island.
But they can't just
Look at this. Here it is. Home invasion. Oh, look at... Oh, what am I
But
gonna...
they have to stake you out or something. Like, they can't... Because just a mild-mannered, like, Mexican walking around without, like, being escorted somewhere is a suspect. It's like there's a Mexican in my area. So they're going to call the cops anyway without that.
Here's their M.O. They drive around. They drive around these nice neighborhoods that are relatively close to the expressway or the parkway. And they cruise around slow, 3 in the morning. And when they see a likely yard, something maybe that isn't seen from the street, not well lit, something like that, they'll check the doors. They'll check the garage. They'll try to get in through an opening like that. If they can't, then move on. Try to find another one. If they can, you're fucked. They're coming in your fucking house. I sleep with my... See, now you two said he's getting the shotgun and everything. When I sleep, the bedroom door has a lock on it. That motherfucker's locked.
You got a panic room?
I have the panic room bedroom. So if someone breaks into the house, they're going to then have to break into my bedroom. I'll hear something outside. That's when I pick up and level the shotgun.
Through your wooden doors?
Through my wooden doors.
Through your wooden panic room door.
Fucking Jodie Foster.
There is yet to be a home invasion where they have hacked through my doors.
4 locks and an iron door.
Is that what you got?
Absolutely. That's why I always live in apartments, man. I don't like creepy houses. I don't like... When I drive through Connecticut, it scares me more.
See, I don't like the apartments.
The worst part of Brooklyn.
There's nothing worse than that creaky echo sound of the stairwell fucking iron door that just waiting to be robbed or raped in an apartment building.
Man.
Oh, the elevator don't work.
But look, wait a minute,
Hey, motherfucker. Oh, no. Oh, no.
But now you're scared. You're more scared than when you lived in Brooklyn.
You're right.
Because of the illusion of safety.
Yeah.
At least like an iron door. Put it this way. You're safe in your house when you have an iron door and all the creaking stairs and the whatever else.
You're true.
I mean, you know what I mean?
I believe it.
And there's always somebody around in New York. Always somebody around somewhere.
A lot of people are calling in saying buy a gun and fire away.
Shotgun.
This is just...
I am purchasing the Mossberg.
This is what white people do for free.
Exactly. This is just a setup to be able to murder young, scared...
Enterprising.
They were afraid of other gangs.
Right, and had to leave.
This is just protection for them.
And they need a little revenue. You know what, though? This is what will happen. If some guy breaks in or a gang breaks in, one guy gets killed in someone's living room, you know, a homeowner with a shotgun, boom, he's dead. That'll cut back on this. Because then it'll be like, all right, it was easy pickings. They're starting to fight back.
That's right.
Let's move somewhere
We're
else.
going to have to take one out, Patrice. I'm sorry.
Yeah. One's got to go.
We're going to have to take one out.
One has got to go.
This is more non-understanding of violence by the white man.
We're going to have to take one out.
It's got to escalate.
As violent as you people are, you just don't understand that all this is
We're violent.
That's what I'm saying. These kids are not afraid of some white dude who goes by a pistol.
The M18 doesn't like freedom. We got to fight him.
It's MS-13.
MS-13. No, and M18.
Oh, okay.
There's two.
A bunch of people are screaming on the phones. It's MS-13.
I'm looking here. Gangs like M18 and MS-13.
It is the MS-13. They calling.
Yeah. Oh,
we the MS-13, fool.
Yeah.
Fool-ass, mark-ass nigga.
I'm sure there's some curled up fingers right now trying to represent that. Hey, home.
Hey, home.
Hey, vato. Wearing those flannels with only the top button buttoned. The collar.
Who's this Anthony Vato?
Hey, 2-1. 2-1.
Let's say hi to Jeff in Connecticut. Jeff?
Guys, good morning. How are you?
Morning. We're having a good time with Patrice O'Neal.
Excellent. Hey, listen, you know, the one thing that nobody ever realizes is that when you dial 911, the police are never obligated to protect you as an individual. They're obligated to protect society as a whole. So buy a gun, stock up, and when you drop one, you're exactly right. The crime is going to drop. You look at places like Vermont, and what's the crime where they can carry guns anywhere? Zero. Nothing. So go for it.
There you go.
I don't agree with that.
There you go. People say if you shoot one of these guys, then the whole gang comes back for you.
I just don't.
Proven. Time and time again, it's proven that crime drops with an increase in gun ownership.
That's
true. People are afraid. Documented.
That's true.
It's just more conspiracy to kill the black and Puerto Rican.
Is that it?
It just is.
Well,
White
why
people
aren't there self-respecting white guys, Robin?
To shoot somebody, man. I live around murderers and stuff. You just mind your business. You know,
we can't have them coming in our homes, Patrice.
Just one home. This is what's killing. It's not. Well, how many homes got invaded?
I think
up to
25.
That's
25,
really?
Yeah.
That's a lot.
That is a lot. I was going to say 4 or 5. No, it's 25, man, and they're just operating. But the problem
shoot
is
these Mexicans.
they're all in my area. Yeah, just stay. I don't like out of that. our neighborhoods. Stay out of my goddamn neighborhood. And then they have
We're
that.
staying
out of your neighborhood. We don't.
No,
go
you're
up
not.
to-
You go there to buy some drugs.
Hell no.
Or pretend you're an undercover cop. It's nothing. That's what you're safe in our neighborhood. That's where you should move where black people are. Nothing will happen to you.
Yeah.
Nothing. Black people just don't bother white people.
I wouldn't.
ever.
You know what though? I wouldn't be able to drive anywhere. The second I hop in my car and drive, I'd be pulled over. What are you doing here? What are you doing in this neighborhood? I love watching cops. I love when the white guys are driving in a little Toyota or something, and the cops pull them over. Where were you coming from? Oh, a friend. I have a friend that lives. You got no friend over here. What were you doing? What were you doing? No, I was dropping off something for. They never have the story. Because they were buying drugs, and they always get it out of them, too, the cops. What, you were buying drugs? Like, well, yeah, I was. You're going to get yourself killed? Stay out of this neighborhood. Always some dopey white guy trying to buy dope from the black guys. All right, well, there you go. That's get killed. That's an ongoing story. And I'm trading in my rapier. I'm upgrading. It's almost like one of my favorite games, Age of Empires, Opie, where now I've reached a level where I have to now upgrade my forces. And I'm upgrading to the firearm age. Nice. I'm trading in the sword and the cavalrymen for some musketeers.
I'm going to feel bad for you when you have to deal with the guilt of actually killing a human being, man.
Yeah, you know something? There would be no guilt whatsoever.
You don't think so?
Not if some motherfucker broke into my house. If I killed someone accidentally, driving, something like that, it would be the most guilt. The rest of my life would be spent guilt-ridden. Some motherfucker breaks into my house, I would hope to get him in the kneecaps so I could just fuck with him a little bit. So I could I would hire people to play out the Pulp Fiction scene with the fucking rapist guy in the basement on the guy just out of pleasure that this motherfucker was trying. Probably laughing with his buddies with the last one that he got away with. Like, all that shit plays out in my head.
Yeah, Anthony.
That he's
really
laughing.
You have dreams of being, like, a vigilante.
Oh, I would love it. Oh, yeah. He's just waiting for the day
This
to
is a
kill
dream,
somebody.
like-
Dead's dead. That's right. Dead's
And
dead.
say a catchphrase like, you broke into the wrong L.I. crib, baby.
Yeah, we need to come up with Anthony's catchphrase today.
Anthony's catchphrase.
What's my catchphrase when I shoot this motherfucker? That's your job today as a listener of this program.
You just
Anthony's
went,
catchphrase.
I shot him, and he went, oh. Eh? Oh, yeah, baby.
I got some stats here. In Suffolk County, there have been 17 home invasions this year. Nassau has had at least 29 cases since December. 29. Since December. Great. We're working on 30.
That's a lot. That is. Why is that not news?
It is news now. They're
it's
just starting now, and it's because no one's done anything. The police presence hasn't been stepped up. The people are it's like sheep. They're like sheep. This one woman, they just found that dead body of that girl. Oh, yeah. That woman Sands Point? in Sands Point, which is like hoity-toity exclusive That is area. the Great Gatsby. That is the Great Gatsby house is right up there. They find her dead, and they're talking to the homeowners, and she goes, I can't believe this happened here. This is such a nice neighborhood. We all, during the day, our doors are unlocked. Yeah, fucking advertise, asshole. Get on the news and tell people your doors are unlocked every day.
They're unlocked in Canada, evidently, you know.
Yeah, evidently. I saw that with Michael Moore. Walked around and was able to open people's houses.
We're going to get into the Michael Moore thing after the break.
Yeah.
That's a whole nother half hour, man. Me and Patrice were on the same page with that.
Biscuit Eater.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, you need to not worry about one of those Mossbergs. You need a Remington 1100.
Really? Remington 1100? Why?
Yeah, that's an automatic. You don't want to be sitting there trying to pump off shots. You need an automatic, you know.
I can't be jamming, though. I can't have any fucking automatic shotgun jams. I take out a kneecap. I don't want fucking shell lodged in there.
Nah, it's a Cadillac, man. Go with the
Cadillac a shotgun?
You know what? I tell you, one of your callers will call and tell you the perfect gun for killing a Mexican. You know what? The Beaner 4000, that'll knock his head.
I need the Punisher.
He picked a perfect day to be here.
Oh,
because if it was Bill Burr, it'd be just a bunch of white guys talking like this is normal shit. But you're gonna show us the other side.
Patrice has the other side of it. Why are you getting a shotgun? Just let him come in and take some shit. Tie up with a phone cord.
They're kind of short, right? So sometimes you miss. If you got big holes in your gun, it'll miss those little sons of bitches. So you gotta get them little holes.
Mexicans is short. What you need?
See, they got an extra jugular vein in their shoulder nobody know about. We cut one open the other day like a frog. Found they got 6 jugular veins, one in the knee.
Let's say hi to Kevin. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, man.
Hey, I tell you what, don't go to an automatic. Stick with a pump, because when you rack that shell up in there, it's going to make them shit.
Exactly. I enjoy the pump shotgun. They're more dependable than an automatic.
More dramatic.
And more dramatic. I love that sound.
Movie drama.
I love the sound. Sometimes you rack that motherfucker up, the people go running.
Why don't you get a 30-30?
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe a 50 cal. Yeah. Oh, a lever action.
Lever. Why don't you get
I'm gonna get me a Winchester.
A Buffalo Bill one.
A 6-shooter that I could fan with my hand.
Hey, should we do, pew, pew, pew. You guys want to do shootouts today?
Take that, partner.
Let's do shootouts today.
Oh, people with their guns?
Yeah. You guys, if you want to shoot off guns today on the show, give us a call.
This is mostly for our Midwest listeners, not our city listeners.
Patrice is in shock.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious, man.
That's not fair.
The last time we did this, you should have heard the artillery.
Oh, my God.
Oh, we had some heavy artillery.
All in Wisconsin, where they're getting ready for
came
some
out of the
war.
woodwork.
The militia.
Why don't you call them? Call them.
I could join. Is there a Long Island militia? Is there a Nassau County militia? They're holding a luncheon this Friday, the Nassau militia.
Pay for some of these guys from Wisconsin who's practicing for the end of the world and fly
Come
them
over here. Let them bivouac in my backyard with some tents.
Look how excited we are today.
I am so excited about getting a gun and the potential of one of these guys breaking in and me offing them.
Someone is asking, why not a dog, Anthony? Why not a dog?
Dogs. First of all, the last home invasion, the people were initially alerted by the dog, but the dog did nothing. The dog barked. The woman got up and was accosted.
But see, these people are planning this great because the area you live in, they know everybody has the little sissy dogs,
right? Yeah,
and no one's gonna allow somebody to walk around with a Rottweiler.
Nope.
It'll be like neighborhood. Pressure to say, hey, no pit bulls, no Rottweiler. Any dogs that have a use for that situation, they're not going to have it.
My neighborhood is the watering hole with the zebras around it and the elk and they're just sitting there, and the tigers and lions and everything are just looking, going, this is some of the easiest shit we're ever going to get. And something's got to be done. You're right. The dogs that I see being walked around the neighborhood are Bichon Frisés and little Yorkshire Terriers.
It'll be more police that if your Rottweiler attacks a poodle in your neighborhood, it'll be more police than this home invasion.
Yeah.
And if, like you said, there's some rich Indians and stuff, let's be honest. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How many white people get home invaded? These guys are genius, man.
Yeah, they're very smart.
They're robbing Indians.
They know exactly where to go. Yeah, but they don't know. What do they sniff for curry first?
I bet you they're staking out, man.
All right, here we go.
You think they're doing a little stakeout first?
We got a guy that his house was broken into. Ed, Illinois, actually. I thought it was L.I. Ed, what's up?
Hey, guys. Great show. Yeah, I drive truck, and I got an assortment of guns, and the shotgun, especially the pump, is the best. I was out on the road. My brother's home lives with me. He's about 27 at the time. No offense to your guest there, what you guys would call swoogies broke in there. And my brother was arguing with him, and he had a ball bat in his hand, and he was getting nowhere. My wife came out of the bedroom with shotgun.
I'm sorry to cut you off. Is the new word for nigga schmoogies out there?
Schwoogie. Schwoogie. It's a Boston Jewish term.
We have been using the word schwoogie for many years, Patrice.
Behind our back?
And yes, you are one.
Could you keep us updated?
You didn't get
the last one I heard was Moon Cricket, but could you please keep us updated?
You didn't
with
get
all
the mailer?
I didn't get Schwoogies. You know, I need a new white. Cracker's getting old.
Cracker's old.
Listen to this. The old listeners, they get sick of us telling the stories over and over again, but we got to tell Patrice where Schwoogie came from.
It was Brucey Mittman.
Brucey Mittman, our responsible general manager when we were up in Boston.
Jewish guy.
Jewish guy.
Jewish
tiny.
guy.
He had to be like 5'3".
Drove a Suburban. He almost needed a fucking stepladder to get into. This guy was so short and so like he knew he was short and he had to do something about it. So he got the biggest vehicle that rolled off an assembly line.
Napoleon.
At the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Napoleon complex.
Definitely.
And we had raised some money.
Well, we got in a lot of trouble.
Yeah,
for something. At this point, I don't even know what we got.
I don't know what it was, but we had done something where we had a charity thing attached to our CD that we put out. It was a charity for. What was it?
I got it right there.
It was the only people that would take our money. We tried the Jimmy Fund first. That's where we started. The money for cancer kids. They wouldn't take our money. They did not want Opie and Anthony. They would rather a kid die of cancer than accept money from the sleaze bags that are Opie and Anthony.
So we were trying to do a good thing because we didn't really make money off this thing.
So we tried breast cancer. We tried this. Diseases, cancer, more respected than Opie and Anthony.
A lot of diseases said no to Opie and Anthony.
So finally,
we don't need your help.
Finally, who came on board?
Well, I'm trying to find the credit now. Hold on a minute. Where the heck is it? On the back, maybe? Okay.
Can I see that picture?
No, because I know what that's gonna.
There's some good pictures on there.
Hold on, where the heck is the charity? Schwoogies, yeah.
Yeah.
Black people, we really need to come up with some new. All I know is Cracker and Hunky.
Pat from Unaki saying my catchphrase should be "Don't fuck with a fancy man." Very fancy. Or.
Okay.
You've been owned. As I finish casting, feel the cold steel of my rapier. No, sir, I will be using a shotgun.
The charity that finally said yes to us was...
Come on.
The New England Shelter for Homeless Veterans.
New England Shelter for Homeless Veterans.
Took your money.
They were the ones that finally decided to take our money.
Can't you just send money?
No, because there was a big presentation that they
so
had
they
to
had
be
to
involved
support
with.
it.
Right. So we obviously were working. So our boss wanted a little good press. He went down to deliver the big giant check. You know the big giant check?
Yeah, the lottery check.
The big giant
really
check.
Huge. It's like, what, 6 feet across or whatever?
And so he had to deliver, and there was a bunch of black guys that he was giving the check to. I guess they were minority, homeless veteran thing.
And he actually was using this to get us out of trouble because we got into some racial shit with another radio station. I now remember. So we got real ugly with a few people and caused a stir up in Boston. So
we snapped some pictures of him handing over the check. And
right.
everything.
So, but as he's leaving to hand in this huge check to the Schwoogies, he comes in as we're doing our afternoon broadcast, all pissed off, going, because of you guys, instead of playing golf, I got to deliver this check to the Schwoogies.
And that's where you heard
that was the first time I've ever heard it.
But it existed before he said it.
I guess in the Jewish community, that's like
but this guy's like Schwoogie.
Schwoogie? You know the Schwoogie? Yeah, how did it spread out to the Midwest?
Ain't that somehow it's like racism really is like the internet. It's like
it is.
But
no,
where are the new white? How come there are no white terms? We need a new one.
You employed guy. What are you going to call him?
Really?
You homeowner.
You responsible father.
We need to mix up. What's Schwoogie mixed with? Schwarzer and and Oodleys.
I don't even know where it comes from. Yeah, I have no clue where that would come from. But the root word is origin.
But our general manager, who was all pissed off at us because of our racial shit that we got into, comes walking in after giving us a scolding, saying he's not going to be able to play golf that day because he's got to deliver the check to the Schwoogies.
I cannot believe
and
that.
And then he was in the local paper smiling all big with all the black guys around him with the big check.
Unbelievable. White people never cease to amaze me, man. I'm trying not to be racist, and it's just like, thank you, Mr. Schwoogie.
All right, we should take our...
Good luck, bro. There's a catchphrase they're saying I should have.
Good luck, bro.
In a thunderous voice. Headshot. People, they're really getting the video gaming because they know I'm into the first-person shooter video games. They're really kind of getting that into it. My catchphrase should be, "Sir, you're banned," because now I ban people from the instant feedback when they're nasty. Nothing really hit me though. I kind of like. Yeah,
we'll get.
I need a good catchphrase.
We'll get a good catchphrase for Anthony today. Oh, you looked up the word schwoogie?
It's in.
Schwoogie, a member of the African American race.
It's a definition in where?
Urban Dictionary. But then the second meaning, it says schwoogie refers to the Opie and Anthony show.
Really?
Was what their old boss Brucey at radio station WAF in Boston would call black people.
Oh, we were responsible for spreading this word?
I guess we were the ones
Your effing fault, you.
I guess we technically invented the term.
I think Bruce made it up. Brucey made it up. And then we just, through the power of radio, have spread it nationwide.
And then it's used in a sentence. Boys, did you see that schwoogie stealing that car?
Someone said it's a Yiddish word for shadow.
Oh. All right, whatever. So, let's say hi. One more call before we go to break. Tim on Long Island. Tim?
Yeah, what's up, man? I'm laying in bed last night. I'm watching this fucking pathetic show, Dog the Bounty Hunter. You ever see that shit?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Anyway, I'm fucking hearing noises all over my house. I'm up all fucking night with one hand on my shotgun, the other one on my clicker. I didn't get any fucking sleep last night waiting for one of these maniacs to break in my house.
Yeah, now every noise you hear outside. I got a fucking raccoon that fucks with the garbage behind the house, and it just scares the piss out of me. You hear something, like, rattle around and go, oh, here it comes. It's going down. And there I go. There I go to my sliding glass door around back with the rapier sword in my hand.
Like, it's hilarious how, like, I'm deathly afraid of white guys like that guy that just called it. Like, it's just, those white guys seem to be the most dangerous people I've ever, you know, these fucking guys where I fucking there. And I thought that was Long Island. I didn't think Long Island was full of, like, citizens who really, like, you know, should be nervous. I thought it was just a bunch of Italians and like, that fucking guy with the thingy-majiggy.
You
certain areas.
Nervous, because if I see you in my neighborhood...
Jesus, listen to that.
I'm on the radio trying to entertain this guy. How fucking dare
you come into my fucking neighborhood, huh?
You better fucking book Billy Burr, you mother... guy, pull your eyeball and shit. You
better leave my neighborhood and go to Howard Beach. They'll fucking treat you better, motherfucker.
All right, with that, let's take our first break. We got Rich Voss, who's going to join the program as well today. Patrice O'Neill in studio. We're back with the Opie and Anthony program. It's Whip 'em Out Wednesday. Get the WOW stickers on your car. I'm telling you, you got to be in it to see the boobs as you're driving around.
That's not quite a good slogan there that you just spit out.
I know.
You got to be in it to see some boobs.
I was going to say, you got to be in it to win it.
That's taken by the lotto.
I understand that. But you are winning. If you're driving around, you got the WOW in the back of your truck or car,
yeah,
and all of a sudden a girl flashes you, you're definitely a winner. You're definitely a winner. And then I hear from some of the guys, they get all bitchy because, you know, the set wasn't that good. Even a bad set of boobies is good in my eyes, right?
Yeah.
For the most part?
Exactly. You want to see them good, bad, doesn't matter.
Catchphrases for Anthony.
Oh, my God.
Pat from Menaki. How do you like them apples?
That doesn't sound very strong.
All right, we're trying them out here.
I don't like that one.
Stephen S. from Bayshore. Ant, yell out, you damn dirty ape.
Oh, Jesus.
Then
Patrice comes running in.
Oh, boss.
Jeff from whackbag.com. I think this is the leader right now.
Yeah.
Tell Groucho Anthony says hello.
The Groucho reference.
Alan from Philly, his catchphrase is Pacino plus Anthony plus Samuel L. Jackson, and it is, say hello to Mr. Wizard, motherfucker.
Ugh, did I write that?
And Mike from Winchester, Virginia. Ant's new phrase, you lose. Good day, sir.
I like that one. Elmo, your brother checking in.
Uh-oh.
Says, Ant's catchphrase, Sir, freeze. My finger's on the trigger. Culprit replies, huh? I'm confused. Your what's on the trigger? Goofing on the fact that I say finger differently than other people. Bastards. And then Hooligan from Whackbag, my catchphrase, I've spent over 40 years of my life not allowing a black man into my house. I'm not going to start now.
Look at it. It's hilarious. It always comes back to black people.
Of course it does.
It could be about Chinese gangs. Watch out, Negro.
Yeah, right. They said it was Mexicans and El Salvadorians.
Not one black person involved. They want to shoot black people so bad.
I think the fat guy's out of Manhattan, though. That might be Black Gang. But I'm not sure.
The fat guy? No.
The fat guys?
Black guys just don't
They ain't
do
the fat
that.
guys?
No.
Fat guys?
We know too much about law to...
Yeah. To know that you don't
all
do
they're
that.
going to do is send these guys back to, you know...
Guatemala?
Yeah, Squigglemania. Swoogieville. And it's like, black people want to stay, so we know the crimes to commit.
Right.
You know what I mean? If we could figure out a better hustle than drugs, black people wouldn't sell drugs, man.
Yeah.
You don't want to go to jail and want to be dead. But these people are going back to the third world, man. Definitely.
Yeah.
That's all that's going to happen to them.
All right, let's go to Dave on Long Island. Go ahead, Dave. You got a catchphrase for Anthony?
Yeah, how about, excuse me, sir, please prepare to be corrected.
Ah.
Punching out.
You have been corrected.
He wanted out fast.
I don't know if I could trill, though.
I like that, though.
Roll the R like that with a shotgun in my hand.
You'll
I might
be
be a
too
little
nervous.
I might be shaking. You correctly did. What? I would be a shaky mess. You think you'd be the guy, like, racking another round. You want a little more? You know, you'd be, Dick, call the police! Your 911 call, you want it to be this.
Yeah, cops. Send over a couple of guys, and you better send a body bag. I'm feeling a little pissed.
Yeah, and then meanwhile, it's...
Send the car! Sir, I shot him, he's bleeding!
Sir, calm down, sir.
He's bleeding! Send the car!
Sir, calm down, sir.
I'm trying to be okay.
Sir, what's going on, sir?
Oh my God, someone broke in!
Sir, broken where? Sir, broken where? Sir, please, sir, where are you calling from, sir? Where are you calling? Sir, all I understood was Shwoogie. Please, sir.
That's how they all go out. Let's say hi. You got
Yeah, send a couple of your boys over here and pick up this mess. I don't know, you might want to leave the police at home. Just send the garbage men. I'll put the trash out back.
Yeah, you want to be that cool guy and you're... Fucking ass.
Let's say hi to Eric. Eric, he has a shotgun for you.
All
Anthony.
right.
Eric.
Good morning, boys.
Hi.
Morning, Eric.
Anthony, I got a shotgun I'll work you a really smoking deal on.
All right, what is it?
It's a Mossberg pump.
Mm-hmm.
It's got the extended magazine on it, so it holds 7 shots instead of the normal 5.
Yeah.
It's got a pistol grip front,
I like that.
pistol grip rear with collapsible stock.
Folding stock.
In video games, they always hold 8.
Yeah, right.
It's got a.
You're right.
It's got the, it might be an 8-shot. I don't remember. It's sitting in my closet, and I haven't touched it in about 6 or 7 years.
Jeez, where do you live? Paradise?
No, actually, I live in Colorado, and I've got several handguns that I would prefer to use.
Yeah, so would I.
Eric, hurry up, Eric, because we got a guy that wants to do a shootout. I don't want to lose him.
All right, it's got the barrel cover, and it's also got the mount for either a flashlight or a laser sight.
All right, sir, email steve@foundrymusic.com, and he will get back to me.
All right.
I'm serious.
Okay, yeah, I will. I'll send you a picture of it when I get home tonight.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Eric.
All right.
That's cool. Anthony's buying an illegal gun.
Why not?
Live on the show. That's smart.
You're able to buy guns like that.
I know.
Yeah,
Scott, New
not
York.
handguns.
Yes. Good morning, boys. Good morning, Patrice.
Good morning.
And Rich Voss joining the program.
Oh, and Rich. Good morning, Rich.
What's happening?
Nothing. You boys wanted a little shootout this morning.
Yeah, where are you?
It's beautiful, sunny Cortland, New York.
Cortland, New York.
Okay.
Yes.
And what are you toting?
Well, we got the whole myriad. Starting out light with the 22 and then working you all the way up to the 12 gauge.
22 is like a cap gun, my friend.
Well, let's start with that though, just so we have a reference point.
All right.
What are you shooting
let me
at?
know you can hear everything all right. So, you ready?
Yeah.
What are you shooting at?
Just a target.
Picture of a rabbi.
Why don't you just shoot it straight? Why don't you just take a chance, shoot it straight up in the air?
No!
Why not?
Could hit somebody.
For miles.
Just shoot at a tree.
All right.
Okay. Ready?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Is that great
He
sound?
unloaded it, so that means he knows how to
Great
get...
sound.
Oh, God.
I love guns.
He unloaded it.
Hey, is it illegal to get a shotgun? Or do you
All right,
no.
so you got that okay?
Not in New York City, you need a permit to get even a long rifle or shotgun.
Can't you go into Kmart like in Jersey and just
need
pick
to
one
move
up?
to the paradise of upstate
Once you
New
bring
York.
it into New York City limits, you're in trouble.
Right.
You can buy
That
a
was a
shotgun
22.
outside of New York City. You can buy a shotgun or a rifle, but for a handgun, you need a license.
All right.
Was that an automatic or he was squeezing the trigger?
What kind of gun was that?
Semi-automatic, so that's just me squeezing the trigger every shot.
And that was what, a 22?
That was a 22, a Ruger 1022.
Oh, Ruger 1022. What, a rifle?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that one. It's
That was... Wait a minute, semi-automatic? Wait a
Got
minute.
a 10-shot clip.
Correct.
Yeah, I love that gun.
Wait a minute, so wait, if he has to keep pulling the trigger each shot, that's semi-automatic?
Semi, yeah.
Yeah.
So what's underneath that?
All right, so the next one I got is
All right. Here we go. Go ahead.
Here we go.
32 caliber pistol.
32.
Listen to this.
Little Saturday night special.
Go.
You know how many Sicilians heard that right before they just joined the great unknown? Little 32. I love them.
That's the snub nose. That's the famous one there.
Yeah.
Right? Like
Yeah.
with the pearl handle.
Yeah. Pearl handle.
Yeah.
Nice gun.
Oh man.
Not very accurate, but you don't need to be very close.
That's just scary.
Next one is kind of a law enforcement special. It's a Smith & Wesson 40 caliber.
Oh, nice.
And can you hear it cycle at all? I don't hear that.
Now is that instant death? Is that last one instant death?
It's kind of, you're going to think about it for a while until you get hit with the last shot.
Yeah, the 32,
Headshot is
the
over,
headshot, he's done. But the body shot with 32, you're walking a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah,
Now
this gun will kill you right away.
This is death right here.
Yeah.
Instant death. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice. That's just death. You were
That's
dead
just
after
done.
the first two shots.
Done.
Right?
Done.
Oh, boy. That is. Listen to that laugh, you fucking
I
asshole.
love it.
He just came.
That is great. That is fantastic.
Now we've worked it up that far. The next one is the Dirty Harry. It's the Smith & Wesson Model 2944 mag.
Make my day.
44 mag.
The most powerful handgun gun.
All right.
Now, I'm going to shoot this one round at a time, even though I can shoot a double action, because it's a bit of a bear to shoot repeatedly. So hold on to.
All right.
Ready?
Yeah.
That's death.
Oh, I love
that
it.
That is right. That is through your. That is death.
That is a fantastic sound.
Now, do you hear that as you're getting shot? Like, is that?
It all depends on
Is
where
that-
he's shooting you.
I don't
In
think
the
you ever
kneecap-
hear it.
In the kneecap, you're hearing that.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is the one that blows a big hole out of your bag?
That's
That
my
one.
hunting pistol.
What's that?
Now, this is pretty much my turkey hunting shotgun. This is a Remington 1187 semi-automatic.
Semi-auto. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Ready, set?
Yeah.
Is that like, what is that shape like? Is that like a
That's a 12 gauge.
No, that's a 12-gauge shotgun.
That's a shotgun.
Just, yeah, pull the trigger as fast as you can pull it. There's the
And
shotguns.
then, just for Anthony, because I know how much you love your pumps,
Yep.
we're going to go with the Remington 870 pump.
All right.
10 times better than that Mossberg. You're
Better than
thinking
that
of.
Mossberg garbage.
He likes the Remington. This guy's a Remington man.
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Did you hear it cycle?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Ready?
Yeah.
I love
All done.
That is bravo, sir.
That's real. See, it's not even fun to listen to it when it's real.
You rule.
Like, it's so real. It's like
Yeah.
Like
Guy's
it's
pumping
missing
some lead.
bass. It's missing the bass of the movies.
Right,
And
right.
The shotgun is like boom.
Yeah, boom. That's the real
That's
shit.
like real death.
There is no substitute for the real thing.
What's left of a turkey after you
Thank
shoot
you,
it or whatever?
Scott.
That's
all right.
He shoots a turkey with a 22.
know.
With the first one, bat, bat, bat. Delicious.
It's a little feathers flying. Someone saying my catchphrase should be, stand back, sir, I'm a level 72 wizard. I don't think that would really put him off too much.
Well, there's a couple more coming in. Oh, my brother again, catchphrase, welcome to the fucko list. And Tom from North Carolina, smile so I can see you.
Oh.
More black people. Will you?
More black people.
What is wrong with these?
Did you have somebody break in your house or something?
No, but Nassau County home invasions are up like crazy.
I changed every lock on my door because, and I bet none of you guys do this.
What, Rich?
When I go drop my car off at the airport or in these parking lots, this and that, I was driving home and it hit me. These guys have my keys and my address. They could just go make copies of it, of the keys, and they have my address from the registration. And how hard is it for them to break? You pull your car in the airport, they go, when are you coming back? 2 weeks.
Well, they would wheel up to the stately Voss Manor and unload your antiques.
It doesn't matter. They don't know what I own, okay? But you know what?
He builds all his own furniture. And
Yeah.
You are
How do they have your
paranoid.
Am I
How do they have
paranoid?
your address?
In your glove compartment is your registration and your insurance card that has your address on it.
Okay.
So they have your keys. You don't know these guys that are parking cars.
So your
It's not
house
like
keys and your address. He's right.
Not your
You know
house
what?
keys, though.
Of course your house keys are on
House
your
keys
car
are on your
keys.
keychain. Maybe
All
you
right.
shouldn't
You know,
put
our
your-
houses have
Did
keys.
you
We
have
don't
your-
climb up
did you-
to our house. Here's the thing.
Wait, did you have your? Wait a minute.
What?
Did you have your car keys? They were stolen.
Are you just dumb? Listen
I
to
didn't
me.
hear you.
Patrice, they're
When you
taking
park, you
clay.
do.
And they're
Not
like
clay.
putting it in
Who?
their impression
Oh, the
in the
valet?
clay.
No, listen, first of
How
all,
are they
No
copying
way.
your
Let me
keys?
tell you
how
something.
do you
I've
copy
known
your
him-
keys? You go to
I've
Kmart or
known him
to a...
for at least 7 years.
Yeah.
Voss is not smart enough to come up with this
Are you
hypothesis
crazy?
himself.
Yeah.
Someone
you don't
told
think
him.
I know about- You don't think I know about crime? Are
He
you
got
out of your
this
mind?
from a movie.
No, I didn't get it from a
Yeah.
movie.
He got it from a
Bonnie
movie.
told
guys,
you.
Bonnie
yeah,
told
she
him.
knows about crime. Here's the thing. Let me tell you something. You don't know these guys that are parking your car. To have your car for 2 weeks,
Paranoid.
you don't have to go through a clay. You go to a lot. He takes the keys home at night and gets copies
Voss, you
made.
have a 1982 Benz
No, I got
and
a Benz and a-
1972 Beamer. Who's stealing what?
Are you just so dumb? Are you really? I
Yes.
didn't say my car. They have the keys to your house when you leave your car in a parking
Nobody's
lot.
breaking into your townhouse, Rich.
How do you know? How do you know? Do you know that they don't know what I have?
because
No,
I-
you never been to my
This
townhouse.
is not an epidemic.
Okay.
This is
all right.
you-
Yeah, I
you-
haven't really
You know-
heard any stories about parking attendants.
This is
robbing
being overly
people.
paranoid.
Would you just go up to a stranger and go, here's my keys, hold them for 2 weeks?
We do it
Yeah,
all
one
the
that works
time.
at the
Yeah.
damn steakhouse, yeah.
At the garage somewhere. You do it all the
Alright.
time.
We're
Now, how many
different.
people are handing over their keys right now as we talk?
You're right.
And how many of them are getting into a problem?
You know, a lot of
because
the navigation systems in cars right now, you program in your house, so all you got to do wherever you are is hit home.
that? Yeah.
And
the car will drive you there.
The car pretty much tells you how to get home.
Yeah.
So now they don't even have to look at the Reggie. They can turn it on, punch in home, drive your own car to your house, and load it up.
Yeah, but you got to know how to work those
you
things.
really
They're
did
pretty tough.
destroy his belief system in what he just said. He's like, oh, okay, I feel much better.
But they still need the keys to get in your house. You know what?
All right, listen. We got to go back to catchphrases here real fast. John, go ahead. John, go ahead.
John, what's up?
Oh, hey. How you guys doing? Happy birthday, Voss. Anthony, if somebody breaks into your house, you should make them say your mom's box before you shoot them.
The old catchphrase from the show when we get fired. Very good.
Ben in Canada. Ben?
Hey, I got a good one for you there, Anthony.
Yeah.
How about the old Sylvester Stallone from Get Carter? You want to take this to the next level? Punch it out.
Oof, he picks a movie no one's seen. No one cares about.
From Get who?
Get Carter. Have you seen that movie?
Get Carter.
I've never heard of it.
Let's go to Mark in
Never heard
Oklahoma
of it.
City. Mark?
Just
Hey
opening
guys,
Canada.
how's it going?
Hey.
Hey Anthony, your catchphrase ought to be, "Freeze, you thieving sack of cunt."
There you go.
That's one of your latest quotes.
Maybe if Harry's breaking in.
Cocksock from Alabama. Alabama, mo.
What's going on, O&A?
What do you got
man.
today, bro?
We're out here in the field, and I got the newer version of the M60. It's called the M240 Bravo. I'm trying to get it working out here, so I figured you guys would enjoy a little warming up of 1,100 rounds a minute.
Wait. This is the new version of the M60?
Yeah.
That's when you play video games. That's the top gun you can get.
That is the motherfucker.
That is the highest upgrade.
Yeah, you
got
to play for weeks to get this.
Run around and just chew up
cheat codes to get that gun.
That's right.
This motherfucker bought that gun by going up, up, down, down, XO,
L2, R2, L1, triangle.
That is a great weapon.
That is a cheat code gun. God.
Now, what are you doing with that weapon, sir?
We're out in the field. I'm in the Army, and we're out in the field. I'm the one who called in before talking about shock jock cocksocks and all that good stuff in Alaska.
And you're all set up to fire this thing?
Yeah, I'm set up to fire. We'll see how she does. It wasn't firing too well last night, so I prepped it up. We should get a good burst out now. So.
All right, let's hear.
All right, I'll put you all on speakerphone. Hold what you got.
Okay.
What is this gun all about, Anthony?
It's a huge machine gun.
Fire.
It's evil.
How was that, boys? Hello?
Wow, it really, I wasn't able to hear it on speakerphone very well. Why don't you just lay the phone down?
Yeah, that might work a little better.
And not put it on speakerphone.
All righty.
Yeah, because...
Well, we're out in the middle of the train there. You're probably not getting too good of a signal out here. So.
No, the signal's fine.
Yeah, the speakerphone might have messed it up a little bit.
Speakerphone screws it up.
Yeah, try it this way. We've had luck in the past. Just lay the phone down.
All right, hold 1 second. Hey, give me another 4 or 5 rounds.
And the bullets are about as long as, like, fingers, man.
Well, if they're my fingers, it's not going to hurt you.
Got to reload some ammo.
All right.
And he's in the army. This dude is like, this is official?
Yeah.
Look at Patrice.
It's not official.
Yeah,
there's a car missing 3 wheels.
Oh, you
right
crazy.
next to
Yeah, the Aryan Army.
Bust off. Right there. Bust
All
out.
right.
All right, here we go. All right, loading her up now. And y'all should hear it this time.
All right.
Test fire, test fire, test fire. How was that, boys?
That was nice.
That was just quick 5
That
rounds.
was loud.
Was that one bullet or like 5?
Yeah.
That was 5.
That was for y'all, O&A. Army loves you. Punching out.
Thanks,
you.
man.
Yeah, our Army now has guns. The O&A Army.
Goddamn Alabama.
Thank God.
Our pests have guns.
You gotta love it.
Let's say hi to Vito in Mississippi. Vito.
Hey.
What up?
Hey, I was wondering, hasn't Boss ever heard of a valet key?
Yeah, I guess we should have mentioned that to you.
What's that? Oh, yeah, I never use that.
Valet key.
Yeah, but that would take your paranoia away.
I still would have my house keys in my pocket, though.
All new cars come with valet keys.
Yeah, but
valet keys, you can't get into the glove box where all your info is.
Well, they can still get in, but they won't have your house key if you have a valet key.
They don't have your house key.
No, some of these cars that you give them the valet key and it only starts, right? You can't get in the glove box and stuff.
Yeah.
You hear what he said, though? Some of these newer cars?
Yeah. The newer cars.
1983 and a half. Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah, that's what. Is that what you're driving these days,
I
boss?
got a 98. I got a
98.
Yeah, 98.
Oh, wow, 98.
Well, I bought it in 99. I'm sorry
Very
that
nice.
it's still,
On NBC for a while.
Oh, okay.
That's very impressive.
Is it? It's not bad.
98, Jesus.
With pride.
And I got a new BMW. That's all right.
That's not
I bought a car back in 2001. I can't wait to get rid of it.
You're wearing your little brother's shirt and you're talking about cars?
Dude, I know it's a tight shirt. I just
tight. It's a high water shirt. Look, it looks like you got an altar top.
I took out my fall clothes today. I didn't realize that this fucking shirt shrunk. I'm acknowledging it. It stinks. And I was the one who set you up, so go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
I was in the bathroom like, yeah, I know my shirt's tight. And you go, yeah, it really is.
I didn't realize it.
I set you up for the show.
How about this for a catchphrase?
Motherfucker.
Hoo-hoo, you're ripping me off. You shoot him.
All right, we should get into other things. We could. We got the chicken fucker audio.
Yes, we
you want to
love
do this
the
real
chicken
fast?
Fucker.
Oh shit.
Yeah, sure.
And then we got to talk about Hurricane Wilma. We got to talk about Saddam on trial. We got to talk about Michael Moore.
Yeah,
that'll be fun. Have you heard the chicken fucking audio?
No, man. You guys were saying that.
Yeah, this
well,
guy.
we had a German guy translate it for us.
Only in Germany. Only in fucking Germany. Here's a guy. Great music.
Macht es Spaß? Du Hühnerficker.
Ja, irre. Ich bin ganz wild auf diese Henne.
Ja. See if we can tell when the chicken gets it.
Festhalten. Ja. Ja. Ah, nun ist gut. Ja, gleich. Ja.
Patrice is really an animal lover.
Patrice
is really an animal lover.
It's hilarious. The chicken sounds like it's crying.
Yeah.
That was in Germany?
Of course it was.
Well, first they ripped out his gold fillings, then they fucked it.
What's wrong, Patrice?
That's what it sounds like, too.
That chicken was hiding in an attic for a while. And
Like, that would have been hot if it was like a girl doing that, like a human being.
Yeah.
If a girl
But it's
goes,
a chicken.
Oh, God, the poor chicken.
So we
Yeah.
have the translation, Anthony?
Yes, we do have the translation for the chicken fucker. Where
And the
is it?
girl, it was hot to hearing the girl. Like, it's always hot that, like, when women are creepy. Like that. Just, it's like a creepy chicken in there with a chicken. And
Yeah,
she's like,
watching the guy
yeah,
fuck the chicken and getting off on it. Like, yeah.
Creepy girls is like, turns me off for some reason. She's in there. I don't want to hear about the chicken getting popped, but,
Yeah.
but the girl is like, you know, oh yeah, you know.
The translation is the woman says, "Is that fun, you chicken fucker?"
Oh.
The man says, "Yeah, I like this chicken a lot." And then the man with some sounds in the background, because of the background noise, "Is that hot?" And the woman says, "Yeah." And the man goes, "That's very, very good. I thoroughly enjoy this chicken."
Does it have anything what the chicken's saying? Is the chicken good?
The chicken's going, "Holy shit, I got a fucking dick up my ass."
The chicken's like, "Please fry me." Right. Please Parmesan me. I'd rather be Parmesan, motherfucker, than fucked in my egg shoot.
How small is his cock that he can fuck a chicken?
I don't know. I don't know how big a chicken is.
They figured this out in Germany.
Yeah,
so.
chicken pussies.
Was the chicken like the chicken was in boots hanging over a cliff?
Ja, das gut. Das chicken.
Oh, you goddamn.
Brian in Staten Island, a lot of people have picked up on this one. Go ahead, Brian.
All right, I just want to point out that stupid Voss over there called it an altar top instead of a halter top. Way to go, Voss.
What did I call it?
Did you say altar top?
Altar top.
Oh, did I? Oh, yeah, maybe I did.
Even Houston wants in on this. Ruben. Ruben.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Hello?
Yeah, go.
Yeah, did Voss just say that Opie was wearing an altar top instead of a halter top?
Oh, Jesus. These fucking guys don't miss anything.
Oh, before the mics came on, Voss referred to, he was trying to describe, I guess, how clean, relatively speaking, Bonnie's act is to some other comics. So he goes, you know, compared to some comics, you know, she's a Mother Mary. she's the Virgin Teresa. The Virgin Teresa.
Doesn't Paul McCartney sing "Mother Mary comes to me"? Speaking words of wisdom, right? Who's Mother fucking Mary?
She's like Julie Magdalene.
Yeah, but when you use it in that context, it's either the Virgin Mary or Mother Teresa.
Does he say
Mother
when
Mary.
Mother Mary comes to me?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so who's Mother Mary then?
All right. Well, who else are you going to throw in there? Lovely Rita Meter Maid? How does she feel about Bonnie's act?
He's like saying Mother Mary is an actual person.
Yeah.
No, I know a Mother Mary, and she's a good person.
It might have just been a nun or something.
It fit in the fucking lyrics when he was writing.
That's what I'm going by. I go by all Beatles songs.
Yeah. All right. Paperback writer.
Anthony, remember the JetBlue, that crazy landing?
Of course.
With the landing gear that was sideways.
You think it was classified as a crazy landing?
It was insane
the
landing.
FAA just wrote in big crayon.
It was a wacky landing.
And they spelled crazy with a K.
Right. The guys
did close the files and put it where they put the Lost Ark. Like, crazy. Like a wheeled
crazy. Wheeled it into the warehouse. That landing was crazy.
And he landed it right on the line. You saw that, right?
Why isn't that guy like he should be on TV every minute? Like people going, "Thank you,
the shit."
thank you.
Right.
thank you for, like, we're not dying. Can you imagine that? And they were watching it on TV.
They were
and all.
watching it on TV, the whole deal, man.
Gear's completely
Did he make
sideways.
it onto Letterman? Letterman usually takes guests like that.
I hope he did, man. That guy.
I don't think the guy did anything after that.
I think he got
had
a
a quick
car
interview. Did a quick interview, and that was it. We haven't heard from that pilot.
No.
But the audio's finally coming out.
Oh, it did?
Yeah, we got the cockpit audio of that of that landing.
Oh, that was great, man, that landing. Not great, but...
Cockpit audio.
Oh, hold on a minute. Kirsten from Boston, go ahead.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, how are you?
Good.
Boss, you're quite the idiot. Paul McCartney's singing about his own mother.
How do you know that?
I know that. I've heard it on the radio. I've read it. It's just like most people
that's
know.
who I was talking about when I was
Paul
McCartney's mother.
You didn't hear
All right?
She knows. She listens to Breakfast with the Beatles.
That's right.
You didn't hear him sing, "Hey, Jill."
I wouldn't be surprised if I did. Punching out, boys.
Thank you, Kirsten. Let's say hi to Matt and Philly.
Hey, Jew, get a tattoo.
Hey, Jew.
What's up, Matt?
We'll take a bad word and make it worse. We member.
All right, let's say hi to Matt in Philly. Matt, you there?
Yo, what's up, guys?
What's up?
I got some background on that German chicken fucker movie. He
Yeah.
was actually the first one to get the bird flu. Car crash.
Wow.
Hurts, man.
Sounded better on the phone lines there. Said we deserve the bird flu if we're fucking chickens.
Yeah. Yeah.
Quick line, it would have been nice. It would have added to the program.
Cockpit audio.
Oh, thanks, Anthony.
I
Yes.
saw you looking around, bewildered for a second there.
Well, that guy just took me out of my game.
Took you right out of
Oh,
the
shit.
Right out of the zone.
Oh, he just like pulled away from the mic and just started looking around like, what?
Like, how am I
Where
going
was-
to... I was thinking just like that pilot, how am I going to land this thing?
Where was I? Our wheels are sideways.
Right. Cockpit audio.
Just minutes after JetBlue took off from Burbank, California, heading home to New York, the pilots knew they had a serious problem.
Gear is not retracting. We have 145 on board.
In audio tapes we obtained from the FAA, we hear how both the pilots and air traffic controllers worked together during 3 tense hours to land the plane safely.
3 hours.
There's a possibility, I repeat, possibility only, that the nose gear may be cocked 90 degrees off center.
Incredibly, the best way to confirm was to fly by the airport tower and actually have the controllers make a visual check of the landing gear.
What did you see on the gear?
From the tower perspective, the gear was canted 90 degrees to the left instead of the tires being aligned down the runway.
Thank you. That's what we needed to know. We'll get back to you.
What? All right. Well, thank you. Wheels are cocked, cantered. What'd you say? Cantered 90 degrees? I don't know. I don't know what that means. What does cantered mean? I hope it means straight.
That was the pilot that said, okay, and thank you?
All right.
That's all
He
we
said
needed
something
to
like,
know?
okay, yeah, okay, thank you. That's all we need to know.
He found out from somebody else that his wheels were
Yeah,
messed up.
he saw that the gear weren't retracting. So he thought it was either a bad indicator light, something, they could deal with, or that they are cocked 90 degrees wrong. So they fly by the tower so the tower can actually look at the wheels and see that they're fucked up. And they just told him, your wheels are fucked up. And he goes, okay, thanks a lot. Thanks for that info.
Listen how smooth he was.
But he was just taking off from L.A. going to New York.
Yeah.
And that's when they found out. So what's even more fucked up is, okay, either these people are going to die or they got to land the plane and still be in L.A. And they got to get on another plane.
You don't even get to go where you were going.
Yeah, and almost die at home.
Yeah, like why wouldn't he just? Because they flew around for hours.
Yeah.
Sort of. Why wouldn't they have just flown to New York? At least I could die or not die home.
I don't know if it's good for the aircraft to do about 500 miles an hour with your
wheel.
front gear down. I don't know. That might aerodynamically. I'm not a.
That could cause other problems, I assume.
Yeah.
I backed it up a little bit. Listen to
It was canted 90 degrees to the left instead of the tires being aligned down the runway.
Thank you. That's what we needed to know. We'll get back to you with the plan.
The plan, burn off fuel to lighten the plane and bring it down, back wheels first, slowly lowering the nose gear.
We do request emergency equipment to be standing by at this time. This is an inbound emergency aircraft.
Plenty of sparks and smoke, but not a single injury.
That guy
God
is the
love him.
shit.
God love that guy.
Like, it's just these pilots are...
Why isn't that guy in our consciousness? He should be a household name, this dude.
Yeah. There are people that work at a deli that I've seen lose their mind when the slicer breaks, you know? What the fuck? I got sandwiches! Bernie! Fix this fucking... This guy, his plane is fucked up. He's got 100 and some odd people behind him. All right, thanks for the info. We'll get back to you.
And the thing is, he didn't have to be that cool.
No.
So that's legitimate, that's sincere, righteous coolness. Because no one hears him.
No one else
there.
was... Exactly.
Yeah.
He couldn't be like, what the fuck?
What? Oh, no. Does anyone know what we do when this happens? No. He just, all right.
Damn. Damn.
Any way to straighten this out?
Damn.
I saw a movie once. They dropped Charlton Heston through the roof. Can someone do that so I don't have to fly this fucking thing?
Ooh, boy.
Because I don't have a clue how you deal with a situation like this.
Ladies and gentlemen, is anybody here not land a plane with wheels? Just come on up to the front. And
It's going to be.
Can somebody hijack this plane so we have an excuse for this motherfucker?
Ladies and gentlemen, we just got information. Our wheel is canted 90 degrees. It's turned 90 degrees to one side. So we're going to land this thing. It's either going to be a little bit of sparks and we're going to be fine, or we're going to be on a 500-mile-an-hour sit and spin. So y'all just sit back and I'll get back to you. That's what I'm going to do. Get back to you.
Excuse me, stewardess. What the fuck does canted mean?
That would be the...
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I thought we had a problem, but apparently we don't. The wheels just seem to be canted, which I guess is fine.
I'm going to whisper, excuse me, I don't want to go. What the fuck is canted?
I notice a lot of people working on PCs out there. Could someone just punch up dictionary.com?
You Google.
Put in C-A-N.
Google canted. And then if somebody thinks they know, whoa. I think canted means twisted sideways, nigga. Now, I punched a nigga in the face and his jaw was canted. Now, how the fuck? This nigga have a canted jaw? You telling me somebody done punched the motherfucking wheels on this plane? So you saying the wheels is like this nigga's jaw? Canted? The motherfucker's canted? Sir, calm down, please, sir. Fuck you! I told that nigga I knocked out. Nigga, your jaw's canted. He was all fucked up. And that nigga couldn't land.
Yeah, he crashed right on the sidewalk.
That nigga crashed on his fucking face line, knocked him up in his jaw, and it was canted. Miss, we are fucked up, ma'am.
Holy
Talking to his neighbor, you know we fucked up, but this shit's canted. I canted a nigga before.
Holy shit.
God damn, that pilot is a genius. God bless that guy,
Cool
man.
motherfucker.
Bravo to Patrice.
Oh, God.
Hey, why don't we take a break on that note? We all need to breathe a little bit here. We'll continue with Patrice O'Neal and Rich Voss. Lots of show to go. When we get back, we got to talk about AIDS versus bird flu and Michael Moore. Getting smart by reading Michael Moore books.
Yeah.
This is the Opie and Anthony program on XM Satellite Radio. The O&A virus spreading across America. And we couldn't be happier. In studio, Patrice O'Neal today, Rich Voss. We haven't seen Rich in a while. He's now a married man.
Just back from Hawaii.
How's that working out for you, the marriage?
Well, you know, we're in Hawaii on a honeymoon. This fucking bitch almost killed me. We're snorkeling every day, right? You ever go snorkeling? So we're snorkeling. So the last day I'm snorkeling, I'm out in the water with her. I said to her, I go, you know, let's go upstairs after we're done and we'll, you know, have sex. And she goes, I can't. You know, I'm on my period. I go, we're in the fucking water, snorkeling, and you're bleeding.
Oh, no.
Right? You know, because that attracts sharks, so I just fucking swam away from her.
This nigga married Bonnie just to have an extra 35 minutes.
No, I'm serious.
He really married material. Voss is committed.
Well, they do warn you about that when you go snorkeling and diving.
Yep.
You can't be on your period, right?
Nope.
She goes, oh, no, it doesn't matter.
Wouldn't be smart. That's like chum.
I played like golf 3 times in Hawaii. It was nice.
Yeah.
Fucking Hawaii. Wow. Nothing.
Why would there be something on that?
No, I'm just saying. I was playing golf. I was snorkeling, though. amongst everybody that wasn't, like, we were in Waikiki, and I was in a place where where you don't snorkel, but I didn't know that. And I'm such a tourist, I'm sitting there in like 2 feet of water with no fish, just snorkeling, and people are looking at me going, what's this fucking idiot doing?
Hey, it's Voss. Hey, it's Voss.
Oh, you got that on your machine?
Yeah. The band.
All right, big news. Saddam Hussein's on trial. Today's the first day, right?
Yep.
I guess the trial started with him refusing to say his name.
He's not cooperating.
Was that
at
true?
all? At all.
Well, we got some audio here. Let's listen in.
What happened today was supposed to be the beginning, mostly administrative. The panel of 5 judges was receiving the defendants, asked all of them for their names, and was trying to see if, in fact, each one of them had assigned a lawyer. However, when Saddam Hussein himself came into the courtroom, he was led in by 2 Iraqi guards wearing flak jackets. He immediately refused to even acknowledge the judge's questions. He said, I don't recognize this court. I don't recognize the body that has authorized you. And he started out by asking the judge, who are you? I want to know who you are. The judge was very determined. He kept asking him again and again, look, you'll have your chance to speak. Just right now, please. Give me your name, tell me who you are, state it in full. Saddam continued to say, I don't recognize this injustice, and he refused in the end to give him his name. And then after 6 attempts, the judge told him, well, just sit down, and then they went on to discuss with other defendants, some of whom were also defiant and are refusing to cooperate with this court in any way. The judge, however, went on to say that Saddam was accused and the other defendants of murder, torture, rape, and said that they face the possible death penalty if convicted.
Wow.
How dumb is this judge that he wouldn't even know the guy's name? He's in the papers.
How horrified
Hey,
are they? How horrified are they, man? They must be horrified of this dude, man.
Yeah.
Because like you said, you know, he's going to be back in power, and he's going to remember all these people.
Yeah, no one wants to really stick it to him.
It's just, why are we there messing around with these people, man? Just let him, just leave that boy alone. I hope when they find Osama, though, that they don't find him the same way they found. I just hated the way they found Saddam. Like, I just didn't want to feel sorry in any way.
Now we do.
You know, and you just feel bad for him. And I just hope they don't, you know, they should just put a collar around Osama's neck and poke him with a stick, make him like a mad dog, just so we can just be
now
afraid.
Now we feel bad for him.
You know what I'm saying? Just so we can be afraid. Like, Saddam was like a little old dumb man. Just a funny little man. Now, you know,
and you feel all sorry for him.
Yeah, but that's like a scam, like that mob boss that used to walk around in his robe. It was all a scam. You know, he's got it all together. This guy knows what's happening. What, are you kidding me? You don't think he's run? People run shit out of prison.
Yeah, but Saddam
he definitely has it together. What they're talking about is how they found him, though, in the hole with the beard. He didn't shower. He looked pathetic when they pulled him out the first time.
No, I don't think he's trying to act like he's nutty.
No.
He's just like, you know, just to see him in this position. But, boy, if he ever gets back to something, it's a damn
over, Johnny.
Shame.
Hey, we all skipped over something. We got to back up a bit. Jeremy in New Jersey, go ahead.
Yeah, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Listen, how stupid is Voss? He goes on his fucking honeymoon while his wife's on her friggin' period.
It was the last day, stupid. And do you plan it around that?
Do you know? A fucking week.
Shut up.
You got to plan stuff around the period.
It was the last
Everyone
day.
Everyone knows that.
It was the last day, and what else would be more perfect than a period? So then you can go out and do shit.
Yeah, whatever.
It was the last day, stupid.
Do shit aside from fucking?
And this is the sad thing. He's at this age. Voss is like at least 59 or something like that.
62.
And what he has gotten married to a virile young woman who wants to sleep around.
Right. Listen to this.
And this idiot now wants to, like, have companionship. He's going to get left. It's like his whole thinking is fucking stupid.
When we went and filled out our fucking marriage license,
yeah,
I'm sitting there and I'm looking, and she lied about her age. She was 3 years older than she told me for the last 2 years. Yeah, I saw her real fucking age. I go, wait. I go, you're wrong. I'm telling her she's wrong about her fucking age.
Are you kidding?
I'm not fucking bullshit. For 2 years, I'm believing she's 3 years younger than her fucking. I look down there.
This marriage has hope.
Oh,
it's a wrap.
Based on lies already.
Voss is in love like a regular. Like he's ready to settle down into his twilight years. You need to marry a twilight bitch. She's young.
She ain't that young.
You're not doing a radio.
Now. She's a lot 3 years older than I thought.
Jesus. You're not doing a radio show where it's smart to lie about your age, so the younger audience could look up to you. This is like your marriage, man.
Yeah. Well, you gotta know it's pretty slick. I mean, you know.
Do you think women have to figure out the whole honeymoon and period thing though? They wait their whole lives to get married. I mean, let's face it, marriage is for the ladies more than the guys.
And then it's their big night. They got the panties from the aunts and stuff, you know. They got the lingerie for the special night, and then they got their period.
Well, it's really the last night. It was definitely the last night. And second of all, our honeymoon was 3 weeks after our wedding, you know. So it was the last night of the honeymoon.
I
so
think
it
we got
wasn't
to
planned.
hear from some ladies today.
Yeah.
You know, do you plan your honeymoon and your marriage around your period? Because
That's a good idea.
you wait
Yeah.
your whole life to get married and have the honeymoon, and then it's the big night, and you can't do nothing.
It depends on who you. It depends on because I'm not a period, sex guy.
You're afraid of it.
Yeah, I'm away from you during the period.
Some guys are really afraid of it.
You know, it just bugs me. So it depends. If you're into it, you know what I mean.
You just got to lay down a tarp or something.
Yeah.
All
Or
women,
that's a good
lay down
chance
a
to get
tarp.
anal, right?
all women will sleep on their period. All women like fucking on their period.
Yeah.
They love that.
Get horny on it?
Yeah, they get horny and blah blah
Heard
blah.
that.
Well, here come the guys, man. Scott in Houston. Listen to this. Scott, go ahead.
Hey, boss, sex is always better when you're having sex with a lady on a period. I mean, come on now. Hello?
Well, when they're on their period, at least you can pretend you're killing them.
Damn it.
Hey, it's Ross.
Come on, that's a great line.
Therefore, a morning zoo.
Oh.
Hey there. At least you can pretend you're killing him.
Hey, it's Ross.
All right, so one crash, that ain't bad.
Did y'all fuck?
God, you
Of course
can't do
we
math
fucked.
either.
What are you talking about?
You got 3 or 4
I got
already.
one fucking crash. What are you talking
How
about?
many classes have you got?
I got one crash.
5.
It was 5, right?
Hey there, come on. Hey, we have Rich Voss on the line. Rich, heard your wife was on her period with it. Well, hey, who? Hey, you got.
Hey, it's Ross. Hey, it's Ross.
Idiots. Do you remember the wedding that you guys fucking all blew me off at?
This?
The wedding
He's
was
hurt
through.
behind that.
Hold
The
on.
one in the other country?
Hold
No.
on. We got to back up.
No, that was. Go ahead, back up.
Well, let me clickety-clack bitch from whackbag.com. Opie, why break when everyone is laughing? You should break when the show slows or some asshole caller brings things to a screeching halt. Why kill the rhythm?
What?
You guys have got to go back to just listening to the program. You don't know what the
Let Opie do
fuck
his job.
you're talking about.
Let Opie do his job.
The bit ran its course. There was you
Right.
had nothing else about the sideways jaw, right?
Nothing.
Holy will you
Canted-
shut the fuck up?
Canted was
Click-clack?
over. That
Oh.
was the joke.
People-
Canted, and you just got to know when it's over.
People assume if it was going to go on for another 10 minutes, trust me, we would.
You can tell.
We would hang.
What are the odds that people on Whackbag don't know what's going on? Those fucking idiots.
They got to go back to just listening to the show.
Just
You
listen.
don't know how a radio show operates. Just sit back and enjoy
If I
it.
say canted one more time, smash. Canted, nigga.
So now I'll explain. The show is 4 hours of original material every day. If Patrice had another 10 or 15 minutes in him, or Anthony, trust me, we're riding it out. Because now we sit here going, all right, now what are we going to do? That's what this whole show is.
Right.
All right, now what are we going to do? So shut the fuck up and just listen to the program. It's getting really stupid with these websites. They think they know more than what we're doing.
God bless you for that.
Why?
Because they do. They're like 16 or 17 little fucking fat kids that are telling you how to do your fucking job. You know, well, Post Whores isn't like that. It's Whackbag. Those fucking idiots.
Postwars.net.
Yeah, they're nice kids. But the other fucking melon heads, they're telling you how to do stand-up. Oh, well, they're criticizing all the stand-ups. This is how I saw their act. Or
Yeah.
this. What the fuck do they know? They've never been on stage. If their mom gives them enough allowance to go out, maybe they can get into a comedy club. Fucking idiots.
Hey, it's Ross.
I like that new one. I like that one.
I know. The Ben Hey, it's Voss.
All right, let's say hi to Shannon in Ohio. Shannon, what's up?
Hey, Shannon.
Hey guys, what's up?
How are you?
I'm pretty good. How are you guys?
Pretty good.
Great. Well, I just wanted to chime in on the whole planning your period around your honeymoon thing.
Well,
What you
planning
do-
your honeymoon around your period.
Yes.
Okay.
Whatever. What you do, well, normally when you take your birth control pills, you're taking them 3 weeks, and then you skip a week to have your period. And what you do is you just keep taking them through the week that you normally would. So you just kind of stave off your period.
If
That's
you're on
how
a
you
pill.
do it.
Yeah.
Which I did, and it didn't work.
No. So it was a bloody mess on the most important day of your life.
Halfway through it just was totally fucked.
So what happens at that point?
We just plowed through it.
Plowed.
That sounds violent. That sounds about as violent as it should have been.
Yeah.
Like plowed.
I think about that, though. There's ladies out there, they're waiting their whole lives to get married and have the honeymoon, and then, you either had the flu that day or your period or something,
Well, let's face it,
it sucks, because the build-up to some of these things are, it can never work out how you have it in your mind.
But the honeymoon
big deal in the 50s.
The honeymoon isn't about fucking. The wedding night is is about having sex after your wedding.
All right. Well,
but
how about that?
Yeah, the wedding night. But the honeymoon, you're just going to go on vacation, right? And,
It's 2005 though. It's like if this was 1950, that would be like a major. I think that would be a major issue. But 2005, you already popped her.
Yeah.
You're already and you just the marriage is just a technicality. You've already done it enough to where you're already bored. I'll do it when we get back from the honeymoon.
I'm sitting at the pool on my honeymoon looking at other couples going, man, maybe I can get them to come up and fuck her. You know what I mean? And watch stuff like that.
It's really, he's joking, but it's really, on that end, Voss is 50, she's 3 years older than she said she was. She's probably 35.
How old is she?
I can't say her age. She'll fucking kill me, but she's 3 years older than she told me.
See, listen to this fucking asshole.
You're like, wow. Your pussy was.
Would you say your
Richard
girl's age
McFarlane.
on the radio?
Do you got the dash? Do you still got Voss in there, or is it a Dash McFarlane, or just fully Richard McFarlane? Pussy.
I'm a pussy.
Oh, she'll kill me. You.
First of all,
do you realize that the only way women comedians love you is if they think you're better than them?
Well, everybody knows.
She doesn't think she's above you now. She's done an HBO special.
That means dick an HBO. Who headlines on the road? Whose name's on the marquee?
No
bitch?
one cares.
My name's on the marquee.
Scooters in
no, not
McGillicuddy,
Wisconsin. Every club you've been fired at. I come in the next week. So don't bullshit me, you fucking jackass.
Listen,
all right.
You're gonna try to overtalk this, but I'm gonna tell you, this is ticking down slow.
What's ticking down slow?
Your marriage.
Oh, jeez. It's only been a month. First of all, if it happens, it happens. For a month, it's been cool. We only fought once on our honeymoon.
This is his love. He has woman love for her. You can't do it, Opie. He has coochie love.
You're giving fucking relationship advice.
Yeah,
you walk
I'm
around
a
with
genius.
suitcases of dildos. Is that your advice?
That's love.
No, it's love. please, you got to get love in Brazil. Let me tell you something. I don't have to.
Don't you
no,
ever
I didn't
call
go.
that out, you pussy mother.
Let me tell you something.
There.
When I went to Brazil, did I meet a girl and start dating her?
Who cares? You still messed around with the hookers.
No, I did. Are you crazy? Are you out of your fucking mind?
Don't ever do that to me, you dick. I'm just saying that this is winding down because Voss's last comic standing steam is about fizzled.
Yeah, but who's going on that? Who gives a fuck about that?
You asshole!
What are you talking about? Are you saying my career or my marriage is winding down?
Both.
What? Both? Both?
It's on the way out.
Both? You know the.
But remember who your friend is. I love you.
You're not my.
I regular love you.
Yeah, you're my friend.
You don't have to be up or down for me to be your friend. I'm telling you.
What's the girl love that he has?
Yeah.
He's coochie cooing her. Like when he says, I can't tell her age. It's like, my bitch is old, and I'll tell you how old the bitch is, 31.
Yeah, but your bitch ain't in the business. She don't have a job. What does she do?
She
was on a fucking.
Trying like
she was
you're
on
trying.
a TV show that 6 people watch.
So what?
Please, she's not in the business.
Wait, what show?
She used to be. She played one of the hoes on.
She was a method actress?
She was a method actress. She played one of the hoes on Temptation Island when it first came out.
No, I'm talking about her local access TV show that she used to have. Don't say Temptation Island. That
Wait,
show.
you going out with a girl that was on Temptation Island?
Yeah.
With the first?
The first season, yeah.
What's her name?
I can't tell you.
Can I see a picture?
I don't. If she could
I saw that show.
Yeah, she was.
I like that show.
Yeah, she's a good cutie pie.
Pull that up there, Hawk. See if he could point her out in the lineup.
She's on Temptation Island.
All right, hold on. We're going to go back to the phones here.
She's on the boat on the way to Temptation
Matt in
Island.
Fairfax. All right, Matt, what's up?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
Hey, Voss. When my girl's ragging, I go by the old saying, if a river runs red, take the dirt road instead.
Oh, good. Thank you, Dr. Seuss of sex.
Man, that was nasty.
Chris in New Jersey.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Is she white, Patrice?
No.
Light skin?
Light skin.
Oh, I know who you went out with.
Really?
I know who you're going out with.
Let me see.
Go ahead, Chris.
I was just going to tell you about when I got married. My wife rescheduled her period, but that girl had already said how you do it. They go to the doctor like a year before. It doesn't fucking matter anyway. The honeymoon is all about the sex. Don't matter how long you've been banging her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's an excuse. All right, anyway, I got nothing, so they're telling me I got to let you go.
Opie. I'm nervous.
2 minutes ago, I said his girlfriend doesn't work, and now you just said, is she white or black? There's your answer, okay?
Oh.
She's not working now. All right?
Boss.
So what are you talking about? Boss.
I'm telling you, man.
I'm going to be the hole for the
Let me
show
tell you
today.
why Bonnie's not here today.
boss.
Bonnie didn't come for this is Voss protection move. Bonnie goes, no, I'll go in. I can take it. And Voss goes, no.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, he's just. It's just.
No, here's the
you
deal.
have to stop this. Rich.
I'll tell you why she didn't come in. Because, one, I haven't been on the show in a while, right? And this is my show, and she's working. So I just thought,
Scared this girl's going to take his thunder.
Yep. Are you kidding me? Seriously?
We're both seasoned individuals. We picked it up in 5.8 seconds, what you were saying.
Okay. Do you want me to tell you the truth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She left.
She didn't want to come in. Oh, she left me.
Why didn't she want to come in?
She wanted to come in.
Because we just got off the plane. Whatever. She's going to come in again.
Right,
because the last 3 times I was in, I brought her, and I'm not going to come in every time with her. I got to come in alone, too.
You believe this?
No.
Yeah, no. What do you mean you don't believe it? Why?
We don't believe it.
Why?
You are going to try to have a
reason?
life without her?
What are you talking? Of course you have a life without each other. And her career and my career are 2 different careers.
They weren't when you were bigger.
What do you mean I was bigger? I went on the fucking Oscars
boy.
this year. She did an HBO special. We both had a pilot. It's been a good year for both of us. We don't compete.
It's been a better year for her.
I'm glad it has. She made the fucking money, and that helps.
You said you what on the Oscars one?
I wrote on the Oscars. So we both, we don't compare.
I'm just making sure.
He slipped it out so quickly that you might have heard he was on the Oscars.
Yes, you said you were on the Oscars.
No, I said I wrote on it. Don't try. Look, I fuck up enough.
No, you said you were on the Oscars.
We'll play it back. We'll play it back. Listen, okay?
I don't mind.
Look at us making fun of him. On or road.
I know.
It's still pretty
huge.
impressive.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Okay,
but you don't want to hear that crap from your pals.
Man. I'm not saying I love my girl. I'm just saying you can't. Voss is so not accustomed to regular people love that he's just going in like 60 miles an hour at this, man. He needs to slow down a little bit and gain that respect, man. No one looks at at you with the adulation they used to, Voss.
First of all,
your
what the fuck are you
slumping.
talking about? Here's the deal. Because you meet somebody and you fall in love with them, that's wrong?
No,
that's wrong?
I didn't say that.
Okay. So
I'm
then
saying there's a certain kind of love, man.
There's a certain kind of
love?
love?
Do you agree that women should just have a certain respect for you, for them to like you?
Yeah.
They can't look at you like, man, whatever.
Are you crazy? How could a girl not respect you and then marry you?
You're going to get cheated on.
It's easy. That has nothing to... Women don't marry because of respect. That's just some social horse shit. They don't marry because it's like, oh, I respect him. That's when they don't respect you, when they force you to marry him.
She didn't force me to marry her. I got a deal on the ring.
I like how Patrice slid that in.
I got a good
deal.
They
forced you to marry.
All right. And then, okay.
You'd make a good lawyer because he said that like it was fact.
We could talk about the wedding and all that shit and get into that big fight, how everybody fucking blew it off. Let me show
I didn't blow it off.
No, you came. First of all, your fucking crew here, Steve... Ben, Master
He's
Poe.
holding grudges.
No, look it. Let me
explain.
This has been stewing for a long time.
This is serious business.
Oh my God, he brought in the
invite. Let me show you fucking something. All right, shut up. Wait a second.
This was a very important day for Voss.
Here's the invites with all 3 of these cocksuckers. Yeah, we're all coming with 2 people, right? Here, and these are invites, right? This fucking thing costs...
Is this to the wedding?
Yeah, to the reception party at Caroline's when you were having dinner with your agent and blew me off. But listen, Mr. fucking Hollywood, I'm tired. He's having dinner with his agent, you fucking jackass.
Wow.
But yet you'll sit in a fucking hotel room with me in fucking Miami and cry about your sprained fucking wrist. All right? Oh, I can't come to your wedding reception because I got to have dinner with my fucking...
You understood.
Oh, go fuck yourself.
No, fuck it.
Shut up.
Wow.
Hold on a minute. No, wait a second. Dude,
Mr. Hollywood.
Hollywood.
Wait a minute.
Wait here.
Your reception was on a Tuesday night at 9:30 at night.
I guess you were getting sushi then with fucking Mr. fucking Agent.
He's more important than you.
I guess you save money. I guess
you got
save.
raped, I was there
Yeah.
to tickle your asshole,
Shut up.
so you wouldn't feel bad. Now look at you.
Don't jump in on my
I don't
thunder.
need you anymore.
Okay, you're right. You don't need me.
When I was lonely going through my shit, you were there and you listened to me.
First of all, let me finish.
But I'm happy now, and I don't need you anymore.
Okay, let me tell you 10% to the agent. Oh, I'm sorry, I got a wedding reception to go to. But let's talk a little bit more about my fucking horrible career. Listen, let me explain something. I knew Anthony wasn't going to. I knew he wasn't coming.
Why aren't you giving him shit?
Because he doesn't leave his house. You know that.
He doesn't even attempt to be your friend.
I don't care. I didn't listen. I knew he wasn't coming because
that's how you set your
video
life
games.
up. Right. No expectation.
You're right.
You're
right. I didn't expect.
I never disappoint.
But wait a second, stupid. First, let's get back to these invitations.
I never sent in.
Okay,
I never sent it back saying I was coming.
This wedding cost $7,000. Let me show you, $7,000
at the Comedy Club.
No, okay, you're right. That's why I made a mistake. I thought it was going to be a nice place to
no
do his
offense,
thing.
no offense. But
when
we hear you're doing some kind of post-wedding thing at Caroline's, stupid me, I'm thinking it's just a comedy night.
All right, here's the thing. You're right.
I could go or not go. It wasn't at a reception hall and all that.
But wait a second. Wait, you're right there.
Did you even have any?
But listen, let me finish.
Was there free drinks or
yes, there was free drinks,
you came to
free food. Okay.
I came to Morton's, that's right.
Because you knew there's going to be cameras there, jackass. And you never did.
No, you know that's not true.
Okay, well,
I don't like that whole camera shit.
You're right.
Even at Patrice, because I sat next to Patrice and he goes, man, you look really nervous and like you don't want to be here. And I said, exactly.
I know you can't.
Because this dope fucking gets a steak dinner for all his pals and then it has a camera crew there to film it for a stupid show that no one's going to pick up.
But first of all, let me finish this. Okay, let me finish this. Let me finish this.
You can't even hang with his friends. We're all there like, wow, this is pretty special. No, but I said this. He's got a gift certificate for what was it, Morton's?
Wait, first of all,
and he's treating us all to steak.
To steak,
like,
I treat everybody
so nice.
But
we have to sign releases and all sorts of shit. We have to give testimonials in the hallway. That's not a way to eat steak.
First, this jackass comes in. We'll get back to the wedding in a second.
It was English Busters meets Jackass as the pitch
he
to the
comes
reality
to the fucking
show.
party, not only eats steak and lobster,
dude,
right?
I've never seen anyone eat more than Patrice.
Okay, I don't expect him to bring a present. He can't walk in with a present with no thumbs. But here's what I'm trying to say. All right, that was a party, right? But that was a whole set. The wedding, those invitations right there. Okay, my mistake was having it at the conference. That was my mistake. But
I will try to defend myself.
Okay, but wait, listen.
I got your.
Are those as real as a wedding invitation, reception invitation?
I got your invite. And
look at.
What?
Okay.
What?
Okay. So
what?
Let's even say you said you called and said you can't come. Okay.
I
cool.
said I was going to make it.
Yeah.
9:30 is late.
All right.
For morning
but
guys.
These guys said
9:30 means nothing's even going to happen until like 10:30.
Master Poe flew to L.A. to Ralphie's wedding. He couldn't go 2 fucking blocks to Caroline's, but yet they said they were coming. So when I went to pay for this thing, you're expecting these people to come.
He's really mad because he's just pulling out other stuff. Like you never do that.
Well,
he's snitching on people's lives.
Well, here we go.
Master Poe went to the moon yesterday.
Did you right there? Don't come. Does it say Master Poe +2? Ben Sparks +2?
Before we get everyone on the mic here, in front of me I got some responses. Please respond on or before August 30th, 2005. Mr. Ben Sparks, number of persons attending, 2. Master Poe, number of persons attending, 2. And then he even writes, yes, I will attend, signed Master Poe.
Okay, that's $400.
And Steve Carlisi, number of persons attending, 2.
Okay,
where's mine?
You never responded.
That's right. I wanted to keep it up in the air. I wasn't sure.
Okay,
but he said it cost. But he had 7,000 cupcakes there. It wasn't.
Whoa, Patrice.
Patrice.
No.
Bullshit.
Are you serious? You're saying those were
salad and some hack comedian on a stage. That's great.
Wedding cupcakes.
I've been to 100 weddings. I've never went to a reception at a comedy club to listen to some hack comic
on
stage.
There was no comic.
While I'm trying to eat my fucking cupcake.
First of all, there's no cupcake. There was no comic. No, we had
there
hors
were no cupcakes. You
there was cupcakes. Wait a second. There was hors d'oeuvres. There was an open bar. There was a buffet. All right, don't bullshit. You were at that buffet the second it opened. Yeah, there was hors d'oeuvres.
All right, Patrice, what were the hors d'oeuvres?
What do you? What kind of food you get at a wedding?
Let me tell you something. All right. First of all, I'm gonna say this. His reception. The reason you didn't go, it was exactly like the reason you didn't go.
I didn't.
Like it was not
It was a casual thing. Like,
you would not have been pleasantly surprised. Like it was when I got there. First of all, it was a red rug event. I
heard about the red carpet.
That was my idea.
It was underneath. It was the plastic. It was the
Patrice. Wait.
It was the rug that, in case of getting wet with the rubber at the bottom, it was a Rubbermaid rug. So you go down, and it had the velvet rope. Yeah. So you go down, and he had the girl Linda, who everybody gets to take pictures for free because it's working on her career. So it's a free photographer.
No, it's not. How do you know what I paid for?
So you go downstairs.
No paparazzi or anything, huh?
Paparazzi.
It's a big event.
Yeah, it was a rapper named Paparazzi.
Some college chick that took pictures for free.
When you get downstairs, there was 800 cupcakes stacked up like they were those wine glasses from the Untouchables where you pour it
where you
and
pour
it runs
the champagne
down.
and it
they
runs
were
down.
built in like a Lego thing or the Lincoln Logs cupcakes and the food.
Okay.
And he had salad.
What, we didn't have cocktails.
Peppers. That was the hors d'oeuvres.
You know what?
Salad and peppers. What kind of hors d'oeuvres?
You could sit here and bullshit and lie. First of all, I'll tell you the whole menu if you want. There was that fucking the hors d'oeuvres with the shrimp and the steak and all that. Wait, there was not hors d'oeuvres.
And steak hors d'oeuvres.
I don't know. Whatever the hors d'oeuvres.
Nothing is a fancy event when you have the little blue flame cans underneath something.
Every fucking wedding does. You know what? Do you leave weddings sitting there going,
you think Donald Trump has the blue flame cans? That's what they have at Motel 6 for the buffet in the morning.
And I'll tell you something else, motherfucker.
Want me to tell you something?
I'll tell you something else.
The president sent me something. Look at that, from the president and his wife. And don't. That's from the president. That's
wow,
from President
he thought
Bush.
you were going to do it.
Don't fucking
Why
do that.
is he sending that?
Because I invited him. He couldn't make it, and he sent me a card. President Bush
did not invite the president to your
Read
wedding.
the fucking thing, stupid.
Congratulations to you both on this wonderful day. Your marriage is a celebration of your love and commitment to each other. He never even saw this. May this deep and meaningful bond provide strength and friendship in the years ahead. We send our best wishes for a lifetime of happiness together. Sincerely, George and Laura Bush.
Have one for me.
And tell...
That's all you need to do to get an autograph from the president?
Good luck on her special.
And you fucking write him and invite him to your wedding. They'll send you that.
Here's a couple.
But here's the thing.
Hold on, I'm going to back up a little bit.
All right.
You didn't even invite me to your wedding.
Because the wedding was in Canada.
You would have flown? Yes, I probably would have went.
Okay, let me first before you jump in.
I probably would have went to the wedding.
Let me explain.
Dude, we get a lot of time off on this show.
All right, stop before Patrice.
I probably would have went.
Listen to me.
And I'm not even kidding.
This is what we did, trying to save money for people. We had a wedding in Edmonton because of her family, right? They're all in Edmonton. So we said, you know what? Instead of making people fly across country and to Edmonton, wait a second.
How about you explain this to your best pal?
Wait a second. Stop. Will you stop?
Don't let this son of a bitch keep on with this horseshit.
No, so we decided.
Let me retort.
Hey, listen, Can I finish?
I'm taking myself out of the bit for a second. I'm telling you right now, I probably would have went to the wedding.
Okay, but let me finish.
But I wasn't even invited, so then I'm like, well, I'm not invited to the wedding, but I'm going to go to some reception a month later.
Okay, so we got your side. Now let me finish.
All right, go.
So we had the wedding in Edmonton. I said, instead of making my friends fly and put that money out and ruin a weekend, shut up. I'm going to have the wedding there for her family, a party in New York, and a party in L.A. So we don't make people fly all over the country. All right? Is that being a little considerate? Is that yes or no? Is that being considerate towards people?
I'll say this.
Yes or no?
If you explained it to your friends. You didn't explain that to me.
What do you mean explain it to you? It's quite obviously we're getting married in Edmonton and throwing a reception party in New York so the people don't have to travel.
How about a quick call or email? I'd invite you, but I'm trying to,
We didn't invite. It wasn't. The wedding was for her family. The receptions were for fucking... Ralphie did the same thing
Bonnie
with his
didn't want any of your comedy friends there.
And that bullshit.
Patrice.
Yeah, you know
Patrice.
what? You know what?
Because it was her special day, and when you guys get together, I'm kind of an outside member of this. I'll be honest. But you guys get very vicious within the comedy circle.
And you know what?
She didn't want any of that on her special day.
You're wrong.
Yes.
You know what? You're wrong. You're wrong. It was my idea.
He's been serious the whole time, but then he just goes...
No, because you guys...
And I'll tell you why.
I'll tell you why.
I'll tell you why. Because we were at that steak dinner, and Bonnie saw a preview of what it would be like at the wedding.
So first of all,
friend is allowed to her family's house, and that's why she had to control.
We didn't go to her family's house.
Her family's
we didn't go to her family.
Edmonton.
It was 3 hours from her family's house, stupid. Here's another thing. It was 3 hours from her family's house.
Right? This is so important that okay, he's saving us the trouble of his wedding, right?
Of traveling to Edmonton.
Why isn't he saving us the trouble of his reception? If he didn't want to cause us any problems and save our monies and save our time, why is he trying to monopolize this time? And why is he upset?
Voss,
that you didn't come to the cupcake reception?
First keep calling it the cupcake, whatever. Here's the thing.
With extra frosting, giant cupcakes.
First of all, why am I upset? Because I haven't been in studio, so I haven't let this out. I was upset about...
And that was another little dig, too.
So have these guys come in and explain why they responded and didn't go. I didn't respond because I wasn't sure if I was going to make it.
Okay, so am
because
I wrong?
9:30 at night on a Tuesday, call me a wimp.
That is why I didn't go.
It's rough. Because 9:30 means 10:30. It really does. By the time everyone gets there and settles in, that's rough for me.
9:30 is bedtime. I'm already in bed.
At a really nice dinner with my agent and my girlfriend.
Yeah,
I know. And I had to get her home.
Was your publicist there too?
You know how boring?
Did they have the little blue flame cans where you were eating?
How many weddings have you been to? How many weddings have you been to?
Instead of having a cupcake, I had a porterhouse that night.
You've been to 2 weddings. Okay. A buffet has
a line, but no one heard it.
But what's that? Do it again.
No, I ain't doing it again.
This son of a bitch.
I had a really nice dinner with my agent. Let's just put it that way.
This is Bonnie's doing. He's upset because of Bonnie. No guy gets upset over this.
No.
Are you crazy?
RSVP thing?
I know.
Are you crazy?
Listen.
Patrice is absolutely right here.
I'm going to correct you.
A man doesn't do that.
Can I correct you?
All right, boss, correct us.
Here's the thing. Hey, Patrice, listen. Here's the thing. My party in L.A., I got upset about because people said they were coming or didn't, or jackasses that come without a gift. I've been invited to weddings where I didn't even go and sent a gift. But wait a second. That's only because of class. Bonnie had her party in L.A. People didn't show up. She wasn't pissed off. It was me getting pissed off at my friends. She goes, just try to have fun. But my friends who I thought, some didn't respond, some didn't come, some showed up without gifts. You know what? It takes a little class.
Do you know how we...
Don't use the comic
people to bring gifts.
No, not the... No, is that...
Opie, do you know...
Holy shit, are you kidding me?
Of course.
How about you do something like this?
See how
it's not... No.
She's a comic. Bonnie's a comic, but she is from the coffee shop sect. Where there's a lot of seriousness, where she becomes a political analyst eventually.
Right. She does the highbrow comedy.
Now we're more this fraternity thing. She has got him convinced of now. He's trying to be mature. She's trying to say, "Hey, Voss, you can't." This is Bonnie's shit.
You're wrong.
This is woman shit. No guy would ever bring in the invitations and say, "Look,
I'm gonna blow him away." Well, I'm gonna tell you something. This is where you want to shut up for a second. Remember when I called you and you said this is Bonnie? It wasn't Bonnie. Somebody else told me to call you, who's a good friend of ours, who's also knows about research.
What woman?
It wasn't. It was a guy.
Bullshit.
And Bobby Kelly told me to call up and say talk to. Call up again. Yes, goodbye. It wasn't Bonnie. It was Bobby. You fucking jackass.
So fucking phony.
Okay, it wasn't fucking Bonnie. Bonnie doesn't listen.
Bobby Kelly gave him $100, right?
Yeah.
Because his girlfriend told him to.
All right. So you're sitting here now. Your whole fucking theory. Oh wait, no. Your whole theory shot. It's Bonnie. It wasn't Bonnie. She's like a fucking dude. She goes, I don't give a fuck.
Evidently, she's not like a dude. Robert Kelly.
No,
Richard McFarlane. Evidently,
no,
she
so
is
what happened to your whole theory?
Is the man.
What happened to your whole theory? That was Bonnie. It was fucking Bonnie.
And say that my two most edgiest drug-addicted friends are the two bitches I've never seen. Such two bitches.
How we break this? You still haven't. You still haven't come up with
that no one brought gifts.
No, I'm not upset about that. What I'm upset about?
He mentioned $400 when he mentioned. So it's about some money.
No. Listen to me.
He just wanted to make the $400 back.
Listen, it ain't money. I drop money like that.
How about you do something in your personal life that doesn't involve Caroline's?
I made a mistake.
How about you get a place that...
In L.A., we got a beautiful place. I made a mistake.
The Comedy Store.
No. In L.A., we got a beautiful place. Listen, here's the thing.
How about you get a place that specializes in these receptions?
You're right. You know what? You know what? Here's another thing.
I'm going to take it seriously.
Here's the thing. His friends are in New York. Her friends are in L.A. And he got a beautiful place for Ralphie May and the guy that starred in Too Close for Comfort or whatever.
You know,
Bobby
listen to me. We're planning 3 fucking weddings, basically 3. So I just said, I'll go to Carol's because it'll be nice, it'll give me a deal. I didn't want to deal with putting 3 weddings together, right? She did the whole LA thing, had somebody do it for her, a planner out there. I didn't have a fucking planner.
You hear it's coming. Yeah. He's too dumb to, like...
I made a mistake.
If this was court, Voss is already in jail.
Why? What happened to your theory?
She did it.
No, what happened to your theory that Bonnie, I'm the one who, she told me to call you? That wasn't her. You know what?
Bonnie's the one that told him to have emotions about it.
Yeah.
No, you're wrong.
Behind
closed doors.
He's 100% wrong.
I know these guys.
No, you're 100% wrong.
I'm going to tell you what happened. Ready?
Okay, let's hear it.
Bob, man.
Go ahead, do the slobber.
I just want to say to you that I thank you for giving me $100. But see, Keith, Opie, Patrice, and Bobby goes... dude, maybe you should talk to him, dude. You know, they're your friends. You know, get it off your chest, man. That's what a psychologist said.
Okay.
And that's what the fuck happened. Because Bobby said something. He was upset about it.
Absolutely.
You're wrong.
He called Bobby to say thank you for the $100.
No, I didn't thank him. No.
That's when he called.
Okay, let me tell you a little bit about fucking people that have a little sobriety or recovery and want to deal with their emotions and not fucking bury them and buy shit to cover their emotions, okay? I was upset, all right, and I called somebody else who I could talk to. Bonnie had nothing to fucking do with it. Nothing to do with it, all right? Bobby said, call Patrice. He's a good friend of yours. Talk to him. This way you don't harbor resentment. And that's how you deal with things. You don't deal with it by burying it in you and then explode in Brazil. You fucking deal with it, okay?
You know what my girl said when she was sitting in the truck when he first called me and she heard me talking, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the conversation, she said, this is my girlfriend. What is that bitch shit?
Oh, wow. You know what? Okay. First of all, that's coming from a black chick that's probably a thug anyhow. Who gives a fuck what they think? All right? All right, we don't give a shit about
picking on girls.
Yeah. And then she opened the window. Then she opened the window and spit come out of her mouth, right? Like that. Fuck that jizmonger. Who gives a fuck what your girl said? And she's fucking you, then she's got problems anyhow. You should love your girl. She's fucking you. How can you not love anybody that fucks you?
She's a wonderful person. But this is
at least you got a phone call. You don't call me. So that proves I'm not a good friend of yours.
You.
You have to confront me on a national talk show.
Listen to me, fucking jackass. I did call you, and know what else you did?
What?
Did they answer? Listen, shut up.
What guy says you know?
No, because I remember. Listen, he remembers everything. Fuck you. Opie remembers everything.
I've never seen such a weaselly turn for the worst.
Can you shut up?
My goddamn
I called
life.
Opie the next day, right? The next day, he apologized. He goes, you know what? Maybe we'll go out I'll take you guys out for sushi tonight for dinner the day after. Yeah. Of course, he fucking blew me off again. What, we having dinner with a producer? Were you having dinner with a fucking ghostwriter? Go fuck yourself.
That's right. I don't need to cry on your shoulder anymore. I'm back better than ever.
Yeah, you're back. Okay, I know the 12 listeners in Connecticut agree, too. All right? You're fucking brilliant listeners with shotguns in the woods. They probably just fucking filled a bus full of kids with holes, all right? Oh, our listeners. Fuck us. Please, you're not that big. Let me tell you something, okay? Lex and Terry are bigger. Let me tell you something.
Hold on, Rich.
What?
Your best defense in this situation is to say it's Bonnie. Because
but it's not.
No, I know, but your best defense would be to say because you're coming off like a woman.
Yeah.
I'm
coming off as a guy who has feelings. That fucking
oh my God, you don't want to start with
that. The guys that I have grown up with, that I have known for years,
okay, first
would
of all,
look at this like
Anthony.
Like, all right, dude. Whatever.
Wait, you're Italian. Wait, shut up.
A real guy would not even know how to be mad about some bullshit.
Right.
Okay.
Invitations out of your pocketbook.
Not RSVP.
Right. He pulled it out of his purse. He pulled the invitations out of his purse.
By the way.
Okay, first of all,
I don't even know what the fuck RSVP still means.
Oh.
It's like that's
ask your brilliant girlfriend.
Well, someone on the instant feedback had what RSVP meant, and if Eric could find it again, where is that?
Respond something.
Response, shitty Voss party.
Really shitty Voss party. All right.
That's funny.
Really shitty Voss. I guarantee behind closed doors, when he was with Bonnie, you were shedding tears over this.
No, I wasn't.
Little tear in your eye. You were hurt.
She
probably had to hold you gently and rub your head.
She rubbed his head. She kept needling his ears because Richard emotionally
She won't go near my ears. She won't go near my ears.
Like stability. Listen.
You really do.
I know he needs to be pushed in a certain direction.
You guys are all fucking you're all Santa's broken toys. Fuck you.
You've had a tumultuous life early on, and now you're looking to make up for it with this
first of all, what's
stability.
tumultuous mean?
Huh?
Tumultuous. What do you mean?
A little
shaky.
Shaky, yeah. And now you're looking to make up with.
Okay, can I explain something to you?
With this stability that it's like a TV.
That was the first
like the show Friends type of stability.
Be all better.
Yeah.
It's not, Voss. You still cry yourself to sleep, except for now Bonnie rubs your head.
Are you talking about? Are you out of your mind? You're talking about covering up pain in life.
I never cover up pain. My pain is outwardly there. Everybody knows my fucking pain.
That's right.
All right.
Hold on. Adam said that you had a great line. I want to acknowledge a great Voss line. Adam?
Yeah.
Go ahead, real fast.
Patrice, how do you let fucking Voss call your girl a jizzmonger and fucking let that slide, dude?
Well, listen, here's the thing. This is why I didn't. Because my only defense would be to him to call his wife that. And I'm not going to call his wife that.
That's
and
right.
I know the context because we joke like that.
Yeah.
If he called my girl later, he's going to go, listen, I didn't mean to call that shit.
Yeah, so the mic's turn off.
It's no need for me to, like, go.
Right.
Because I know, you know what I'm saying?
You know where it's coming from.
I know it's coming from. So that's why I let him get over with that because my only thing was, and my thing is I'm not going to call his wife that because he loves his wife.
Right.
And he's in that unhealthy love where he's bringing up
so funny
that he brings, and another thing, dude, whoever the caller was, I'll call my own girl a jizzbag, but that means I love her. He cannot separate. He still hasn't grown to that level where he can separate his girl being a hoe and his girl being like somebody he loves. He doesn't know how to be in love, Anthony. That's why he's on some RSVP and you didn't do
and pulling the cards out of the.
This is new stuff. He's actually excited about this new feeling he has, and it's called bitch.
He was excited to come in today to get payback.
No, it's not payback.
You had the invitations and everything.
Oh, already.
Let's get the guys in here, and they can tell you to your face why they didn't show up after they said they were.
Okay, I also brought the, what do you call it?
He didn't even have to search through his purse. He knew exactly where that was.
There's only 6 things in there.
His effing purse. He brought up a purse.
Here's Ben Sparks, who said he was going to the reception at Caroline's.
And you would think Ben would be there. There was free liquor.
Wait a second. I was probably the first one to respond out of these guys. But that night, I talked to you because you were supposed to come on the show the next day.
Yeah.
And I said, I'm going to try to make it, but it's tough because it's 9:30. You said, oh, don't worry about it. I talked to you at about 5 o'clock that afternoon.
Okay, you're right. But on the invitation, it said 9:30 3 months earlier.
I know, but it's I was being nice to say I was going. It's hard 9:30.
I was being nice to invite you. Here's the thing.
We didn't think it was a real party where you were doling out money.
I thought you were doing stand-up.
Here's the thing. You guys, when those invitations came...
$7,000 for cupcakes.
I know. And I had a... Here's the thing. Those things were as much as an invitation.
Cupcakes. Fucking idiot. The only thing they had special was extra frosted. Giant frosty cupcakes.
Here's the thing.
Stacked.
Shut up. Those things when they were sent out look like any other. We got them from the wedding invitation store, so they're exactly like any wedding. It's either yes or no.
Is it true that in the middle of it, Kevin Meaney came in and did some time?
Do the car crash on yourself.
There. Come on.
But here's the thing. When you're planning this shit, listen, if you couldn't make it, if you knew, you fucking just say no. It's not a heartbreaker.
You know, you're right.
And you know what? He didn't even have it set up. Don't receptions have, like, your friends say, hey, man, congratulations, daddly-do, all that horse shit. All of a sudden, he's trying to make this some regular
in L.A.
event.
In L.A., people did it.
Where her friends
My friends were there, too. Norton was there in L.A. I had a lot of my friends.
It's preponderance of the evidence, man.
You should realize by now your friends are awful compared to Bonnie and her friends.
No, my friends were there. Gullip was there.
Patrice,
Norton was
I guarantee you wanted at Caroline's to have everyone to make a circle with their gifts, and they're in the middle, sitting next to each other, handing their gifts over one by one, and admiring the gifts of their friends at the same time.
All the good stuff happened where it was happy for her.
The real stuff.
All the real stuff. The phony Caroline's thing that they did.
I put that together. It had nothing to do with her.
Right.
You know what? You're speaking of shit you don't know. I was in charge in New York. I made the mistake of going to Caroline's. I'm not saying I have anything against Caroline's. It should have just been in a reception place.
Yeah.
I deal with
and that's why Bonnie didn't want to come in today, because she really hates us now.
No, she doesn't.
She had to see you cry behind closed doors.
No.
She has no respect.
That's right. That's right. She's like, well, if you want to still be friends with that,
I can't keep you on because I'm getting chest pain.
It's our
Here's
fault.
the thing.
In a woman's mind, that's our fault. She is slowly but surely, she is Yoko Onowin.
Yeah.
Rich Voss.
How long have they been married? How long have you been married? And already she's alienating you from the friend.
Your friend. And
First of all,
and emotionally, he
I'm
doesn't
allowed
know
to still
how.
talk to Patrice and Jim, so you're wrong.
He doesn't know how.
She really threw you a bone.
Voss doesn't know how to combat that thing because you know what it is? Voss has never cared for a woman in like 25 years or something.
Yeah.
He doesn't have that connection. Yeah. So everything she does, he's going to say yes to, but he doesn't have a identifying madness to say no. He doesn't know how to say no to her. He doesn't know how to keep his goddamn
There's a fear that if he says no,
he's afraid of his own wife.
Here's the thing. He's 100% wrong. It's not her. She told me to let it go, not even to bring it up.
To let it go.
Are you guys gonna have Are you guys gonna have?
Told me.
Yeah. Are you guys gonna have a baby shower?
At Caroline's?
Caroline's.
No, we're doing that one at the cellar.
With Lou.
You're gonna have another kid. I know it.
With apple juice instead of wine.
All right, Ben. So that's your excuse.
I told Rich that day, and the other thing was,
but it's that day.
Wait a second, let me talk.
Here's the thing too. That day, you don't think this was planned in advance?
Plus, it was at Caroline's. I figured you're doing it for free. You were doing stand-up. Everyone, I bet you everyone else thought
that was the mistake. But the imitations
and he keeps
were
blowing
wedding.
That off. He keeps blowing that off like it was just a little thing.
But still, those were imitations.
Hold on, we got 6 people that were invited to this in the studio right now. How many people thought it was a serious wedding reception?
Nobody.
No one's raising their hand.
I thought it was a polite get-together.
Yeah, a little, hey, we got married, let's get together at Caroline's and laugh a little bit and have a drink.
Then why did we send out real invitations?
You know what it was like after, you know on New Year's Eve when they have the big party here in Times Square?
Yeah.
And then it goes to the other time zones, and by the time you get to L.A., who cares? Everybody's already celebrated. They're in bed.
Right.
That's what yours was. The L.A. New Year's Eve.
Let's say this was at Club 21 or whatever they call it. When did they made it?
When did you get married? What day did you get married?
Exactly.
September 17th.
No one knew. No one.
September 17th.
And when was this party?
What's it called?
And when was this party?
I don't know. What the fuck?
He sent out those invitations. I'm going to tell you how it went again in the house.
No, she doesn't even know I brought you.
He saw her plan the L.A. thing. He said, should I do the same thing with my friends? And she went like this. You can try.
You know what?
You can give it a shot if you want. I mean, I think it's useless.
She knows
by
now you just hang out with a bunch of creeps, right?
I think you should go on O&A and just promote it and all right, you can try. You're just going to be disappointed, Richard.
Here's
that's
we got Steve in studio.
Okay, let me before
Steve.
This weekend at Rascals, I'll take a vote on stage when I'm in Montclair at Rascals this week of what the audience thinks. All right, or when I'm at Bananas November 9th and 10th, I'll take a vote there. All right, go ahead.
Very good.
Is that where you're having your baby shower?
You already used that one, stupid.
I'll be...
No, that's the menu for his reception. Bananas.
Oh, you'll definitely be there then, huh?
There's no comment for it. I shot myself in the head.
All right, Steve, you responded and said you were going to this.
Yeah, I did. And at the time, it was. I think everybody else had decided that they were going to go, and I'm not. And the reality is, I didn't realize.
A helicopter shot him with a tranquilizer dart.
Yes, and I was
fell
immobilized.
down, and they were tagging him.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. And I didn't think, when the actual day rolled around and I realized how late it was going to be, I thought to myself, holy shit, this is going to be a rough one. And then I saw it and I realized it's Caroline's. It can't be anything serious. I didn't realize.
That's what we all
I didn't realize it was a huge formal thing. Had I actually known that it was a huge, huge expense gone out, I never would have blown.
Without a doubt. That's what, all kidding aside, we all thought Caroline's, how serious could this be?
I thought,
Steve summed it up perfectly. And just because you send out some cheap invites.
They weren't cheap. Those things are real invitations. Shut the fuck up. They're not cheap.
It ended up like the party Fredo was trying to throw for Michael in Vegas when he got there. Dum-da-dum-da-dum. All right, get out of here. Get out of here. Come on, move. I don't know what's wrong with him.
Master Poe?
Oh, the one in the first one.
Yeah. When he comes in, they open the door. Hey,
And we all walk in. Come here, Rich.
Get rid of the girls. Get rid of the band.
All right, come on, clear out. And that's what we should have said to him about Bonnie. Don't ever take sides with anyone
against the family.
That's right.
Pussy.
All right, Master Poe in studio.
All right. How you doing, Rich? Listen, I went to L.A. and I did go to Ralphie May's party.
Exactly the same thing. He got married somewhere else. But wait, he got married somewhere else and threw a reception in L.A.
Right.
Okay. You didn't go to his wedding. You went to the party, right?
Exactly. I went to the reception.
All right.
And I had all the intentions of going to this reception at Caroline's, but I didn't know how serious it was, number one. Number two is I have to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to be here by 5 o'clock in the morning to make sure that, you know.
How many comics come in here at 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning that work till 1 or 2? And one day, you know what? I still got to go do it.
But we're doing you guys a favor.
Oh, please. Let me tell you, you fucking jackass. All right, you're fucking fishing for comics. They're all blowing you off. Listen to me. All right.
Oh, really? You want to see Ben's voicemail?
All right. So do I want to see the voicemail? Yeah, let me look at it. Here's the thing.
Got you.
One day, so you had to go to work a little tired. Oh, you know what? You guys are such geniuses. You could have pulled through it, right?
You know
got
what?
so
Let
much
me tell
going
you
on.
something, Rich.
What?
You can sit here.
I don't blame you at all. I knew you weren't coming. I knew
After 1 in the morning and then come into the show, you could sit there and snore. And the show will go on because
which he has done, by the way.
I know.
We got video of you sleeping on our show.
Because
I know.
If we're and Opie and little Jimmy Norton are doing the show. We can't show up after being out 1 in the morning. The show wouldn't go on.
Unless it's the Rolling Stones concert, which was great.
Oh, how late did you get home?
I don't know, about midnight.
Did your agent take you to that one?
Or the
1:30?
Or the Coldplay show.
Yeah.
That was really good, too. Or U2.
All right.
The Islander home opener.
I'm fending off thieves in my house. I cannot be at parties.
Rich, do you realize we're trying to let you off easy? Just accept the fact that we had to go to bed early. Wink, wink.
All right. But
has anyone called you Bitch Voss? Because
that's what it is.
It's Bitch Voss.
You know what? You're feeding all these fucking listeners with fucking ammo. You fucking jackass.
They would never do photoshops of your reception in Caroline. I know the people at Whackbag, and I defy you to find one Photoshop of your party at
First of all, these morons never been to a wedding at Whackbag. Okay? Here's the thing. One, and then we'll wrap it up. I'm clearing Bonnie's name.
Oh, we will, huh?
I'm clearing Bonnie's name.
Clearing Bonnie's name.
She had nothing to do. Listen to me. You're right, because why? You're attacking.
Absolutely.
I'm not attacking her.
You're attacking her saying...
I'm attacking you.
Okay.
Rich, we've seen this. The thing is, we've seen this. You're textbook right now. We've seen other guys doing the same thing. This is nothing new with the chicks. It's just the same thing, and it always...
It's like comedy, Anthony. Like, if you go to comedy shows and the comic asks, like, the women, hey, how many women in here give blowjobs, right?
Yeah.
Or how many guys in here, women give a good blowjob, and all the guys look, I'm not good. No sound. That's what he's doing. He's taking the hit for his woman, and she would not take the hit for him. She would not take the... She is now in a place, right, where he is not... Voss is losing, and I can feel it, and I don't want to see him do it.
Let's say hi to Bob Kelly. Bob?
Oh, shit.
Hey.
You fat phony.
Bob, you went to this reception at Caroline's, right?
Yeah, I went, but I don't know what this fucking bag is talking about. I never even talked to him on the phone, Patrice.
Oh, he
yeah,
did?
really?
Right.
You didn't? Wait.
He is implicating people now.
Bobby, listen to me.
This is like a...
Bobby, listen, I'm not ratting you out. I didn't rat you out. Listen,
I don't even know your number.
The hearing.
Bobby, you know what?
You
know what? Listen to me. First of all, hey, Bobby, listen to me. All right, first of all, hey, Bobby, I wasn't selling you out. I was saying how people that are in touch with their emotions know how to talk to each other, and you're the one who gave me that advice.
I don't deal with emotions.
Oh, really? Do you want me to show you my phone bill with your fucking number on it with an hour conversation?
I can't believe he is really snitching.
No, I didn't snitch him out.
Son of a bitch.
I didn't snitch Bobby out.
All right, Patrice, this is what happened. You ready?
Oh, no.
You ready? I got a phone. Voss never called me in my life.
Oh, yes, I have, to buy shit from you.
Wait, did he thank you for the $100 first?
Absolutely.
You know what happened?
No, I didn't.
Right
I didn't thank.
You know
I thanked him for coming.
He said thank you for the money. Thank you, Bobby.
No, I said thank you for coming. I know. I said
insinuating that he was my only friend, and thank you for the money.
No, I said thank you for coming, not the money.
He said, man, I'm so hurt about Patrice, Keith, and here's what Bobby said. Bobby said, dude, you know, if you're hurt about it,
can you let Bobby talk? Will you shut up and let Bobby talk?
He said. Go ahead, Bobby.
Yeah, Patrice, I don't get really that much airtime anymore thanks to you and Billy. Could you shut your fat
I know.
Anyways, what was I saying, Patrice?
Focus you fast. Take a puff of your cigarette.
I know. Put the ice cream sundae down.
I quit smoking, you fuckface.
You quit smoking?
Yeah, I did.
All right, go ahead, Tura Tanaka.
Yeah,
listen, Stupid called me up. He was a little bummed out that people didn't show up.
Yeah, that didn't show up. That was the first thing I was bummed out, right?
What did he say about us? What did he say about us?
He said he was just disappointed.
Yeah.
He said, I'm disappointed. I said, dude, first of all, nobody really even knew that it was like that. It was like a weird type of party, dude.
Okay, so right now you just said the main thing was I was disappointed people didn't show up. But
I explained to you that it was a fucking weird party because you had it at Caroline.
All right, go ahead. So
and you never specified that it was a reception.
No, the invitations did, stupid. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you understand, don't call me stupid because I'm probably the only person you got on your side right now.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'll turn on you in a second, boss.
Oh, boy, that scares me. Was he going to get me not working in Houston? Go ahead.
No, I'll just...
He'll just not be there as your understanding ex-junkie friend that you bigged up as being, he understands.
I'll just go to another meeting and meet somebody else. Go ahead.
What do you think?
Just disposable Bob.
Jesus Christ.
All right, Bob, come on.
Then I told him, I said, dude, it wasn't a party like that. He said, yeah, but people should have fucking known. People should know.
From the
and I was like, listen, just call the people that you love and tell them, and everybody else, fuck them. Who gives a fuck?
You're right, and I took your advice. The word wasn't love. Call your friends. I don't fucking love Patrice.
Get me involved, you jackass.
I didn't mean to, but he's in there. You know how Patrice runs his mouth and he thinks he's a psychologist and he knows everything. He was so off base, I had to say, Bobby gave me the bucket.
He had to snitch.
I didn't snitch. Don't say I snitched. I brought him in. And plus, he needs fucking airtime. I figured this would get him on the radio.
All right.
I mean, listen, I told you that if...
you are so lucky you're the foreman at your job in the day that you could call in.
Listen, and this is the guy that he called for, like the help.
Yeah, exactly.
He's his help.
Go back to your day job, garbage man.
All right, Bob.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you for the great advice. Thank you, love.
All right, we're gonna wrap this segment up, I guess.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's some resentment.
You like the thing about the bush?
And there's some anger. There's a picture of you falling asleep on our couch, by the way. We do have proof of this.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah,
Rich asleep.
Yeah, there's Anthony and I sleeping.
Yeah, that's when you come in at 1:30 in the morning and then I show up for the show.
There you go.
That would be me, Opie, Jimmy, everybody.
All three of you aren't going to sleep at the same time. One sleeps, the other two carry the show. That's not a big deal. You get a little shut-eye.
Just passed out.
Okay, but I wasn't as mad at Opie. I wasn't at all. I knew you weren't coming. I just sent you it out of, respect.
Thank you.
All right?
Why weren't you mad at him?
Because I know he doesn't leave his fucking house. Why would I expect him to leave his house?
I went to the steak dinner, at least.
And I was very happy. And that was a fun time.
And I had a fun time. And I had to leave that early because I had to get up.
We were talking about that in the office, the fact that Opie has these relationships with management a lot of times over the course of the years.
We were talking about that. Not anymore.
Well, you said that a while back, too.
Yeah, I do have my own problems.
He's got these relationships and gets too close to management. And now Opie will come in and go, motherfucker, I got an email from this one and stuff. And he goes, did you read the one from, and then, insert boss's name here. And I go, you know something? No, I didn't even get that email. I was skipping tra-la-la yesterday. He's pissed because, I live my life in a fashion where no one is disappointed in me.
Well, yeah, because you're more of a secluded person. You're walking down the street with a hood over your head where no one can see you. You're in your own fucking... And everybody knows it.
And who the hell, has...
Oh, you're still...
Who the hell has their own movie going on in their head where they decide that they're not going to insult somebody by inviting them to the wedding? Like, why wouldn't he just invite us? Yeah. And then we can choose not to go, just like his reception.
All right, yeah. This is how we do have to,
Because here's another thing.
This is how we have to end this. We haven't asked you this. What were you thinking when all of us didn't show up?
What was I thinking? I'm going, well, maybe they're not showing up to have good radio, the first thing was, okay, I know they get over early.
Be serious for once.
Okay, I know they got to get over.
You honestly think we're trying to dick you over on purpose?
No, but it's just when you plan these things.
There was a misunderstanding, obviously.
Oh, yes.
Everyone said it. It didn't sound like an important thing.
Okay,
because it was at a comedy club. So what were you thinking? To you, it was the most important thing.
It was a very important thing for my friends.
We're not showing up where,
Yeah,
so what are you thinking?
Just like Bobby said, I was fucking upset that my friends, certain people, didn't show up. Yeah, I was upset. Who wouldn't be? Okay, maybe... Even if it was a fucking party, not a party without invitations, you'd still be upset if your friends didn't come. If it was a dumb party where it was pin to tail on, whatever, you would still be upset. All right? No, it wasn't. It was
cordially invited to the Voss reception at the roller rink located on Bell Boulevard.
Okay, but it has no idea where it's at. It has no idea. You know what? It has no idea. It means nothing where it's at. It means nothing where it's at. Because if Opie or Patrice do a fucking party at a deli and asked me to go, I would go. And if I said I was going to be there, I would fucking be there. That's it.
I can't.
Okay, you're right. So
what I was invited
but that's the bottom line. So when you're expecting
we're not
used
to seeing the serious Voss because I went to the steak place.
That was fun.
And it was producers and directors.
But I told you guys that.
And we had to sign our life away just to have a fucking appetizer.
And you didn't have to come.
No, going into that, you said that it was like I'm getting some of my friends together, kind of a quote. Sort of a bachelor party.
No, I never said bachelor party. I never said bachelor.
I said sort of bachelor party. It was like getting my friends together before I got married, and then it turned into this thing, because then you got the TV thing going. All of a sudden, I'm outside on the sidewalk, and he has to leave his car a certain way for the fucking camera. I'm like, what am I involved with? I thought I came here with my friends.
I did not come there.
I swear to God.
For that TV show. I came there because it was Voss's birthday.
And then Patrice is right, and he said that. He called me and said, listen, do I have to sign something? And didn't we talk? And I said, he came as a friend. And I said to the people, I said, look, this is a free party because I got that thing from the gift basket.
No, I understand,
right?
but you
okay, and I said they're going to be doing this towards a pilot.
I'm like, hey, Voss, you're like, hold on, we're filming.
No, I didn't say that.
My exit from the car.
Voss is leaving. Filming my exit from the car.
And the entrance, the dramatic entrance into Morton.
Listen,
that'll make great TV.
And they were creating like different. Remember, it was hot in there and all that. They were creating all these different.
Did I do that? Creating an atmosphere, Anthony.
Because Voss is all psychotic, and so they were like, okay, let's pretend.
Letterman likes it cold. Voss likes it hot.
Oh no, trying to add a little drama.
To watch him be nutty, like what the.
Did I do that? Did I do that, or did the fucking producers do it? Look, I had nothing to do with any of that. Yeah. I had nothing. All I wanted to do was go in there, have steak dinner with my friends, and hang out. And it was fun. If those cameras weren't there, that would have been really fucking fun.
By the way, I'm very tired this morning because I met Madonna last night.
Did you?
At a premiere, yeah. I stayed up really late.
Till like what, 2?
It was really late because, I had a
Madonna.
shot. I had a shot to meet Madonna last night.
Cool. Do you think she remembers you right now?
I don't give a fuck.
The guy in the little shirt? Is that what you said? Hey, I met this guy in a little shirt last night, but he had to leave. I wanted to fuck him, but he had to get up at 5 in the morning.
I don't care. I
met Madonna. Big fucking deal. You met Madonna. Any other has-beens? You meet Sharon Stone, too?
Madonna's a has-been?
Oh, please. Whatever. I met Madonna.
Holy
big deal.
Crap.
Put it on your resume, right under E. I met Madonna. Big deal. Now you and the guys on Whackback can jerk off together.
I met Madonna for a half a second, and I watched Puffy watch a movie last night for about a half hour, and then realized that was ridiculous.
I put Madonna on a has-been bubble.
Yeah.
She's on a has-been bubble.
Yeah, she's all of a sudden, because you met her, she's
she is on a has-been bubble.
Dude, she's all over TV.
Doesn't matter. You can still be a has-been
and still
actually
I'm not. I think she's an icon. I think she has gone.
You can
way
absolutely
past
be an
over.
icon and a has-been.
She's done.
Absolutely be that. Madonna.
She's gonna do another tour. It's gonna be massive. I'm not a Madonna fan because I know the Photoshops are gonna go crazy on that too. I do like that one song.
She's got the gay
following. You guys got the same haircut. Oh, come on, that was...
Hey, it's Voss.
I had some killer lines. Here, let me tell you something. Who gives a fuck you met Madonna? I sat backstage.
I stayed up late last night again.
Was it any tension? Did you feel any tension?
All right. I sat backstage with Dustin Hoffman and Barbara Streisand. I didn't come running in the next day. Ooh, I met... Oh, you fucking... You're not even a celebrity.
Dustin Hoffman has been.
Yeah, I swear to God.
Dustin Hoffman.
Has been.
Has been. Still Hollywood icon, though.
Icon, fair enough.
You think he's a has-been?
Yeah, absolutely.
He's still doing movies. He's still fucking doing...
Meet the Fockers. Suckers was a huge.
I
hated the
just
movie, but he's still,
awfulness.
you know.
Yeah.
Where's
the good
This
stuff?
is a guy that does VH1 Remember the 80s, calling Dustin Hoffman a fucking
I saw
has-been.
Patrice in a movie just last
Yeah, playing
night.
a gay, fat
dressed
black man.
in drag.
He doesn't even have to read when he goes to a fucking audition. He just stands on a scale. Okay, you're the right weight. You're hired. Fuck him. What? Don't fucking stare at me and try to say that.
Oh, I'm the only one staring at you?
Because you guys don't get it.
Understand why Bonnie's gonna? It's like she's gonna divorce him because you can feel it fizzling. Like you feel There's been 85 car crashes. He doesn't have confidence. Like at some point, Voss would have said, "Yeah, scale, fat, fucking bow, bam," and just muscle through it. Now he just goes. You feel his shoulders slooping on the radio. Like he goes, "Hey, just." I miss my wife.
She's encouraging him to bring out his sensitive side.
I really miss my wife.
All right, listen, we got to take a break. But, you know, in all fairness, to wrap it up, I didn't take it as a serious event.
Right,
I really
all
didn't.
the
It was
resentments are
Caroline.
dropped.
But
They're dropped.
I am mad at you that I didn't even get the invite to the actual wedding.
You did. You didn't fucking answer to...
No, the actual wedding.
In Canada.
So you're mad at me now.
Well,
I'm sorry. Tonight,
dude,
I was going to send it to you. I was talking to Annie Lennox, and I forgot to send it to you.
You're fucked up though, because you're like you don't invite any of your friends, only Jimmy, because you
all the way up to Edmonton.
You need a best man, so you don't invite any friends.
And he almost fell out, so I didn't know who I was going to get.
She tried to get Patton Oswalt to be his best man. She tried to get one of her friends.
Is that true?
No, don't believe. You know what,
dude?
You're falling for this fucking idiot. Don't let him.
She said, "Rich, you know, I got a great best man for you." He was gonna stick one. I'm telling you.
Was that said?
No, never. No. Are you? You know what?
Really?
Do you hear him?
Bullshit. You can attack me.
His acting. You can tell when he's really mad and when he's just trying to put.
Really? Obviously, it's quite obviously that Norton's going to be my fucking best man. All right? And
why is that obvious, though?
But no one's invited.
Because
and next thing you know, you're doing something at Caroline's. How are we supposed to
all
figure
right,
all
so
that
I let it. It was a mistake where I had it. But it, like I said, it doesn't matter where it was.
And he stopped dyeing his hair. She told him his gray makes him look distinguished.
I never dyed my hair. Don't fucking.
Can I see the Bush thing again?
No, you're going to break it. You're crazy. That's from the fucking president.
Don't you break
you know how many people called saying anyone can get one of those?
It doesn't fucking matter. You're right, anyone. I got one.
If everybody can get it.
Yeah, that's the key to like collecting shit.
Yeah, is that it's not worth anything if everybody can get it.
Right.
Did he really sign that, or is that a stamp?
Right.
Yeah, let me see if it's a stamp.
Is that a stamp?
Oh,
let me see it.
Fuck you. They're telling you to break it on fucking Whackbag.
No, Whackbag hates me in general.
They do?
Yeah.
No, they don't.
I swear to God they do.
You tell those fucking... Oh, please.
Here, just let me see that.
No, you're going to break it. I'm not a genius, though, man.
Like he's walking away.
Don't set yourself up for failure.
This fucking segment went long enough. All
yes,
right.
it did.
Let's take a break. I'm getting chest pains.
All right, Rich.
All right. I don't know what to do now. We had that, the Kaplan Brothers, the new song. Want to play that into break, maybe?
Oh, yeah. These are the guys that did the Silence of the Lambs, the musical. It was genius.
And now they're traveling the country doing this in small theaters.
Yeah. I would see that. Comes to New York. Definitely.
And there's a song that
a lost track, Opie. A lost track.
This isn't on the CD?
No.
This is one they just came up with, a new one for the show that they're touring with. It's called I'd Fuck Me.
I'd fuck me. Would you fuck me?
So
I would fuck me.
We love the Kaplan Brothers on this show. And why are you going for a cigarette if you have chest pains?
That's just anxiety. Just anxiety, a little anxiety.
Wow, you're shaking and everything.
I'm not shaking at all.
You're really hurt.
I didn't know they
I'm
made
not hurt. I let it go. I feel good now.
Form.
I feel good. Everything's off my chest.
Anxiety.
Dude, you got. You know, I do have to point out.
Anxiety.
I know.
Anxiety.
We just let. He makes me feel really good actually because I misspeak a lot on this show. Listen.
Anxiety, what's wrong with
He was waiting for his chance to jump in and get this off his chest.
You're
today.
damn straight I was. And
he was just waiting.
I couldn't wait.
Listen to the replay how we awkwardly go into it. Like all of a sudden we're talking about a hurricane or something.
We're just talking about anything.
And then
he pulls out the fucking carrot top bag with props are flying out of it. Goddamn invitations.
Do you know what it's like to
transcripts?
You know what it's like to be snorkeling and stick your head up and go, fuck these guys, and when you're still pissed off, you got to let it go. I let it go now. I feel great. It's off my chest. He was out.
Are we still friends?
Yes. I want to play golf.
Virginia's calling? Well, let's see what that's
about. Yeah, who is this? Tanya from Geico. Hi. How are you? Tanya. Yeah. It's me. Hi. Good. Right, there was a little fender bender with the Cadillac SRX. That'll cost good. I think the mirror got a little dented, and that should be about $32,000 to repair. I'm teasing, of course. No jokes ever make it your way at Geico? No. So how is this a problem? Is there a problem? Received from the payment recovery unit. Yes. Am I getting my check? You recover my deductible. So I have to give you my deductible, and then I'll get the check. What? Who? What? Who? So what's your call for? In the process? Yeah. Of recovering my deductible from the other people. It was because it was their fault. You guys are vicious at Geico. I love it. It's a lengthy process. So I'm going to have to foot the deductible, and then you'll get it back for me, right? Yeah. Oh, boy.
What happened?
Well, I gotta pay it first.
Oh, boy.
And then maybe they'll pay me back.
Maybe.
If things work out. Yeah. Yeah. It's so their fault, though, Geico. It's so their fault. Do you know who was driving? You know who was driving? You know who was driving that car at the time? Mario Andretti. It was a professional driver, and it was hit by the little 20-year-old Jewish girl, I believe. Daddy bought her the car. You know the deal, right? Come on. What if I take a sledgehammer to it? Can I get a couple of more bucks? Is that legit? What if it mysteriously bursts into flames in the shop? Anything? No. Is this being recorded? Oh,
yes,
Jesus
they
Christ, I'm in
usually are.
trouble. No, I'm sorry. My side of this conversation is what they call on the air on the radio. You've called it a very bad time.
Morning radio.
I work for a living.
All right.
Yeah, that's okay. How about you call me at home? Yeah. My home number? That's 516-48. I'm on the air. It would be hard for me to give that number out right now. You'd have trouble getting through. How about you call this very number at about, let me see, I leave here at
11:01.
How about 11:01? And I'll get back to you. Would that be good?
Yeah. Don't invite him to your wedding.
Thank you. Yeah. And look into any records of Rich Voss. I'm sure you'll find some hijinks going on there.
All right.
Thank you.
Hey, Voss, before we go to commercial, I want you to thank me for being your friend.
Thank you. Thank you for being my friend.
Yeah, I think I'm a good friend.
Are you out of your fucking mind?
I think I'm a really good friend.
Why do you think that?
I just do.
I think you're all right.
Thank me.
No, suck my. Let me tell you.
You don't have many.
First of all, thank me for not attacking him with that fucking Morning Zoo phone call. That was probably fucking Rocky Allen calling him. That wasn't Geico.
Somebody wasn't even trying to do a bit there.
Yes, he was.
That was just real life.
Yeah, that was real life. Then you would have taken a break and said, okay, answer the call. You tried to do a fucking bit, it fell flat. Give it a car crash. It went nowhere.
Do you think penciled in at 9:45 it said, call from Geico, and I got Derek gave me the thumbs up, like, we got a chick on the phone, she's ready to play the Geico girl. And that comedy gold
and that
came
wasn't
out of
even
it.
Geico. That was just Ben calling from the other room to set up the Geico fake bit.
All right.
Thank me for being your friend.
You thank me for fucking taking you under my wings for 2 years when you were manic depressive.
When you're Cadillac.
You thank me for that, for taking when you were fucking curled up in a fetal position every other fucking night, crying, going, "People know me, don't they?"
Let me tell you about something.
Let me tell you. Let me finish.
No, I want to tell you about something you probably know no clue about.
What?
When your 2005 Cadillac gets hit, you go through something called an insurance company. You don't stand there on the you don't stand on the side of the road negotiating a cash deal.
What are you, a little girl? Let it go.
With the person with your 1998 fucking piece of shit.
Let it go.
It's easy to stand there and go, "Your light, my bumper. How about $20?" You know,
let it go about the car. Okay, you got a Cadillac. Okay, you got a Cadillac. Now you're connected with Patrice. Let me finish.
Bonnie's trying to make you.
I got two caddies, my friend.
You got two. Then don't worry about the dent in your fucking.
Bonnie is trying to make you a more sensitive person. So thank me for something. How about airtime?
No, I don't care about.
How about helping your career before you got the last comic?
Yeah. Right when the tour was ready to start, you got canceled. Thanks. I thank you guys. I always thank you guys. On the road, you could ask anybody that comes into the shows.
Really came in
no, fucking shut up.
To drop
on the road, I always plug you guys.
He doesn't have enough balls to say, fuck you guys.
I just said, how many times I say fuck you to him, you fucking idiot?
No, fuck you guys, and just slam this down and go, I don't need you to have a career.
Yeah,
no,
Voss, I'm a little hurt at this point.
Shut your first of all, you fucking idiot. I'm not going to fucking, I don't need.
Voss, I said something very nice. I wanted to go to your wedding, so at least thank me for being your friend.
Oh, my God.
Are you out of your mind? What do you think, I'm in prison? You think I'm going to thank you for being, let me tell you something. If I thank you for being my, if I say thank you, then I'm going to get
raped. When the mics go off.
You
should thank me for being your friend.
Let me finish.
Afterwards, he'll go, you know, I'm just
of course.
After this goes off, he'll go,
so be a man for once and thank me on the air. Because you will off air.
Well,
thank me for being
at the same time, thank me, too.
Voss, I'm a very good friend of yours.
See,
you know that.
Okay, so I'm glad you are. I'm glad you're a good friend.
No, not good enough. Thank me.
Thank you for being there during my hard times, that 2 years you were off the air.
I don't remember hanging out with you or anyone else when I was off the air for 2 years.
You know?
I was just wandering around. So thank me for being a good friend.
Thank you. It's been...
All right, you're welcome. I'm going to accept your... I'm going to accept your thank you. At least we got it out. I am a good friend.
Hold on, Allstate's calling.
That's all I wanted to hear today. That makes me happy. It's going to relieve a little tension. I am a good friend, and you just admitted it. Right?
Yeah. Whatever.
And it was a misunderstanding that
we had a misunderstanding.
That you didn't see.
Yes, I had a misunderstanding, and I feel great now that we talked about it got it out.
I'm a good friend, right?
I don't know. You're going to do something. Yes, you're going to do something to fuck me up.
Let's say hi to Jay in New Jersey. What's up, Jay?
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good, Jay.
Got a question. Are you guys going to come up with some new material when Stern comes on? Because the whole show is talking about Stern.
You didn't mention his name once.
The whole entire show is all about Stern. I mean, it's the whole entire show.
Jay.
So 2 months from now, what are you guys going to be talking about?
Jay. Usually you would make this phone call after we actually talked about Stern.
Is he talking about
we just did an hour on Rich Voss's wedding. Your timing stinks.
You know, my buddy next to me...
See, if you're trying to get under our skin, you would make this call after we had a rant about Howard Stern.
He has your radio show, right?
Oh, it's always a buddy.
Yeah.
It's always a buddy.
And then what else did we talk about today? We started the show talking about...
No, there's a WOW promo that we play every Wednesday calling out Howard Stern because we call him out all the time.
Yeah.
Jay, shut the fuck up. You're not listening to XM because your friend has the show. At least be honest with us. You have XM. You have XM. You have XM. You have XM. Admit it. You have XM. You have XM! Shut the fuck up! I know you have XM because you said, is that all you guys going to do? That means you listen.
Go call up Howie now.
You're not listening for the first time, douchebag.
Call up Howie now. Call up Howie and go.
Hey, Howard, it was so cool. I got through to...
Click. Okay, Robin with the news.
When are you going to realize that Howard Stern's a pussy? We call him out on a regular basis, and he has nothing. So shut the fuck up, Jay. Let Howard fight the battle, but he's not going to fight the battle because he can't. Bye-bye, Jay. It was fun.
Have fun.
Sorry, boys. I know you don't want to commit to liking us over Howard, so it's okay.
I've never been on Boy, he's like Sybil. He just almost killed the fucking everybody in here, and he goes, "Don't worry, guys." It's like fucking.
All I'm saying is I understand.
You got great fucking range,
I understand.
man.
I understand.
Wow, what are we going to do in 3 months?
What are we going to do?
Oh, my goodness. How about what we've been doing on this platform, satellite radio,
for over a year
now, entertaining people, having fun, and getting new listeners every day. More than Howie will certainly have when he gets on radio.